Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 591-600. The distortion ability of the lawyer pathway, at the demigod level, is quite effective against the travel ability. The sequence of fallen Earl can distort the target's will, making the target abandon the idea of entering the spirit world. At the level of Mad Mage, one can completely distort space, preventing the target from entering the spirit world. However, against a wanderer, the method of distorting space is not very effective, because they also possess the ability to leave from the astral world. Simply distorting space cannot prevent their escape. Because Hobert, Ox Demon King, and Overturning Sea Great Sage were all dealing with that mystic and despair which just now, when that wanderer left with his three companions, Jonathan and the other three demigods of the gate pathway had no way to effectively stop them. And the Black Hound spirit beast, wielding a rapier, also failed to stop that wanderer due to the obstruction of Eternal Witch. In the battle just now, the Black Hound spirit beast gained a lot of advantages, but by itself, it would be difficult to defeat a sequence 3 in a short time. It can be said that if they had run a little slower, and Hobert and the others had surrounded them, it was very likely that this Eternal Witch would have been left behind. Looking at the wooden house area, the enemy's sequence 5s had all fled, leaving only a mess in the village composed of wooden houses. Hobert said with some regret, "What a pity, only 2 were left." Jonathan and the others looked at each other. What was there to regret about killing 2 of the enemy's demigods? They had lived for most of their lives, and the demigods who had died in front of them could be counted on one hand. According to the previous agreement, any spoils of war from battles with the Gnostic Society or the Witch Church belonged to Hobert, or were to be distributed by him. And even without this rule, those 2 demigod-level extraordinary characteristics should have gone to the Saints Hobert, invited, to share, because Jonathan and his group didn't help at all. As for the sequence 5 level battle, there were no spoils. They had 1 traveler paired with 1 pain witch, with a total of 7 travelers and 7 pain witches. Their strength was similar to Monica's group. So, the spoils of this battle were only the extraordinary characteristics of that mystic and despair witch. Hobert put away the extraordinary characteristics and recalled Ox Demon King and his group, then said to Jonathan and the others not far away, "I'll keep these extraordinary characteristics for now, but ultimately they are for your advancement. Of course, the premise is that you have accumulated enough merit with the Creator." Jonathan somewhat regretted not fully pledging allegiance to the Creator at that time, but only agreeing to have an extraordinary team obey Hobert's command and fight for the Creator. With just those 25 extraordinaries, when would they accumulate enough merit for a demigod extraordinary characteristic? Next was the battle damage assessment. Including the 3 people who mutated due to the original witch's gaze and those who were petrified, a total of 8 people died and more than a dozen were injured in the battle just now. In addition, 7 or 8 wooden houses that had just been slept in for one night were completely destroyed, and more than half were damaged to varying degrees. Jonathan and the others followed Hobert and once again came before the witch pathway extraordinaries who had just been petrified. Whether it was the skeleton with a head full of snakes or the 2 petrified people lying on the ground, they showed no signs of life. Hobert said to the onlookers, "This is the fate of a spy. You wouldn't think that the Witch Church would really give a spy benefits for reporting information, would you?" He didn't know if this petrified extraordinary, whose head was full of snakes, was a spy, but at this moment, Hobert needed her to be. Hobert stared intently at the crowd, clearly seeing that several people had unpleasant expressions. But Hobert still had no intention of arresting these suspected spies. It would be best if they could still attract another wave of demigod attacks. After letting Jonathan handle the 3 petrified bodies, Hobert sent someone to notify Donna in South Colson. Soon, a large number of construction workers swarmed in to repair the damaged wooden houses, and a team of doctors and nurses arrived to bandage the injured. At the same time, a group of chefs and kitchen assistants from the construction site also arrived to start fires and cook for everyone. Hobert then returned to his wooden house to rest. As for the 2 extraordinary characteristics, to avoid Jonathan and the others suddenly visiting, he decided to sacrifice them to Country of Disorder at night. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sunlight shone on the village on this island, beginning a hot day. Jonathan, having settled everything outside, came to Hobert's wooden house again. "Mr. Earl, several seriously injured people have been sent to South Colson for treatment." Hobert nodded. "Later, bring me the extraordinary characteristics of the deceased, and I will ask an angel to help you crush them." "All right." Jonathan sat in the chair. I heard Cedric secretly tell me that he seemed to have felt the gaze of Original Witch just now." Hobert glanced at the somewhat worried Jonathan. "Go tell Cedric and Monica that to prevent unnecessary chaos, this news can only be disclosed among you 5 council members." "Okay, I will," Hobert added. "Also tell them there's no need to worry about it." He smiled. "Why do you think Original Witch has always been in a state of slumber?" "Her poor condition is one aspect, and another is to hide herself to avoid any of the 7 orthodox deities knowing her whereabouts and thus being struck by them. Her casting some gazes is already the limit. If too much power is projected, the Creator will definitely take action. That's not something you and I should worry about." Whether the Creator would take action was uncertain. In any case, Hobert would immediately pray to Black Night Goddess and Earth Mother, and Original Witch would most likely get a beating. Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, I'll go inform the others now." Hobert hummed. "Continue to maintain vigilance, lest the enemy launch another surprise attack." Throughout the day, people outside were busy building wooden houses and did not encounter another surprise attack. At night, after Hobert enjoyed the night view of the island, he returned to the wooden house, drew the curtains, and sacrificed the 2 spoils of war, as well as the extraordinary characteristics sent by Jonathan, to Country of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first immersed his spirituality into his star, used true sight to look around, and found no abnormalities. Then he crushed several extraordinary characteristics and quickly let them re-aggregate. After all that was done, Hobert went to look at the crow-feathered golden-horned evil creature's skull and the stomach containing Kvechua's spiritual remnants. Ox Demon King could be used 2 more times, and Overturning Sea Great Sage could be used 6 more times. The Black Hound Spirit Beast, however, could be used indefinitely, but Hobert estimated that after he became an angel, he might not need their help much. For example, since he advanced to demigod, their appearances had become increasingly rare. But even if he didn't need them, Hobert planned to keep them in Country of Disorder as a memento. More than 2 hours later, Hobert once again entered Country of Disorder, brought the already crushed extraordinary characteristics into the real world through a bestowal, and then crushed the Mystic and Despair Witch's extraordinary characteristics, to be used as rewards in the future. The next day, the Gnostic Society did not organize new attacks, but everyone knew that the Witch Church would never give up. So, on the 3rd day of the Council of Knowledge members' uprising, when it was raining heavily on Shipyard Island, Jonathan and the others found Hobert again. Looking at the rain outside, which was like water being poured from the sky, Hobert smiled. "I just received some news that several socialites in Backland are inquiring about the Creator's intelligence. The last attack was more like a probing battle, more like testing the Creator's resolve. Now they know the Creator's determination to protect you, and I think they will definitely seriously collect intelligence and launch new retaliatory actions after some time." Although many deeds about the Creator circulated in the extraordinary world, Hobert was the only active dependence of the Creator. Apton and Raft could almost be ignored, as they did not perform any actions in the name of the Creator. So, before this, the Witch Church might have only heard some news like the Creator's forces being in the South Continent. If they inquired with the royal family of the Ruined Kingdom, they could indeed obtain a lot of intelligence, which should include the knowledge that Hobert was very likely a dependence of the Creator. But at the same time, they would also know about the battle in Feniport City and the 2 angels the Creator dispatched in the battle on the South Continent. After getting this intelligence, they would definitely mobilize their forces and only act when they were confident. Jonathan asked, "Do you also believe that the Witch Church will retaliate again?" "That's for sure," Hobert said. "Even for their internal stability and unity, they will definitely dispatch all their forces to launch a fierce offensive." This has long been in my contemplation, you don't need to worry too much. Hearing Hobert say this, they truly felt at ease, mainly because of the sacredness and grandeur the Creator displayed when helping them block the Blood Moon's curse before, and the 3 saints who pledged allegiance to the Creator the day before, which made them feel the power of the Creator and his forces. Hobert added, however, the next battle will not take place on this island. After inquiring, the Witch Church would surely know that South Colson was still under Hobert's rule, so that place could also be considered the Creator's territory. Therefore, Hobert guessed that the target of their next retaliation was very likely South Colson, because no matter how they fought, Hobert's side would definitely suffer greater losses. Tomorrow I will leave Shipyard Island. Hobert finally said, I need to organize forces to resist the Witch Church. After all, this is an old secret organization, and it was once an Orthodox church. Treating it with all seriousness is not an exaggeration. You must restrain your subordinates. Unless they are travelers or accompanied by a traveler, they should try not to leave Shipyard Island during this period. Jonathan and the others all responded, yes. At the same time, they also felt that this uprising was the correct choice. For their sake, the Creator's dependents was actually going to openly wage war against the Witch Church. However, what they didn't know was that their uprising, too, was actually part of Hobert's design. The next day, Hobert indeed left Shipyard Island and returned to Backland. Currently, gathering manpower was not that urgent. He returned this time because he received a letter from Klein and was preparing to meet him alone in Mr. the Fool's Divine Kingdom. Hobert probably returned to Backland to prepare for the battle against Ince Zangwill, which was about to begin. At 9 in the morning, the agreed-upon time with Klein, Hobert's vision was covered by gray fog, and he appeared above the gray fog, at one side of the long bronze table. However, this time, the tall and magnificent giant hall was very deserted, with only Hobert and the world at the very end. Hobert looked around and then said, "You found Ince Zangwill's whereabouts?" "Yes." At this moment, the world, who was Klein himself, said, "Because I need to avoid the ability of 008, I can only ask Mr. the Fool to discuss the specific action plan with you here." Hobert made a gesture to speak. "I hope you can join the battle sometime after it begins," Klein explained. "Because I hope to achieve some goals with this battle." He wanted to use the planning and process of this battle as a ritual for his advancement to mystic. Hobert nodded, "No problem. How is Zangwill's condition now?" "According to the accurate intelligence I've received, it's not very good." Klein explained his intelligence in detail. He was once a gatekeeper, and seems to have been targeted by a very powerful evil spirit. He occasionally does things against his will. His appearance in the South Continent is also in hopes of getting help from the spiritual teachings order to exorcise the evil spirit on him. Then Klein spoke about his plan. "I've obtained a very high-level darkness amulet, which I will use on Zangwill after the battle begins to make him unlucky enough. In addition, Leonard will probably also participate in the battle to try and hold Zangwill back. I will use my puppet, and the luck-stealing amulet I saved from Mist Town last time, to separate Zangwill from the evil spirit on him, avoiding that unstable factor from affecting the battle. After that, I'll ask you to join the battle. By then, Zangwill will already be unlucky enough and in very poor condition, so I believe he won't be your opponent." Hobert nodded, "No problem. I'll trample him underfoot and torment him." Klein was a little moved. "If possible, please also give me, and Leonard, some space for revenge." "I will. Thank you." The two agreed on an emergency contact method and then each left above the gray fog. Back in the real world, Hobert gave Dofus a few instructions, then used travel to go to the South Continent in advance, to avoid having to use a few minutes of travel to rush to the battlefield after the battle began. In the afternoon, South Continent, East Biome. Daly casually asked Leonard, "Why do you always operate in the areas around the church and not investigate further afield?" Leonard thought for a moment and frankly said, "Waiting for news." Daly nodded thoughtfully, not asking any more questions. Suddenly, Leonard's spirituality was touched. A letter appeared at some point and floated down onto the road next to the street lamp. The content of the letter was very simple, with only one line of words: West Bayland, Northern Province, Kukwa City, Resurrection Square. Leonard's expression was solemn. He turned to Daly and said, "Madam, please help me conceal my whereabouts." Daly, however, said very seriously, "Take me with you." Leonard stared at Daly for a second or two, said nothing, and grabbed her shoulder. The space in front of them became illusory, and they stepped into the spirit world together. This magical item with the travel ability was sent by Klein to Leonard with a letter before, so he could reach the battlefield as quickly as possible. When their figures were re-outlined, they saw Ince Zangwill, with his high nose bridge and single eye, in the vast resurrection square. Hatred immediately ignited in Leonard's eyes. At this moment, Zangwill was in a very unlucky and poor state, with his spirit body being pulled by Klein's Sequence 5 level puppet, Hell General, Ludwell. Daly did not act blindly. After a brief observation, she came behind Ludwell and spread her arms. A bronze gate with countless strange patterns descended, and creaked open a crack. This was the Underworld Gate, a gate full of temptation for all undead creatures. A terrifying suction force caused a black figure to appear above Zangwill's head. This figure gradually solidified in the real world. It was a man in blood-black armor, young and handsome, with red hair, deep, bone-visible scars on his face, and a banner-like mark on his brow. The young man said, "Oh," and said, "Today's luck is very bad. Gentlemen, we've already died once together. Is it necessary to do it again? Especially when controlled by such weaklings like chickens." On his left cheek, a scar tore open, bloody and opening and closing, saying, "All right, let's clear out the surrounding garbage first." The man in blood-black armor stretched out his hand, pulled out a phantom long sword with dark red rust from his body, and easily broke free from Daly's extraction and Ludwell's control. Just then, Hell General, Ludwell solemnly chanted in ancient Hermes language, "Fate." The puppet and Zangwill's location simultaneously darkened, then quickly returned to normal. Only the person possessed by the evil spirit changed from Ince Zangwill to Ludwell. A phantom figure in black and red armor instantly appeared above his head. In a hotel room near the square, Klein calmly manipulated the puppet, making him turn and walk towards the Underworld Gate, summoned by Daly. Daly immediately understood the puppet's intention and made the crack in the Underworld Gate a little wider. Ludwell allowed countless pale arms to grab him and pushed the crack of the Underworld Gate even wider, rushing into the virtualized bronze gate. Seeing this, Daly immediately withdrew her hand, no longer maintaining the bronze gate covered with mysterious symbols. Clang! Hell General, Ludwell, along with Soren Einhorn Medici inside him, was isolated from the real world. Klein, over 100 meters away, breathed a sigh of relief. This crucial step was finally completed. After this, they could fully deal with Ince Zangwill. Leonard held a pistol to his temple with one hand and tightly gripped the luck-stealing amulet with the other, Fate. This was the time worm he had obtained from the old man, Pale's Zoroaster within him, and the luck-stealing amulet created by asking Pales for power. As he threw the amulet, Leonard pulled the trigger, committing suicide, and thus exchanging fates with Zangwill. At this instant, countless silver-white lightning strikes raged, and the surrounding scene shattered like a broken mirror. Leonard suddenly woke up, finding himself standing in place, with only the revolver pointed at his temple, and the luck-stealing amulet had not been thrown out. Everything he had just done was just a dream. At this moment, Zangwill's eyes were dark. The moment the Underworld Gate appeared, he created a large-scale dream in Resurrection Square. But because Klein was far from here, his puppet did not fall into the dream, which in turn destroyed Zangwill's entire dream. However, the moment the Underworld Gate closed, Klein's puppet in the square disappeared, and he pulled Daly and Leonard into the dream. This forced Klein, who was far away, to quickly enter gray fog above, and use lightning to wake Daly and Leonard. Seeing that the dream had no effect, Zangwill directly took out the Pen of All-Bringer hood, and quickly wrote on the clothes on his arm. Ince Zangwill is in excellent condition today and can effectively control his demigod mythical creature state. Therefore, he decided to hold nothing back, exert all his strength, and escape from here. As the last stroke of the classical quill fell, Ince Zangwill's body changed. 4 skinless, feather-covered arms grew from his waist and ribs. His teeth grew longer and became very sharp, even covering his face. In an instant, Zangwill was already lying on the ground, transforming into a strange creature with 8 legs and covered in white feathers. The entire square inexplicably turned to night. Insects in the soil, and even bacteria on the floor tiles, died one by one, entering eternal slumber. This was the combination of black night and death. Power. Above the gray fog, Klein, seeing Daly and Leonard rapidly losing their lives in their sleep, created a thunder forest with lightning, covering Zangwill. The sound of crackling was incessant. This again woke Daly and Leonard. Their spirituality seemed to realize something, and they immediately closed their eyes and quickly retreated out of the square. In the square, Zangwill, seeing that he couldn't get rid of the lightning strike at all, retracted one leg, and, while running, wrote on his body with 008. An unknown existence was attracted by the battle, felt great sympathy for Ince Zangwill's plight, and decided to help him, taking him away from the underworld. At this moment, Daly, hiding in the corner, realized that a force was coming from the underworld. She took a deep breath and suddenly rushed out, throwing open her outer robe, taking out a man's cane, gripping the handle, and pulling hard to draw out a rapier. Klein, above the gray fog, was slightly stunned. Isn't this Hobert's cane? How is it in Daly's hand? In an instant, Daly's skin became a few shades more transparent. Her coiled hair pushed back her hood and scattered around. Spirits wandering in the underworld, terrifying undead creatures, unpredictable visitors. I, in my name, implore you to leave here. Behind Zangwill, a figure was outlined. It was a bloody chunk of flesh, covered with countless eyes, and with various arms of different races stuck into it. It was about to grab Zangwill, but suddenly stopped, casting gaze after gaze at Daly. At this moment, the quill in Zangwill's hand began to write on its own. An unknown existence has descended upon Resurrection Square and is about to take Ince Zangwill away. No, it was attracted by Daly Simone, or more accurately, by the rapier in her hand. That rapier actually has the aura of the ancient death god. Oh dear, it gave up on Ince Zangwill. It decided to heed Daly Simone's suggestion, or rather, command, to leave here. Ince Zangwill is truly too unlucky. Hee. On Resurrection Square, Ince Zangwill, amidst the lightning strike, dodged while holding the pen of Allbringer hood and wrote on his body again. This time, an unknown entity from the spirit world was attracted and came nearby, attempting to enter the real world. As he wrote this, the pen of Allbringer hood suddenly paused, then continued to write on its own. It's here, no, she is Renee Tinnicall. Oh, my goodness, Renee Tinnicall is driving away all creatures from the surrounding spirit world. She glanced at Ince Zangwill, she withdrew her gaze, she left here, she continued to wander nearby. Ince Zangwill is too unlucky, too unlucky. Ince Zangwill was so enraged that he nearly threw the pen of Allbringer hood to the ground. Fortunately, he noticed that the frequency of the lightning seemed to have decreased. Zangwill, with a sneer, thought, it will be soon, I will be able to escape from here. When I recover, all of you will die. At this moment, near the square, Klein's other marionette, Winner, Enzo, suddenly made a somewhat mechanical prayer gesture. Oh, the creator in the Order Shadow. Please inform Hobert Jeffrey, and ask him to join the battle immediately. This was a preset task Klein had given to the marionette. Although the movements and voice were mechanical, Hobert still received the notification immediately. So a few seconds later, in a corner of Resurrection Square, space suddenly became illusory, and Hobert stepped out from the void. He glanced at Ince Zangwill and thought, far worse than the demigod state of a mad mage. Hobert quickly approached Zangwill by distortion, distance, while pouring his spirituality into 1:107. It is prohibition to display the demigod state here. Zangwill's 8 nimble legs suddenly felt as if they had stepped into a swamp. Although his movements were still swift, maintaining his state now consumed several times more spirituality than before. Klein, on the gray fog above, breathed a sigh of relief, let go of the sea god scepter in his hand, and let it fall to his feet. The continuous lightning strike had almost exhausted him. Leonard and Daly, who had their eyes closed, also breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Hobert's voice. Since there was no longer any lightning strike blocking him, Zangwill was about to escape, but dozens of fire crows suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking him again. Chaos. Zangwill fell into a temporary, chaos state. Boom. Amidst continuous explosions, some of the feathers on Zangwill's body were singed by the explosions, but his body was almost unaffected. Hobert was stunned. In the demi-god state, his physique was greatly enhanced. From a not too far, not too close distance, he said, "Amplify." What Hobert, amplify, was Zangwill's irrationality. After all, it was too difficult for a sequence 4 to control a demigod state. Even in the best condition, there would be madness and irrationality. But Zangwill seemed unaffected, still fleeing rapidly. Hobert was about to distort the opponent's will when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Association. He strengthened his association with the real world, and the surroundings immediately became blurry and dim. Hobert smiled. Chaos. He plunged the surroundings into a state of chaos. The surrounding scenery shattered like a mirror, and Hobert saw Zangwill leaving the square little by little, his originally cloudy eyes as dark as the starry sky. Because he had to maintain the dream, his escape speed dared not be too fast. As a demigod, Hobert's abilities could also function in dreams and affect the real world. The dozens of fire crows had not yet exploded, hovering in midair as if they had lost their target. Hobert immediately commanded them to attack Zangwill. Zangwill dodged, and somewhat helplessly picked up 008, again, quickly writing on his body. Just then, a mad mage was attracted by the battle. He greatly desired to obtain the extraordinary characteristic of the lawyer pathway. A tall figure appeared at the edge of the square. After seeing the battle situation, he was slightly stunned, then said to Hobert, "Sir, do you need help?" He was Lawrence, the patriarch of the Bach family, who happened to be passing by. He indeed wanted to obtain the extraordinary characteristic of the lawyer pathway, but even if he had more courage, he wouldn't dare to set his sights on Hobert. Hobert smiled. "No need, I will kill him with my own hands." Lawrence bowed politely and then disappeared at the edge of Resurrection Square. Zangwill was not giving up and continued to write. A sequence 3 who had no good feelings for Hobert Jeffrey passed by Resurrection Square and was attracted by the battle here. At the edge of Resurrection Square, an old man wearing ruin attire, very clean and tidy, appeared. After seeing the two sides fighting in the square, he asked Hobert, "Do you need help?" He was Barnett, the patriarch of the Tudor family, who happened to be passing by. Hobert had thwarted his plans for half a year, so he naturally had no good feelings for Hobert. However, for the revival of his family, he had already decided to sacrifice his own power to achieve the family's goals. Hobert still smiled politely. "No need, I will kill him with my own hands." Barnett nodded and quickly left the edge of Resurrection Square. The darkness amulet Klein used earlier was a direct prayer for the Black Knight goddess's power, and the darkness would last for a very long time. Zangwill was truly furious this time, throwing the white pen of Allbringer Hood to the ground. At the same time, his 8 legs froze, as if cramping simultaneously. The opportunity Hobert had been waiting for finally arrived. Arrogance. From the moment he arrived at the square, he had prohibited the display of the demigod state here, which had caused Zangwill to continuously expend a huge amount of spirituality. Because he was in a demigod state, he was somewhat irrational, and even if he wanted to end this state, it would be difficult to return to a normal human state in a short time. Zangwill had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to maintain the demigod state. At this moment, his spirituality was a bit unable to support such a large consumption. After being hit by Hobert's arrogance, Zangwill stopped fleeing. He believed he could quickly defeat Hobert, so he charged towards Hobert. Boom! Dozens of fire crows took advantage of this opportunity, striking Zangwill like a series of rocket launchers, blowing him to roll on the ground and then throwing him into the air. Most of the feathers on his body were blown off, and one of his legs from under his ribs was blown far away from his body. But Zangwill, who had recovered some sanity, was truly unwilling to continue running this time. He realized that if he didn't deal with this demigod, he wouldn't be able to leave today. At this moment, he somewhat regretted not fighting Hobert with all his might when he was in his best state. At this instant, his body was covered by a layer of magical black liquid, from which thick strands of hair extended. The space centered around the hair emitted a serene and tranquil darkness. Hobert realized this was Zangwill's desperate struggle. He quickly retreated, but he was still a step too late and was entangled by a few strands of hair. At this moment, Hobert's vision went black, as if he no longer wanted to resist, and thus fell into slumber in the darkness. Hobert slowly raised his head, and just as he was about to fall asleep, the corner of his mouth suddenly moved, revealing a stiff smile. "Didn't anyone tell you that lawyers have resistance to mental attacks?" His eyes recovered some of their luster, and he threw a punch as if sleepwalking. Slaughter. This punch happened to hit Zangwill, who was charging over to ambush him. Zangwill had stood up, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Hobert, so Hobert's punch landed squarely on his chin, sending him flying and causing him to lose several long and sharp teeth. Hobert again raised a hand as if sleepwalking. Amplify. The minor injury turned into a severe one, and Zangwill's entire head instantly became distorted. At this moment, Leonard rushed out from the edge of the square, throwing a luck-stealing amulet while firing a shot at his own temple. The huge impact caused Leonard's head to tilt, but the golden bullet, which he had prepared for a long time and was several times more powerful than an ordinary demon hunter's bullet, did not pass through his temple. Instead, with a poof, it pierced through Zangwill's already distorted head. The bullet exploded in his head, blowing a large hole in his skull, exposing white brain matter, which bled and was severely damaged. Zangwill screamed, falling to the ground, his remaining 7 legs twitching convulsively. "Ha ha ha." Leonard laughed, tears streaming down his face. "Go to death." Ince Zangwill. He had waited for this sentence for a very, very long time, rehearsing it countless times in his mind. Damn it. Although Ince Zangwill's head had suffered continuous heavy injuries, his voice was still clear. "Back in Tingen City, I should have killed you when you were unconscious." Bang! He was about to charge at Leonard, but was stopped by a gunshot. Amidst a burst of sparks, Klein Moretti appeared on the battlefield, holding death knell. That shot made Zangwill's head wound even more gruesome. Zangwill endured the intense pain. It's really you're really still alive." Klein closed his eyes and said in a flat tone, "That shot just now was for Miss Daly." Then, following the guidance of his spirituality, he repeatedly pulled the trigger. Amidst continuous bang, bang sounds, Klein said, "This shot is for Leonard. This shot is for Maigao Aosi. This shot is for that internal custodian. This shot is for the damaged Blackthorn Security Company. This shot is for all night watchers. This shot is for myself." Some of death knell's attacks hit Zangwill's head, while others struck his body. Suffering fatal injuries, he had been desperately trying to avoid them. Hobert, who had already sobered up, kicked him back. Hobert was much more brutal, stepping on Zangwill. "I haven't even said hello to you yet, don't be in such a hurry to leave." He grabbed one of the legs growing from Zangwill's ribs and pulled it with force, actually tearing it off. "Long time no see, Zangwill." Then he tore off another leg growing from his waist. "How have you been lately?" He began to pull off the third leg. "And do you remember that young man in Tingen City, who was utterly helpless and even somewhat disheartened by the death of his teammates, only able to curse to vent his anger?" As he spoke, he ripped off the opponent's third leg. All 3 legs were new ones that had grown out as a demigod-level creature. Ince Zangwill screamed and rolled, trying to break free, but he couldn't escape Hobert's foot. Hobert kicked him away. That young man sincerely greets you and thanks you for bringing him so much helplessness, making him realize the importance of promoting his sequence. With that, he made a, please, gesture to Klein. All along, he had known that Dunn and Klein were not dead. His revenge on Ince Zangwill was more about resolving the knot in his heart from when he was weak. The fear and despair Ince had given him back then must have had some impact on his mind, and it might lead to disastrous consequences one day. In fact, Klein and Leonard were in the same situation, but Klein had already resolved this knot by killing Lan Erwusi, and Leonard had achieved the same effect with that shot just now. For Hobert, trampling this extraordinary, who was once so powerful that he had no power to resist, under his feet, resolved his inner knot. And Klein still had the revenge for the death of the captain to settle, so Hobert gave him the final blow, to prevent his state from deteriorating further. Klein nodded to Hobert in thanks and fired another shot at Ince Zangwill's dying head. Ince Zangwill's head was blown to pieces, and his demigod-level creature state slowly disappeared. By now, it was just the corpse of an ordinary extraordinary. Only then did Klein open his eyes. A mist appeared around his brown eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned up as he said to the deceased Ince Zangwill, "This shot is for the captain." He immediately took out a tarot card from his pocket and threw it onto Ince Zangwill's corpse. It was an inverted star card. At this moment, 008, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly stood up and began writing on its own. Hobert Jeffrey, due to the joy of avenging a great grudge, allowed his spirit to relax, and his heart became somewhat arrogant. For example, now, he wants to pick up the pen of Allbringer Hood and leave here as soon as possible to make himself even stronger. Hobert indeed bent down to pick up 008, but he opened the palm of his other hand, revealing the round, order crystal, hidden inside, and smiled. "Don't misunderstand, it wasn't to guard against you, but it unexpectedly served that purpose." 008 shook and struggled, trying to break free from Hobert's hand. It had always been trying its best to escape the Church's control, but it also didn't want to fall into Adam's hands. But Hobert held it tightly, cupping it in both hands. "Mr. Adam. Previously, the Creator learned the results he wanted to know from the murals, and he asked me to tell you. The Eras tide initiated by Adam is also beneficial to me. I will not disrupt Adam's upcoming script, but the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and at least one sequence, one extraordinary characteristic must return to my hands. If he wanted all the characteristics, it would be like declaring that the Creator wanted to become the new Black Emperor. If he only wanted the uniqueness and one sequence one, how the Creator would use them would be intriguing." Klein was slightly stunned and glanced at the empty square. Adam hadn't left yet. A figure, dressed in a simple white robe with a light golden beard covering the lower half of his face, like the most ordinary priest, suddenly appeared before everyone. For some reason, although he appeared suddenly, no one felt awkward or uneasy. Instead, they felt that he should have been there all along. He smiled gently and said, "Did the Creator truly get the result he wanted to know?" "Yes." Hobert was stunned. "Wasn't it just the drama of the three gods rebelling? Why do I feel like what I'm telling Adam isn't the same thing?" Adam, with the light golden beard, said, "My premonition tells me that allowing the Creator to obtain the uniqueness of the Black Emperor will be beneficial to everyone. However, I cannot fully control the destination of the uniqueness. I can only make it more likely to fall into the Creator's hands. As for the sequence 1 characteristics, one of them can be easily obtained by Hobert Jeffrey." Hobert presented the still struggling quill with both hands. "On behalf of the Creator, I thank you for your promise." Klein listened quietly as the two important figures completed the transaction for the uniqueness and one sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic. Adam took the quill and, while he was at it, also took the round, order crystal, from Hobert's hand. Hobert, who had no intention of resisting, was slightly stunned. The phrase, "What the F***" almost slipped out. He was about to reach out to take it back when another voice seemed to appear in his mind. Forget it, forget it. Since the other party so happily agreed to the Creator's request, giving him an order crystal is fine. Hobert felt that this thought was wrong, but seeing that Adam had already put away the order crystal, he couldn't take it back, and then he quickly prepared to retrieve the power of order within it. But at this moment, another voice in his heart said, "Why be so petty? It's already given. Do you still care about the power of order inside?" This voice successfully convinced Hobert. Although he still felt something was off, he no longer dwelled on the matter of the order crystal. Adam put away the order crystal with satisfaction, looked at the quill in his hand, and the quill immediately became obedient. He then said to Hobert, "In the harvest grassland of East Biome, a butterfly flapped its wings, which might cause a tornado in East Tark County of the Ruined Kingdom. The changes in fate have begun to manifest and will gradually affect the direction of the current situation." Then Adam glanced at the tarot card again, smiling as he said to Klein and the others, "All gifts of fate have long been marked with a price in the dark, haven't they?" With that, he turned and walked away from the ruined square, step by step, leaving only a chanting-like sentence. Under the witness of the audience, Klein Moretti completed a magnificent drama, directing a magical murder. He used this to fully digest the potion and had surplus power to attempt advancement when the drama concluded. Clang! Klein hadn't yet recovered when Miss Daly's rapier fell to the ground. As expected, it's still too difficult. She seemed to become increasingly transparent. The negative effects of this rapier are too strong. I've been marked by a creature from the netherworld. To Klein and Leonard's astonished expressions, the space behind Miss Daly suddenly became illusory, as if the entire square was eerie and terrifying. Two hands covered in black fur reached out from within, grabbed Miss Daly, and dragged her into the illusion. Leonard quickly used travel to pursue, but there was nothing in the spirit world. Only then did he realize the opponent was from the netherworld. Although the spirit world includes the netherworld is not equal to the spirit world. At this time, Hobert and Klein in the real world reacted differently. Klein was slightly stunned. He inexplicably felt that those two hands were very familiar. Hobert, however, immediately used distortion to arrive at the place where Miss Daly disappeared, picked up the rapier on the ground, cut open a netherworld gap, and immediately pursued her into the netherworld. Soon, he found Miss Daly, who had been captured by the Black Hound spirit beast. This was something they had discussed earlier. Hobert temporarily handed the rapier to Miss Daly for her to use, and she would pretend to be unable to control it, getting taken away by the netherworld creature. Hobert said, "Madam, you need to leave something you frequently wear, something imbued with your spirituality, in the netherworld." Miss Daly took off one of her earrings and threw it into the netherworld. Hobert waved the rapier in his hand, and the earring was immediately enveloped in a pale white light, suspended in the netherworld. Then Hobert placed one hand on Miss Daly's shoulder. With another wave of the rapier in his hand, Miss Daly's spirit body suddenly separated from her physical body, with only the shoulder where Hobert's hand rested remaining attached. The translucent spirit body quickly solidified and was also covered in a layer of white light. Finally, Hobert sent Miss Daly's spirit body back into her physical body. Done. Because Miss Daly was an extraordinary of the death pathway, her spirit body could fully withstand such a transformation, and it could even make her spirit body stronger. The white light appearing around her spirit body was a form of concealment in the netherworld for her. If someone were to divine her whereabouts, it would automatically point to the earring floating in the netherworld. Such a divination result could be interpreted as Miss Daly being in the netherworld, or it could be interpreted as her being dead. Next, Hobert, along with the Black Hound spirit beast, took Miss Daly to South Colson. As she traversed the eerie, terrifying, and dimly lit netherworld, Miss Daly's past flashed through her mind. At 19, she lost all her family in an extraordinary incident and accidentally consumed a potion during that event, becoming a corpse collector. The influence of the potion and the trauma of losing her family made her feel as if her heart was slowly freezing. So she dated one boyfriend after another, hoping to use the warmth of their bodies to combat the chilling of her soul. In this confused and fallen life, she met that man, the man who always listened gently to her, who always stood by her side, calmly offering help. The man who would get embarrassed by jokes involving relationships, the man who sincerely tolerated all his teammates' flaws, the man who would be flustered again and again under her teasing. As she thought, Miss Daly's lips slowly curved into a gentle, sweet smile. But then the smile gradually faded. Done, will he accept me? Then she self-deprecatingly said, I was too unrestrained for a while, and he is a conservative person, I'm a little insecure. At this moment, Hobert and the Black Hound spirit beast left the netherworld and arrived at the Lord's Manor in South Colson. Hobert smiled. Madam, the place where we just fought is called Resurrection Square. That's the battlefield Klein chose. Accept the arrangement of the Beacon of Destiny. Miss Daly has resurrected, and Dunn has also resurrected. Forget your past and start a new life. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. A few minutes later, Hobert reappeared in Resurrection Square, facing Klein and Leonard, who came to greet him, and said, Sorry, I couldn't catch him. Leonard's sadness was evident in his words. How could this be? Hobert's acting was already superb. With a forced smile, he seemed to be comforting Leonard, and also comforting himself, saying, At least, she got her revenge. Klein, who had been skeptical of Daly's disappearance, also believed Hobert's words for a moment and took the potion amidst sadness and regret. The three looked at each other, and before the official extraordinaries arrived, Hobert first left using travel. Leonard asked Klein, who was about to leave, aren't you returning to the church? The space in front of Klein also became illusory. He turned his back to Leonard. I can't go back. With that, he stepped into the void. Only a lonely Leonard was left on the scene to deal with the aftermath. Klein took his bizarro puppet, left the South Continent, arrived in Byam, and checked into a hotel. He immediately entered the gray fog above, to understand his abilities after promotion. After a brief rest, he walked towards the staircase of light, which resembled a path to heaven. As he expected, there was another step there. 1 step, 2 steps, he walked to the end, jumped, and stepped onto the clouds formed by the gray fog. What greeted his eyes was a brilliant light gate, stained with a hint of dark green, composed of countless layers of overlapping light spheres. Above the light gate, black thin lines hung down, suspending one nearly completely transparent cocoon after another. These cocoons swayed gently, each encasing a different soul. Some wore jeans, some held mobile phones, some were brightly dressed. All had the aura of life, yet their eyes were tightly shut. Klein's gaze froze, as if he had returned to Earth, walking on a street bustling with people of all races. Then he noticed that 3 of the cocoons had already broken open, empty inside, swaying in the wind. Klein watched silently. I can't go back, I can't go back. Hobert returned to Backland and went to his study. After glancing at the note left on the table, he set up the spiritual wall, and read aloud from the note. The second blasphemy slate contains a method to become above the gods. A few seconds later, there was no reaction around him, so Hobert followed the instructions on the note and entered the country of disorder. The moment he sat on the Iron Throne, all the memories he had sealed there were restored. Hobert first cautiously used true sight through his stars to look at the study. Fortunately, there was no priest with a light golden beard sitting in the corner. He then breathed a sigh of relief. The sentence on the note was actually a bluff against Adam, just in case that fellow followed him and quietly sat in the corner to observe him. Immediately after, Hobert realized, how did I give him that order crystal? And I haven't recovered the power of order from the crystal. Thinking of this, he could only smile bitterly. Could he expect a demigod to resist Adam's psychological suggestion? If he wanted it, Hobert estimated he would even offer his underwear with both hands. Fortunately, if the association between that order crystal and the country of disorder was severed, this order crystal would hardly have any effect on him. The only effect might be that Adam gained a magical item to prevent loss of control. Thinking of Adam's promise, Hobert also felt that giving it to him was fine, it was just the cost of obtaining that sequence one extraordinary characteristic. As he thought, Hobert smiled. By that time, he might at most be sequence 2, but that wouldn't prevent him from first obtaining the sequence one extraordinary characteristic and hiding it in the country of disorder. Additionally, as long as Adam was willing to help ensure that the uniqueness also came into Hobert's hands as much as possible, he felt quite content. Having a sequence 1 plus the uniqueness would be very stable. However, what surprised Hobert was that, from Adam's tone, he seemed to have no intention of reclaiming the Black Emperor uniqueness and extraordinary characteristic. He had originally thought that after George III's failed advancement, Adam would immediately reclaim the relevant uniqueness and extraordinary characteristic, preparing to create another Black Emperor loyal to him at an opportune time. Hobert pinched his chin and thought for a while, feeling that there was another strange aspect to Adam. At that time, he used his pre-prepared rhetoric, saying that the Creator knew the meaning expressed by the mural and promised to support Adam in certain areas. This was sincere. The more chaotic the situation in the coming period, the more beneficial it would be for the Creator. If Adam needed someone to stir up trouble somewhere, as long as it wasn't something foolish like the Backland smog event, Hobert would be happy to help. Hobert mentioned the mural to express moral support, with no other meaning. But why did Adam still confirm, asking if the Creator truly got the result he wanted to know? What was intended to be conveyed by that mural at the time was not just the message of the three gods' betrayal. Hobert smiled, just about to think he was being too sensitive, but suddenly he realized, Adam wouldn't think that the Creator had guessed that the current Adam was the ancient sun god, would he? Following this line of thought, it wasn't impossible. According to his packaging of the Creator, he was an ancient being who knew many secrets. Since he knew many secrets, the Creator couldn't possibly be unaware of the shocking betrayal that occurred at the end of the third epic. And Hobert had already said twice that the Creator wanted to confirm something through the mural, which clearly had the implication of, the drunkard's intention is not in the wine. Besides confirming that the eternal blazing sun, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the storm of Lord betrayed the ancient sun god, that mural could also confirm that the ancient sun god's humanity had reclaimed the extraordinary characteristic of the secret supplicant pathway, becoming the true Creator. So where did the ancient sun god's divinity go? That was a divinity of an old one level. The mental residue of Kvetchua, the sea god, could be used by Hobert multiple times. An old one's divinity couldn't just disappear. Among the few answers, one was, it awakened in Adam, who possessed the uniqueness of the spectator pathway. After all, this pathway was once also controlled by the ancient sun god, so this conjecture was relatively reasonable. Then Adam's rhetorical question, did the Creator truly get the result he wanted to know? In fact, he was asking, does the Creator know my secret that has been hidden for thousands of years? Hobert covered his face. At that time, he answered without hesitation, yes. What to do? By a strange twist of fate, Adam now had great reservations about the Creator. No wonder Adam agreed so readily to the Creator's request, it was a hush money. Hobert sighed, well, things are already like this. I can't go back to Adam and explain to him. Don't misunderstand, I don't know the secret of the ancient sun god, nor do I know your deep secret. I only know that the mural depicts the betrayal of the eternal blazing sun and the other three gods against the ancient sun god, and I really didn't see anything else. If he said that, would Adam curse him? Hobert smiled. Forget it. The Creator did indeed know Adam's little secret, so it wasn't really a misunderstanding. He was quite glad that he had sealed most of his memories about Adam at the time, which was why he reacted as if he had obtained the most superficial answer, without any signs of acting. Otherwise, Adam would have definitely had a good chat with Hobert. Finally, Hobert thought of the butterfly effect that Adam had warned him about. Hobert only realized after careful thought that this was Adam's deterrence. He was actually saying, I also sensed that the Creator's appearance is a bit off, you should also be careful. Hobert smiled. It was not surprising that Adam could sense it. After all, the Creator's influence was already not to be underestimated, and Adam was also forced to change his script. However, the Creator's appearance would trigger more and more butterfly effects, which was indeed something Hobert needed to pay attention to. To a certain extent, as the butterfly effect became more widespread, Hobert would also lose his omniscient perspective. Even if some major events still happened as usual, some changes completely beyond Hobert's expectations would also occur. For example, the Mad Mage and Chaos Hunter that appeared during the Backland Smog event. After a moment of contemplation, Hobert felt that there was no better solution than making more preparations when participating in major events. Returning to the real world, Hobert also thought that Klein's emotions would be very low for a period of time, and his state might be somewhat affected. It just so happened that he could invite him to the upcoming travel festival, to let him experience the taste of human life. The travel festival was originally planned for May, but at that time, they were busy with the light bulb and Longtail Island matters, and there wasn't enough staff, so it had to be postponed repeatedly until mid-July. South Continent, West Bayland, Cookva City, Gold Thai Hotel. Don sat on a chair, staring blankly as the morning sun slowly rose outside. His Bizarro puppet stood beside him, as if awaiting its master's command at any moment. Klein seemed to sense something, seeing the space in front of him become illusory, and Hobert, dressed in formal attire, suddenly appeared. "Friend, you look even more listless than before," Hobert teased. Klein opened his mouth, momentarily unsure how to explain his feelings to Hobert. In the end, he could only smile. "I just feel that life has suddenly lost its goal." "Ha ha ha ha." Hobert chuckled. "Come on, I'll take you for a drink." Klein was about to refuse, but Hobert pulled him up without explanation. "Let's go. Good food can cure all unhappiness." Then he asked, "Do you need to bring your Bizarro puppet?" At this moment, the Bizarro puppet standing there suddenly spoke. "Actually, I am Klein, and you are pulling the Bizarro puppet. Are you sick?" Hobert was a bit exasperated. "Letting the Bizarro puppet sit in an armchair while you stand." As he spoke, he pulled Klein and the Bizarro puppet, and together they entered the spirit world using travel. Once in the spirit world, Klein suddenly asked, "Miss Daly." "Don't ask." Hobert interrupted him. "If you ask, the answer is I don't know." Klein nodded. "All right. It's good that she's still alive." Leonard had never seen Hobert's rapier, but Klein had a profound impression of it. The fact that the rapier was in Daly's hands was very unusual in itself. At the time, Klein was emotional and was fooled by Hobert's acting, but after thinking about it carefully when he returned, it wasn't difficult to guess that Daly's death might have been Hobert acting for Leonard's benefit. Emerging from the spirit world, the two arrived at the Lord's Manor study in South Colson. Hobert took out 20 gold leathers banknotes from his wallet. "Come on, let's go spend a lot of money." Klein looked at the 2 banknotes in his hand. "Are you sure it's a lot?" Hobert smiled. "Enough for you to eat and drink your fill, enough for you to buy many souvenirs." Pushing open the door, Klein heard the bustling crowd outside. Coming into the courtyard, he saw the small town at the foot of the mountain teeming with people, every street crowded. Looking up, the mountain was also full of people. The train kept circling Jeffrey City, but it was clearly unable to meet the demands of passengers. Many tourists began walking up the mountain path to enjoy the scenery. Klein exclaimed, "This small town is so lively now." The last time he came was for Hobert's wedding. At that time, Jeffrey City hadn't been built yet, and there were only a few isolated villas on the mountainside. Half a year passed, and this small mountain city had already been completed. Just looking at the buildings made one feel that it was very prosperous. Hobert led Klein into the crowd. As Hobert chatted casually with the owners of shops and stalls along the street, Klein understood the first reason for such popularity: delicious food. Along the streets, which had the charm of an ancient town, various kinds of delicacies were being sold. Klein was not shy and sampled grilled fish, fried shrimp, and fried squid one after another. The fried squid, in particular, gave Klein a sense of déjà vu, like the bomb-fried squid found in scenic food streets from his memories, and the taste was quite similar. There were also many sweets: apple pies, puddings, potato flour pancakes shaped like spring rolls, baklava popular in the South Continent, and handmade ice cream popular in the North Continent. Not to mention the tourists who marveled while tasting the food. Even Klein, who had traveled to many places and loved food, couldn't name all the dishes. But they all had one thing in common: they looked delicious. From Hobert's conversation with the stall owners, Klein learned that these vendors were mostly local residents. The Lord's Manor invested, provided free training, and even rented out tools for making food. They only needed to purchase the ingredients to make the food and could open a stall on this street. Hobert chatted his way down the street, getting a rough idea of how much income this tourism festival would bring to the residents. At the same time, he and Klein each ate their fill of delicacies. Finally, the two sat down at an open-air bar and each ordered a light beer to quench their thirst. Klein looked at the street in front of him and exclaimed, "To have such a food street here is truly unexpected." He had been to many places, but he had never seen a food street of this scale and so well regulated. A so-called food street should offer snacks and drinks from various regions, whereas the food-filled streets Klein had encountered before were relatively uniform in style, mainly featuring local delicacies. Klein's exclamation was, in fact, saying, "I never expected to encounter such a food street in this day and age. I have been planning this for a long time," Hobert said with a smile. "This street will have a unique style throughout the entire Fenaport kingdom. Ideally, when people think of food, the middle class across the country will think of this street." Klein nodded. "No wonder it attracts so many people." Hobert, however, smiled and said, "The main reason it attracts so many people is the free accommodation, boat rides, and car rides for today and tomorrow." Although the concept of a tourism festival was novel, few people at the time had a corresponding understanding. Promoting the concept of a tourism festival when publishing an announcement might not be very effective. It was better to directly announce free accommodation and free round-trip boat tickets to attract people's attention. Klein was about to offer a few words of praise when he suddenly saw Melissa. She was wearing a light-colored dress and a lace-trimmed hat, and was eating a potato flour pancake as she approached. This made Klein suddenly freeze. The next second, he belatedly thought to change his appearance, but then he remembered that he had been using Dawn's face all along. Melissa wasn't alone. Beside her was Serena, with her wine-red hair, eating fried rice cakes, and Elizabeth, with her baby fat, currently figuring out how to elegantly eat the squid in her hand. They also saw Hobert and came over to greet him. Serena, teacher. Elizabeth, Mr. Hobert. Melissa, Count. Hobert smiled and nodded. "How is this food street?" "It's amazing, teacher," Serena exclaimed somewhat dramatically. "If every day were a tourism festival, I would definitely come every single day." Hobert smiled. "Do you have enough money to try all the food?" Elizabeth and Melissa were about to reflexively say, "Enough." But Serena had already said, "Not enough, completely not enough." Hobert took out his wallet and handed each of them a 10 gold leathers banknote. Just as Elizabeth and Melissa were about to refuse again, Serena had already accepted it for them. "Thank you, teacher." Hee. Hobert smiled and said, "Go on." Elizabeth and Melissa still wanted to say something, but Serena pulled them away. Once the three girls had gone far, Hobert sat back down opposite Klein. Melissa is highly regarded by Principal Portland and is currently an assistant to this great scientist. Klein watched Melissa's disappearing back in the crowd. "I know." Hobert finished the beer in his glass. "Let's go, let's explore a bit more." The two chatted as they passed through the square and arrived at the newly built shops. Klein discovered that this place was also bustling with people, and then he found the second reason for such popularity: the low prices of daily necessities here. The new shops all sold various daily necessities. Klein heard the tourists asking for prices, and after converting the currency, the prices were roughly 2/3 of those in Backland, with many items even nearly half off. Many people were attracted by these items, such as tableware of various materials, clothing, shoes, and top hats with local characteristics, as well as various kitchenware. Almost every tourist left carrying a good number of goods. Moreover, conspicuous advertisements were everywhere. All goods in all stores here will not increase in price this year. Klein couldn't help but ask, how did you think of it? Attracting popularity by selling daily necessities at low prices. Currently, the cost of various daily necessities is one of the main expenses for the middle class. Klein recalled that when he first arrived in this era, his formal wear had consumed most of his salary for the first 2 weeks. Other expenses were food and entertainment. Not much money could be saved on food, and entertainment, which related to dignity, also couldn't be skimped on. So, people in this era could basically only save money on daily necessities. Therefore, goods that were 2/3 cheaper than market price could save the middle class a large sum of money. Some people even became somewhat frantic with their purchases. Hobert smiled and replied, "It just came to me naturally." He winked at Klein and left the bustling commercial street, coming to a quiet street. Only then did Hobert point to the opposite bank of Full Moon Lake. "Do you see those factories?" Klein saw many factories built together in the distance. Most factories had chimneys smoking or showed scenes of people coming and going in production, while others were only partially built and still undergoing final construction. Originally, my idea was that the daily necessities produced there would be enough for this area to be self-sufficient, but in most parts of this land, people are still relatively poor, and purchasing power is very limited. The deputy mayor here calculated for me that if these factories operate at full capacity, by August at the latest, local daily necessities will be completely saturated. So, I had a flash of inspiration. Since the shops here had completely failed to attract businesses, why not sell the products from those factories here? The reason why goods here are relatively cheap, besides the lower wages of the workers here, is also because there are almost no transportation costs. Hobert smiled and said, "The reason why daily necessities are expensive in many places is that transportation costs are too high. After all, there are only so few rivers in the entire North Continent, and none of them can span the entire territory of any country. Although railway transportation has gradually developed in recent years, it is still not as inexpensive as water transport." Hobert then pointed to the Cross River Bridge under construction. Once that bridge is built, transportation costs can basically be ignored. Klein exclaimed, "Listening to you talk about these things, I feel like I've returned to the human world." Before this, although he had always been very cautious in his dealings, subconsciously, he still felt as if he was participating in a game. Hobert's introduction gave Klein a rough understanding of the production and economy of this era, as well as some intrinsic administrative operating rules, which he had rarely encountered before, giving him a more concrete understanding of this world. Hobert smiled. "Change your appearance, and I'll take you to see another good thing." Klein was surprised. Why did he need to change his appearance again? But he didn't ask, instead following Hobert's suggestion and changing into the face of a middle-aged man, a face Hobert also found very unfamiliar. Then, at a deserted street corner, Hobert used travel to bring Klein to a forest. Stepping out of the forest, there were fields of crops. For the second season's crops, everyone planted rather casually. Some planted corn, some soybeans, and some potatoes. The scattered fields of crops looked vibrant and full of life. To prevent trampling the crops, tourists were not allowed here. Hobert walked ahead, chatting with the farmers in the fields, and then arrived at the railway track ahead. Then he stood there, seemingly waiting for something. Klein didn't ask what they were waiting for, but smiled and said, "It's clear that you are well loved by the people here." Whoosh! At this moment, a train came up from the mountain and was slowly approaching. Hobert smiled and replied, "Because I freed the people here from poverty and allowed them to live prosperous lives." Then he sighed, "People's demands are actually not high." Whoosh! The train driver saw Hobert and honked in salute. Many people in the carriages behind also saw Hobert, and the locals shouted, "Hello, Lord." "Hello, Count." The tourists also followed suit, shouting, "Hello, Lord." The train was packed, even the corridors of the carriages were full of people. The enthusiastic and smiling tourists also infected Klein, and a smile slowly spread across his face. He watched as carriage after carriage passed by, his smile growing wider. As the last carriage passed, he seemed to sense something and looked at the observation deck at the very back of the train. The observation deck was also crowded with tourists, but two of the passengers made Klein utterly stunned. The two passengers, a man and a woman, were a male in his 30s with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, but without the slightly receding hairline Klein remembered. The woman, in her 20s, had emerald green eyes and wore a beautiful long dress, possessing a seductive beauty, but without the slightly old-fashioned blush and eyeshadow Klein remembered. It was Dunn Smith and Miss Daly. They were standing close together, as if discussing the crops in the field. Miss Daly saw Hobert, pointed in his direction, and then enthusiastically waved at Hobert. Dunn also more reservedly raised his hand and waved twice. Hobert waved his hands, responding to their greetings and waves, as well as those of the other passengers. Klein raised his hand, tears already streaming down his cheeks. "Captain, Captain, is it really you?" He chased a few steps but then stopped. He didn't need Hobert to explain, he knew that Dunn and Miss Daly had started new lives. He couldn't bear to disturb them, and even feared others disturbing them. It was as if all the strength had been drained from Klein's body. He slowly sat on the railway tracks, feeling joy one moment, sadness the next. After a long while, he seemed to emerge from his emotions and looked at Hobert. Hobert smiled and said, "In this world we live in, miracles are never lacking. The future is a future full of hope. Even if doomsday descends, we must create a hopeful future ourselves. As long as we hold on to hope, we will not be defeated." Klein took a deep breath. "Give me a cigarette. I don't smoke." However, Hobert took out a cigar from his pocket. "But I guessed you might need it, so I prepared one for you." Klein took the cigar, and with his other hand, he made a scissor-like gesture, tore off the paper wrapping, and lit it with a snap of his fingers. He puffed on the cigar, enjoying the process of it slowly shortening. Hobert sat beside him. "Aren't you going to ask me how I resurrected Dunn?" "What's there to ask?" Klein said with a smile, holding the cigar in one hand. "From what I know of you, you would definitely make Captain's condition as close to normal as possible." Hobert patted him on the shoulder. "Shouldn't we go for a drink?" Klein stood up. "It's time to celebrate." So, the two of them used travel to return to Jeffrey City and found a bar where they drank for the entire afternoon. In the evening, the invited band began to perform, with music and singing. Klein clapped and cheered with the crowd, and on the street, the two of them met Furs and Hugh. Hugh smiled at Hobert and said, "This tourism festival model is quite novel." Furs, however, sniffed and asked Hobert, "You two seem to have drunk a lot." "Not that much," Hobert said with a tipsy smile. "We just drank all the alcohol in one bar." Even so, it didn't get the two demigods drunk. Furs smiled and nodded, planning to hide all the alcohol she could find when she returned, ensuring Hobert wouldn't find it for the next week. After the band finished their performance, it was time for the bonfire dance party. In Fenaport, there was a custom of holding bonfire dance parties during festivals, and the streets quickly turned into a sea of revelry. Klein handed his top hat and coat to his puppet and rushed to the most lively spot to dance with everyone. Hobert smiled slightly and joined the dancing crowd with Furs. This time, it was real dancing. Klein indulged completely today, changing dance partners one after another, dancing until late at night, until the bonfire extinguished, and until the streets were sparsely populated. Looking at the burnt wood, which was now just embers, he smiled, still feeling a little unfulfilled. He hadn't felt this carefree in the past year. Taking the coat and top hat handed to him by his puppet, Klein asked, "Where are Furs and the others?" "They've already gone back to rest," Hobert smiled. "They plan to wake up early tomorrow to watch the sunrise." Klein nodded slightly. "I need to go back." Then he sincerely said, "Thank you for your hospitality." Hobert smiled and waved at him, watching him disappear into the void. It seemed he had no more psychological burdens. Back at the Lord's manor, Helen and Angus were already waiting. With so many people at the tourism festival today, it was naturally a good opportunity for the witch church to gather intelligence. But Hobert guessed that those coming to gather intelligence would be one of two types. First, Gnostic Society members in disguise. So, Hobert had Helen take many astrologers from the Council of Knowledge to wait at the dock, instructing them to investigate anyone they felt familiar with through their keen spiritual senses. Sure enough, this method led to the capture of over a dozen Gnostic Society members. The second type of intelligence gatherers were from the witch church, but their ranks were likely not very high. Monica and several other Pain witches set up many hard-to-detect fine hairs on the main streets. Ordinary people would unknowingly break the hairs, while extraordinaries of the witch pathway would only notice them up close and instinctively avoid them. Even if they realized it was a trap and pretended not to notice, they would still have to break the hairs to proceed, and in doing so, they would still be detected by the Pain witches. Using this method, 8 more people from the witch church were captured. After interrogation by Angus and others, although not all spies were caught, the majority were. Hobert praised the 2 team leaders and had Furs record their merits for both teams. After the tourism festival, preparations would begin to defend against the witch church's retaliation. So, early the next morning, Hobert first summoned the messenger, informing him that he would soon be clashing with the witch church in South Coulson and would need his second assistance. He also gave him 2 order woods, asking him to be prepared. The messenger took the order woods, readily agreed, and returned to the spirit world. Next, Hobert took Eliot to the South Continent and met with the patriarch, Lawrence. After a brief conversation with Lawrence immediately convened an elder council. When the family elders arrived quickly, they were somewhat surprised to see the God-blessed Hobert also sitting beside the patriarch. Once the meeting began, the God-blessed Hobert spoke first. I am here today to inform everyone that the Creator is about to launch a large-scale extraordinary war on the North Continent. Elder Calvin asked, God blessed, please tell us how much strength we should commit to the war. All elites. The elders were all very excited and stood up together, about to make the gesture Hobert had taught them before. Hobert smiled first and said, now I will unify the Creator's gesture. First, draw a horizontal rectangle on the left chest. This represents the banner, signifying that all armed forces are loyal to the Creator. Then draw a vertical line in the middle of the rectangle. This represents the scepter, signifying that all government agencies are loyal to the Creator. The so-called unified gesture was actually because the previous gesture was too casual. Hobert had used this time to devise a more meaningful gesture. The elders were even more pleased. Since the prayer gesture was unified, it meant that the God-blessed was preparing to incorporate the Bach family into the Creator's armed forces. This was what they had always hoped for. The previous battle with the Rose School made them realize the security and peace of mind that came with divine protection. So, they had always hoped that the God-blessed would incorporate them, allowing most of the family members to serve the Creator. Now, they finally got the desired result. So they all made the Creator's gesture together and then shouted, fight for the Creator. Hobert then said, everyone, prepare. In 3 days, under Eliot's leadership, proceed orderly to the North Continent. After the initial assembly is complete, I will announce the combat missions. During this war's spoils, if you obtain a sealed artifact, you may keep it. I will exchange any extraordinary characteristics obtained for extraordinary characteristics of the lawyer pathway. After a few more words of encouragement, Hobert stood up and bid farewell. After he left, Calvin asked Eliot, who remained in the meeting room, why did the God-blessed leave so hurriedly? He still needs to gather the extraordinary forces of other families. Everyone thought about it and agreed. Since it was an extraordinary war, certainly more than just the Bach family would participate. So, they began to discuss which forces to assemble for the war and which to leave behind. Hobert then arrived in Byam, where Raft, who had received a letter of notification long ago, was waiting at the entrance of Tony Manor. Greeting Hobert with him was Osman, the nominal owner of Tony Manor. Upon arriving at the manor's conference hall, Hobert met 2 other demigods, as well as several Sequence 5s who were key members of the family. Originally, the Tony family had 4 demigods, but one of them, Mr. Valentine, the war bishop, had been killed by Amon's avatar previously. Currently, the Tony family only had 3 Sequence 4s left. Hobert's messenger, Beverly, had, however, timely recovered the war bishop's extraordinary characteristic, and among the remaining 3 demigods, there was also an iron-blooded knight. However, the ritual to advance to war bishop required a large-scale war, so the advancement had not been completed yet. Hobert had just exchanged a few pleasantries with these demigods when a gas lamp in the conference hall suddenly exploded, and a ball of flame leapt out, forming a humanoid figure of fire. All members of the Tony family knelt on one knee before the fiery figure. "Your Royal Highness." This was Raymond Tudor, the younger brother of the messenger Beverly, and a survivor of the Tudor royal family. Hobert also bowed and said, "Your Royal Highness Raymond." Raymond, covered in flames, asked, "I heard that the Creator is going to launch an extraordinary war in the South Colson region." Hobert thought to himself, "The messenger's speed is quite fast, the news has spread here. That saves me some talking." He said, "That's right, I've come to ask for your help." Raymond first said, "I promised before that I would help you once without compensation, and the Tony family also owes you a favor. We will dispatch all our elites to participate in the war." Then he sighed, "The last time I participated in an extraordinary war was in the 4th epoch. After all, in the previous battle against Amon's avatar, the Creator had dispatched an angel and 3 saints, and the Creator had even personally intervened, so this favor definitely had to be repaid." Hobert then said, "The spoils of war obtained by the Tony family in this battle will belong to the Tony family. However, you won't be able to use those extraordinary characteristics, so I hope to purchase the extraordinary characteristics you obtain." Raymond said, "Yes, the purchase price will be greatly discounted for you. If there are Sequence 4 level extraordinary characteristics, they will be calculated at £50,000. The angel's condition wasn't very good. After setting the tone, he exploded with a bang and left the reception room. Hobert then discussed some detailed issues with the demigods. Finally, he said, "Please be prepared. In 3 days, under Raft's guidance, begin an orderly journey to the North Continent." Immediately after, Hobert, without stopping, went to Longtail Island. He had already entrusted Angus to deliver the message and was scheduled to meet Barnett, the patriarch of the Tudor family, today. This time, besides Barnett, the demigod Darnell, with whom Hobert had previously traded, also came, and the meeting was held in the governor's office. As expected, Barnett also agreed that the Tudor family would send all its elites to participate in the war. That afternoon, these 3 families began to gather their forces, preparing to head to South Colson. In Hobert's plan, he intended to fully incorporate the Bach family during this war, making them his vanguard for development in the South Continent. Additionally, he aimed to strengthen relations with the Tony family, at least making them allies in the Rostad archipelago. Finally, the Tudor family was in a state of preparation for incorporation. Once the time was right, all of their forces would be deployed to the South Continent. There were also some familiar families or organizations that might not participate in the war. Hobert looked at his pocket watch. It was already afternoon, and he decided to visit those uncertain extraordinary organizations tomorrow. Tonight, he had an appointment with Audrey for a barbecue. It was late at night again, and Hobert picked up Audrey as promised, returning to the villa in the suburbs of Backland. However, this time, the dining table was laden with many delicacies, many of which Audrey had never seen before. Audrey was still wearing that seemingly ordinary long dress, which was made exceptionally beautiful by her perfect figure. She smiled, "Is this Seeger's specialty waffle? I've only seen it in magazines." The small North Continent country of Seeger had not yet established diplomatic relations with the Ruined Kingdom, so there was almost no trade between them. Seeger's delicacies had thus rarely appeared in Backland. She picked up a small string of ball-like food. "What is this?" "Purple yam balls," Hobert said with a smile. A specialty of the Rosted Archipelago. It's quite niche. Audrey glanced at the other delicacies. These don't seem like the kind of food you can buy at a night market. That's right, Hobert smiled. I opened a food street in South Colson, and these were brought from there. Try them, they're very unique. Audrey took a small bite of a purple yam ball. It was sweet, with a delicate fragrance of purple yam. She nodded repeatedly. It's really good. She ate while sweetly smiling. Some of these I've never even seen before. Hobert explained the dishes on the table, then started a fire for grilling and poured beer. The two ate and chatted. Audrey asked curiously, Hobert, why did you publicize the manufacturing process for light bulbs and wires? And why have you refused all invitations recently? I heard you haven't been to work lately. I've been busy with other things recently, and I must admit, mostly I just don't want to see those fools, Hobert smiled. As for why I publicized those processes, of course, it's because I want to use other people's money to expand the production capacity of electric lights. Audrey didn't understand. Are you going to borrow money from others? I heard my father say that the Earl of Light's profits are very substantial. This is a business strategy, it doesn't mean I'm borrowing money, Hobert explained. Audrey was very interested in this. My father said you must have your own ideas. Your father is a far-sighted noble, Hobert smiled. Let's imagine this. Everyone knows that light bulbs and wires are profitable. After I publicize the process, there will surely be many capitalists, or rather, rich people, who want to produce these two products, right? Audrey was stunned. It was the first time she had heard the term, capitalist. Hobert, at this point, they will discover that there are no production lines for electric lights or wires on the market. If they want to start production, they will find they need to purchase equipment from me. This is the first part of the revenue created for the Earl of Light. Hobert took a sip of wine and continued, after they start production, they will realize that I haven't publicized the crucial battery technology. So, will they need to buy batteries from me to form a complete set of usable products? Even if they have channels to obtain battery technology, they will find that the quality of the batteries they produce is too different from the Earl of Light's batteries because we have hard rubber technology. In the near future, battery casings will also be replaced by hard plastic. Even if they independently develop hard rubber technology, after all, this technology should be masterable with an investment of a few thousand to tens of thousands of gold pounds. But at this point, they will again find that they also need to buy electricity from me for the electric lights to work. Audrey was somewhat shocked. Are all lawyers this good at business? This industry was completely unable to escape Hobert's control. Hobert laughed heartily. Not every lawyer is this good at business. Then he asked, roughly when will you advance to sequence 6? Audrey had mentioned at a previous ball that her potion was almost digested and she planned to advance soon. Audrey was about to answer when Hobert suddenly raised his hand, gesturing for her not to speak. He looked gravely in the direction of the village, where a white figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Audrey was startled. Hobert, as if facing a formidable enemy, distorted the distance and stood in front of Audrey. Then, the space beside him and Audrey became illusory, but before they could enter the spirit world, a solemn female voice came from that direction. Contact with the spirit world is prohibited here. The illusory space immediately shrank and soon disappeared. Hobert did not rush to escape in other ways, but instead smiled and asked, "Is there anything I can do for you, Your Excellency?" As soon as the other party spoke, Hobert recognized who she was. When the other party approached, it was indeed the elegantly dressed woman wearing a veiled hat, with fine gauze hanging down, obscuring her face. During the Backland Smog event, it was she and the Mad Mage who died in Mist Town who prevented Hobert from eliminating the Despair Witch who was poisoning. Hobert also knew that she was a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter. What Hobert didn't know was that after he had just betrayed and returned to Backland, going on a killing spree that caught the Tamara family's forces in Backland off guard, she had also appeared on the battlefield. The other party smiled. "You don't know why I'm looking for you, do you?" Hobert replied unhurriedly, "I don't know. The other party came to the courtyard gate and glanced at the delicacies on the table. What a lavish late-night snack. Are nobles all this extravagant? As she spoke, she sat in Audrey's original seat, picked up a piece of roasted meat, lifted her veil, and tasted it. It tastes good. Hobert gave Audrey a look, signaling her to stay as far away from the dining table as possible. Audrey roughly understood the implied hostility of the woman in front of her, so she took a few steps back as Hobert's gaze instructed. Hobert, however, stepped forward and sat opposite the Chaos Hunter. Speak. Do you want money or power? If you're just here for a late-night snack, then please, enjoy. We'd also be happy to make you our friend. The Chaos Hunter smiled. You're quite composed, aren't you? She said, allow me to introduce myself, Orsay Tamara. Hobert nodded. I've heard of this family. Only heard of it. Orsay stared at Hobert. My student died by your hand, and the Tamara family's power in Backland was also severely damaged by you, wasn't it? At this moment, Hobert's expression remained calm. Finish this drink and go find your real enemy. You've got the wrong target. Orsay took out a wooden stick, which was the order wood she had used once before. This was a piece of order wood that Hobert had used when he was Sequence 8, encountering Hurricane General Keelingers, whose grave now had tall grass, in the East District. At the time, he had been in a hurry and hadn't been able to retrieve it. Later, when he went back to look for it, he couldn't find it, and he hadn't expected it to be taken by Orsay. Although this wooden stick no longer contained the power of order, Orsay could still feel that it was very special. After the family's council members examined the stick, they regarded it with a seriousness that exceeded her imagination. The council had assigned her to fully investigate the owner of this wooden stick, which was why she had been in Backland for more than half a year. At the scene where the family's forces in Backland were severely damaged, she also discovered that the power contained in the wooden stick in her hand seemed to have appeared there. So, at that time, she had already determined that finding the owner of this wooden stick was tantamount to finding the culprit who attacked the family members. Orsay smiled. From what I've observed, your cane is made of the same material as this, isn't it? Hobert picked up the cane from the table. It's an heirloom. I have many more at home. If you want, I'll give you a bundle. Orsay continued, I just used a magical item to divine, and I couldn't find any information about you. The killer of my student, the killer who severely damaged Backland's power, yielded the same divination result. Hobert pulled out an order crystal. Also an heirloom. Ha ha. Orsay hadn't expected Hobert to deny everything so cleanly. Then I'll just have to start interrogating you. She meant that she would use extraordinary abilities to inflict pain and force a confession. Hobert looked at the fine veil hanging down from her hat. Are you so certain it's me? He knew that he couldn't resist a Sequence 3 level, mental whip, and the other party had corresponding extraordinary abilities to tell if he was lying. I wasn't entirely certain at first, Orsay said. But seeing how calm you are, I can be completely sure of my guess. Hobert then asked, then how did you find me? When I passed by here earlier, my spirituality sensed a familiar scent, Orsay said. And I don't have any acquaintances in Backland, so I often came to check, and today I happened to run into you. Then why didn't you just kill me? Hobert finally asked. As far as I know, you should also need the extraordinary characteristic of the arbitrator pathway, right? I wanted to ask you a few questions, and I was afraid that if I killed you, I wouldn't be able to communicate with your spirit, Orsay replied calmly. Audrey, who was nearby, was already very worried. From the other party's words, it seemed she was here to take revenge on Hobert, and Hobert was clearly not a match for this woman who called herself Orsay. But Audrey also knew that she couldn't help at all, so she was feeling a bit anxious. Hobert seemed to weigh his options before saying, all right, I can answer your questions, but you must let my companion leave. Orsay glanced at Audrey. What a beautiful young lady. If I were a man, I would certainly be very willing to give her the chance to live. Then she said solemnly, all right, young lady, you may go. Audrey looked at Hobert and immediately understood from his eyes and expression that staying here would be a burden. Hobert said, Miss Justice, hurry and go. Audrey immediately understood Hobert's meaning and quickly left the courtyard. Orsay was a little strange. Is her name Justice? That's her pen name, Hobert smiled. We are pen pals. Orsay sneered, nobles certainly know how to have fun. She said, all right, let's begin. Why did you kill members of the Tamara family? Orsay warned, if you lie from now on, I will know. Hobert said, because I needed their extraordinary characteristic. Having spent a long time with Audrey, Hobert had developed excellent lying skills. His statement was true, but he hadn't told the whole truth. So, the meaning conveyed to Orsay was that he killed purely for the extraordinary characteristic, or rather, purely for gold pounds. Orsay then asked, then why did you kill my student? May I ask if your student had a pair of large ears? Because of the other party's peculiar appearance, Hobert had a very deep impression of this Tamara family member. Yes, Hobert said, he tried to assassinate me for a bounty, and I pursued him and then killed him. This was also the truth. Orsay was slightly stunned. This answer was quite different from what she had imagined. Then she asked again, where did the wood for your staff come from? It was bestowed by a great existence. Who? Cannot say. If I say, I will die. If you try to divine this from my spirit body, you will certainly lose control. You lied. Indeed. Hobert smiled, because I don't know how miserably you might die. Orsay realized that if she continued to ask, it might become very dangerous. Moreover, the answers Hobert provided were far from what Orsay had imagined. There were no conspiracies between extraordinary organizations, no schemes from secret societies, only killings that occurred due to the struggle for extraordinary characteristics and by coincidence. So she stood up and said, are you ready? Hobert also stood up. You didn't think I would just surrender, did you? Orsay chuckled, futile resistance. Then she smiled, aha, look who's back. Isn't this the little girl who just left? Little girl, are you lost? It was Audrey who had arrived at the courtyard gate, slightly out of breath. The surrounding roads are repetitive. I always run for a distance, then inexplicably return to the starting point. Hobert seemed to realize belatedly, you never intended to let any of us go, did you? Of course not, Orsay said seriously. Hobert, however, smiled, you shouldn't have let her leave here. Orsay was slightly startled and looked up at the sky, as if realizing something. Crack. A lightning strike struck towards Orsay. She leapt back to dodge it. Crack crack. Lightning strikes that even saints would be wary of, fell one after another without stopping. Orsay had no time to worry about Hobert and desperately dodged the lightning strike. These lightning strikes were, of course, the work of the fool. When Audrey left just now, Hobert knew that the other party couldn't possibly let Audrey go, so he called her Miss Justice, so that she would have the opportunity to ask the fool for help. Hobert took this opportunity to use distortion of space to get close to Audrey, picked up Audrey whose hair stood on end due to the lightning, and used distortion to leave, planning to run for a distance before attempting to use travel to leave. But Hobert quickly discovered that after using distortion 3 times, he had only moved 3 or 4 meters away from the courtyard. After a moment of thought, he understood that at sequence 3 of the arbitrator pathway, one could arbitrate natural rules within a certain range. The reason this sequence is called Chaos Hunter might be to indicate that one can achieve an effect similar to chaos by arbitrating normal natural laws. For example, if a distance of 10 meters is arbitrated as invalid, then if Hobert runs 10 meters, it's as if he ran for nothing. So Hobert stopped using distortion and instead continuously used chaos, causing the surrounding space to fall into chaos, while running at full speed. As expected, he quickly left the villa's courtyard. This was equivalent to Orsay continuously arbitrating the surrounding natural laws, that 10-meter distance is invalid. Now Hobert was making the surrounding space chaotic, which was equivalent to making the surrounding natural laws confused, 10 meters. How long is 10 meters? This long, or that long? Chaos Hunter Orsay, while dodging the lightning, said, running is prohibition here. Hobert felt as if his legs were shackled, requiring all his strength to move them. Running like this was slower than a snail. He took a deep breath, brought his feet together, and leapt forward, unimpeded. He jumped 7 or 8 meters in one go, and advancing by jumping like this was surprisingly no slower than running at full speed. Audrey, in his arms, held onto Hobert's clothes tightly and smiled. This is much more exciting than riding a horse. Orsay still couldn't escape the lightning forest and could only continue. Big jumps are prohibition here. Hobert's legs immediately felt as if they were bound by iron chains, and at the end of the chains was a large iron ball. As soon as his feet left the ground, he was pulled back down. He was stunned for about half a second, then immediately put Audrey on his back, got down on all fours, and quickly crawled forward. His speed was even a little faster than running. Audrey was momentarily self-doubting. Am I currently in an extraordinary battle? Why do I feel like I'm participating in a circus performance? This maneuver even somewhat baffled Orsay. This wasn't prohibited. Then, while dodging the lightning, she said again, crawling is prohibition here. So Hobert began frog jumping with Audrey on his back. Frog jumping is prohibition here. So Hobert sat cross-legged and inverted, letting Audrey sit on his legs, while he escaped by walking on his hands. Prohibition here. Orsay realized that Hobert had already run out of her prohibition range. Seeing that Hobert hadn't noticed and was still inverted sprinting, she quickly chanted, symbol of chaos. Spokesperson of entropy. Source of unrest and conflict. Terminator of all laws. Your loyal subordinate requests your help, requests you to capture the man the council is looking for. ... Hobert inverted, sprinted, for a while, didn't hear the other party continue to prohibition, so he turned around and ran a few steps, and indeed, he could run. He picked Audrey up again. Just a few steps later, his spirituality sensed extreme danger. A tall figure seemed to appear in front, but he couldn't see what he looked like, or even if he was male or female, as if a force had distorted his vision. Then a huge pressure came, as if pressing Hobert and Audrey so hard they couldn't breathe. Hobert strenuously uttered an ancient Hermes language syllable, messenger. A heavy, classical coffin floated out of the void and stood before Hobert and Audrey. The two immediately gasped for air, like drowning victims rescued from water. Beverly, the messenger, slid open her coffin lid and was slightly startled when she saw the person in front of her, Petty. You've advanced. The angel who came to stop Hobert was Petty Tamara, who had once caused a civil war within the Tamara family. Hobert had heard of this Duke of Entropy from the Tamara family's Undead Within, 1-107. Beverly, who was not in good condition before becoming Hobert's messenger, rarely walked in the real world and didn't even know that Petty had advanced to Duke of Entropy over 1,000 years ago. Petty was also stunned. Your Royal Highness, you have resurrected. The Tamara family used to be a great noble family of the Tudor Empire, and the two of them had known each other for a long time. Of course, Hobert had no time to listen to them reminisce and immediately used travel to leave. The moment he entered the spirit world, he decided to find a relatively desolate place in the North Continent to temporarily hide. He didn't know if the angel named Petty had a way to catch up. If he went to Longtail Island or South Colson, in case of a conflict with the other party, his territory would suffer considerable losses. If he returned to Backland and Petty also pursued him, it would attract the attention of the Royal Angels, and Petty would certainly be driven away quickly, but this was not in Hobert's interest. He planned to wait in the wilderness in the country of disorder. If the other party pursued him, he would immediately have Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch and Holy Infant King gang up on him. At worst, he would ask the messenger for help, and with the Creator, directly cripple this guy. After all, he had seen Hobert's true face, which meant that the Tamara family knew that Hobert had once killed many of their members and that Hobert possessed Order Wood. Then there was no need to be soft-hearted. It would be best to immediately cripple one of the opponent's high-level combatants, rendering him unable to live independently. Killing him was an extravagant hope for now, after all, that was an angel. Hobert had just lacked 2 or 3 seconds. If he had that time, which would allow him to enter the country of disorder, he could have used some of the Creator's abilities to counterattack. Firstly, He lacked time, and secondly, he was also afraid that the fool would see through him, which is why he simply chose to escape. After reaching the wilderness, Hobert first hid Audrey in a grove of trees, then he went to a small hill and prayed to himself. Just as he was about to enter the country of disorder, a scene suddenly appeared in Hobert's mind. It was the fool's perspective. From afar, he could see that Beverly and Petty seemed to have chatted for a few moments, reminisced, and then each left. The fool also stopped his lightning offensive. Orsay escaped somewhat disheveled, fleeing in the direction of Backland. Hobert sincerely thanked Mr. the Fool. Today was the first time he had enjoyed the benefits of being a Tarot Club member. After waiting for a short while, he felt that the fool should have logged off to catch up on sleep, so he entered the country of disorder and used his stars to observe the vicinity of the hill, not seeing the Tamara family angel pursuing him. 10 minutes later, the other party still hadn't pursued him. Hobert then sighed. It seemed the other party hadn't had time to leave any mark on him. However, Orsay was still in Backland. Hobert pondered for a moment and decided that for now, he should return to the Earl's mansion to rendezvous with Dophus. A fallen Earl plus an Undying should be able to fight a Chaos Hunter. Moreover, Hobert believed that unless the other party was insane, it would be impossible to attack an Earl in the Queen's district. After confirming there was no danger, he would send Audrey back. So Hobert returned to the real world and found Audrey. She quickly said after seeing Hobert, "Did the scene Mr. the Fool provided appear in your mind just now?" "It did." Hobert first pretended to praise the fool, then briefly explained his plan. Audrey, of course, did not object, so the two used travel to return to the hall of Hobert's Earl's mansion. Hobert was about to go find Dophus when he saw Serena rush in from outside. "Thank goodness, teacher, thankfully you are in Backland." Hobert saw the other party's anxious expression, so he first asked, "What's wrong?" "My sister-in-law gave birth." Hobert looked in the direction of Dophus's room and said somewhat half-heartedly, "Congratulations, congratulations. Is it a boy or a girl?" Serena's voice trembled slightly as she said, "It's an egg." Huh. Hobert thought he had misheard. An egg. He suddenly recalled the habit of Serena's brother and sister-in-law sticking out their tongues. At the beginning of the year, Serena's family went on vacation to Bocklong Manor and encountered the pollution of the uncertain mist. Fortunately, Serena wrote to Hobert for help, and the pollution problem was resolved. Hobert remembered that Serena's brother and sister-in-law had turned into snake men and snake women due to the pollution. But Hobert clearly remembered that he had already absorbed the pollution into the country of disorder, so he stared at Serena and asked, "Don't joke, how can a human lay an egg?" For him, with the country of disorder as a safety net, such pollution was not a big problem. Serena, with her wine-red hair, said anxiously, "Teacher, it really was an egg. At that time, I was outside the delivery room, but I don't know why. From the doctor to my parents, and then to my brother Chris and sister-in-law Vienna, no one thought it was abnormal." It was then that Hobert realized, counting it this way, Serena's sister-in-law Vienna was already pregnant when she experienced the Bocklong Manor incident. Could it be that I failed to clear the pollution from the baby at that time, causing the child to mutate? This matter was indeed more urgent than Orsay's, so Hobert pointed to the sofa over there. "Sit down and tell me slowly." Audrey also felt very surprised and followed to listen. For her, tonight was truly exciting. Just eating barbecue, she actually alarmed the fool, and experienced a confrontation between angels. Hobert had the servant on night duty pour Serena a glass of wine, then asked her a question: "When did your sister-in-law discover she was pregnant? Before going to Bocklong Manor, or after?" Serena only then realized that she had never thought about this question before, and her family members had not discussed the timing of Vienna's pregnancy. I don't know." She then asked, "Was there something wrong with this child during pregnancy?" Hobert pondered for a moment, and this time it was his turn to say, "I don't know." He added, "We'll only be able to make a conclusion after seeing it." At this moment, the servant brought the wine, and Hobert dismissed the servants to rest. Only the three of them remained in the large living room. Serena took 2 sips of wine, gradually calmed down, and began to recount the entire incident. 2 days ago, Serena received a telegram informing her that her sister-in-law Vienna was about to give birth and had already gone to the hospital. Without finding Hobert, Serena immediately used the Traveler's Gate to go to Longtail Island and asked Furs to use travel to bring her back to Tingen City. After thanking the Countess and watching her leave, Serena rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible. Just as she met her parents, the child was pushed out of the delivery room. What was pushed out of the delivery room was an egg, entirely silver white, about the size of an ostrich egg, with a circular mark on its top. But strangely, no one, including Serena, felt that this was odd. Everyone doted on this egg, believing it to be a new member of the family. Even the doctors and nurses didn't feel anything was amiss. That afternoon, Chris and Mrs. Wood helped Vienna, who had a very smooth delivery, and Serena held the egg. The family happily returned home. Soon, a child hatched from the egg. At first, it looked only 1 or 2 months old, but after being fed once, it grew to the size of a 1-year-old. Up to this point, no one had noticed anything unusual, and the whole family was overjoyed. Just this evening, when Serena went out to shop, she kept thinking that something was wrong. When she arrived at the mall, she finally fully realized the root of the problem. How could a family treat an egg as a new member? How could a normal child grow to be 2 or 3 years old in a single day? Alarmed, she realized this was not something she could solve. She felt that writing a letter would not clearly explain the situation, so she took an overnight train back to Backlund to seek Hobert's help. Hobert thought for a few seconds after listening, then had Serena hold his hand. Hobert did not detect any pollution on her. In other words, the people around didn't think the egg was abnormal because it used its ability to influence everyone. Hobert then sternly said to Serena, "Didn't I tell you that if you encounter such an event and I'm not nearby, you should immediately go to the nearest church and inform the pastor?" Serena rubbed her hands, hesitated for a long time, then said, "Teacher, I really want to ask you to go and see if that little nephew can still be saved. He's so cute." Hobert sighed and said, "After you advance to sequence 7, go to the Special Operations Department for some experience." He suddenly realized that among his 3 students, only Serena had not experienced the desperate tearing of the extraordinary world. Serena seemed to understand Hobert's meaning and nodded, her eyes filled with tears. Hobert checked his pocket watch and then said to Audrey, "Come with me to Tingen City. Help calm Serena's family. I'll send you back before 1 a.m. It sounded like it was just a mutated infant. Although born with some extraordinary abilities, it was not dangerous for Hobert. Audrey was lacking such case studies, so she was very willing to go. So Hobert first went to Dofus's room and briefly explained what had happened that night. To avoid being completely defenseless if he encountered an angel from the Tamara family again, Hobert went to the country of disorder, and brought the hidden fruit that had been strengthened by the Black Knight goddess. If he encountered an enemy from the Tamara family again, Hobert would immediately hide in the hidden world, which would give him space to perform some operations. After making the necessary preparations, Hobert used travel to bring Serena and Audrey to 66 Fania Street, North District, Tingen City. It was already midnight, and the Wood family's gas lamps were still lit. Outside the door, Hobert seemed to hear a child singing. Serena pushed the door open first. Mrs. Wood and Mr. Wood were still in the drawing room. Mrs. Wood said somewhat helplessly, "Why did you take so long? We were still waiting for you to buy new clothes for the baby." Mr. Wood saw Hobert and Audrey following behind him. He enthusiastically stepped forward and said, "Mr. Hobert, please come in, please come in." This was his daughter's superior and teacher, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. Mrs. Wood complained to Serena, "You invited Mr. Hobert as a guest, why didn't you say anything beforehand?" Serena, usually cheerful, suddenly didn't know how to respond. Hobert smiled at this moment and said, "My friend and I happened to have business in Tingen City. We met Serena and heard that your family has a new member, so we specially came to congratulate you." He noticed that Mr. and Mrs. Wood's mental state seemed to have some issues, but the problems were not significant, and there were no signs of pollution. Audrey's calming abilities should be able to resolve it soon. As he spoke, Hobert, as if by magic, pulled out several gifts from his backpack. After some polite exchanges, Hobert gave Audrey a look, signaling her to calm Mr. and Mrs. Wood. Serena also understood her teacher's meaning, so she asked, "Where's the baby?" Mrs. Wood replied, "In the nursery." Serena then asked, "Where are my brother and sister-in-law?" "They are resting in the bedroom on the first floor." Mr. Wood shook his head, "You young people have such poor stamina." Audrey asked curiously, "So, the baby is alone in the nursery right now?" Mr. Wood nodded. He said he wanted to be by himself for a while. Audrey was slightly stunned. Could this really be something a baby only 2 days old could do? Then she smiled and said, "The baby is very cute, isn't he?" Mrs. Wood's face immediately lit up with a smile. "Yes, especially his smile, it just melts your heart." So the three of them sat on the sofa and talked about the child. Hobert followed Serena upstairs to the second floor, where they heard a child's voice singing, "I have a doll, with big eyes that can talk. I have a doll, with a long skirt and tiny flowers." It was clearly a very childish singing voice, and the surrounding environment was completely normal, without any eerie or terrifying elements, but the singing still sent shivers down one's spine. Hobert's spirituality did not sense any danger, indicating that although this child had mutated, his current strength was not strong. He whispered to Serena, "You go downstairs." Serena hesitated for a moment but still turned and went downstairs. Hobert continued to walk forward, hearing the child's voice continue to sing, "Doll, let's dance." Then footsteps sounded from the nursery, as if someone was really dancing. "Doll, let's chat." Suddenly, a clear, unfamiliar voice came from the room, "Hello, hello." This voice once again sent shivers down Hobert's spine. He felt as if he saw a doll that had been drooping its head suddenly look up and speak. Hobert arrived at the nursery door and heard the singing inside, "Doll, I want to grow up quickly." The clear voice then said, "Wow, you've grown another year older." Creak. Hobert opened the door, and the singing abruptly stopped. He saw a boy, 7 or 8 years old, standing in the room under the soft light. The child was very cute, with innocent eyes and a childish smile, wearing clothes that were clearly a bit too small, seemingly having just had a lot of fun. However, there was a black circular mark on his forehead, making his smile look somewhat sinister. Beside the boy was a doll, as if it had just been chasing and playing with the boy. After Hobert opened the door, it seemed to realize it had no life and fell to the ground. Hobert did not feel the growth of spirituality, so he could almost conclude that it was not a life-based extraordinary ability, but the specific type of extraordinary ability was unknown. Additionally, there was a now useless crib in the room, and some smaller baby clothes were discarded in the corner. The boy smiled and said, "You've come." Hobert grunted, "I'm sorry, child, you shouldn't exist in this world." Although the boy's appearance was very cute, Hobert could see that he was full of distortion and incoordination. This should be an infant transformed by the previous pollution. "You're wrong." The boy said to Hobert in a childish voice, "I was destined to appear in this world over 1,000 years ago." Then he said, "Hobert Jeffrey, or rather, Trentsust, I have waited a very, very long time for this moment." Hobert's spirituality detected danger for the first time, and he didn't know why this happened, but he felt that being called by his true name by the other party was a very dangerous thing. "I didn't expect that Demon Wolf could attract you." The boy smiled happily, as if he had received a favorite toy. Hobert ignored the accusation and asked, "Who are you?" He realized at this moment that this might not be as simple as a polluted infant, this life might even come from beyond the atmosphere. To prevent corresponding pollution, Hobert used similar meaning words to replace these concepts, such as using outside the atmosphere instead of the starry sky. The boy smiled slightly, revealing his small fangs. "Guess." Hobert drew his rapier. "I don't have time to play games with children right now." Although he sensed a trace of danger, this boy didn't seem difficult to deal with. The boy looked at Hobert with a childish smile, showing no intention of dodging or fighting. At this moment, Audrey's voice suddenly came from the stairs. "Hobert, are you looking for me?" A dense white mist suddenly appeared in the entire corridor, blocking Hobert and Audrey's line of sight, and the entire corridor became bone-chillingly cold. Hobert's scalp tingled. He immediately used distortion to move to Audrey's side, but found that after the power of distortion ended, he was still surrounded by white mist. At this moment, the child's voice appeared in his ear again. "Why do you think I made everyone else go downstairs? Of course, I spent an entire day setting up a trap here that you would never detect. Haha, bye-bye, Hobert. Disappear from this world forever with the woman you love." While the other party was speaking, Hobert tried to cut open the netherworld gap, and tried to use travel, but both failed. Just as he was about to reach for the hidden fruit, the surrounding mist vanished, and he suddenly found himself in an boundless starry sky. He was also in a state of weightlessness. Audrey was not far away, looking somewhat terrified and unable to maintain her spectator state. Just as Hobert was about to see if he could float over, the scene before them changed again, and they reappeared on a desolate plain under a scorching sun. "Hobert!" Audrey exclaimed in surprise, "Where are we?" "I don't know either." Hobert quickly used distortion to get to Audrey's side. His extraordinary abilities worked normally, but he noticed that the gravity under his feet seemed different from that on Earth. Not only that, but the oxygen content should also be different. However, both of them were extraordinaries with strong physiques, so they didn't feel any intense discomfort from these environmental differences. Audrey took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and observed the surroundings with Hobert. In the distance, as far as the eye could see, there was an ancient tall tower. Additionally, on the vast plain, there were numerous upward-facing sculptures. Their forms resembled the skulls of giants, but they had 3 eye sockets, and from each eye socket grew a tree. These trees were verdant, possessing a chilling beauty. "Look!" Audrey pointed to the sky, reminding him. Hobert looked up and saw 2 suns in the sky. One sun was of normal size, while the other was only half the size of a normal sun. Hobert smiled wryly. "Audrey, the good news is that we just took an interstellar journey, but the corresponding bad news is that I don't know if I can return to Earth using travel." Audrey's mouth opened in surprise again. "We were on another planet." In terms of mysticism, there is a concept of other planets, and some mysticism enthusiasts even believe that the nearest brown dwarf to Earth has a thriving civilization. As it currently stands, yes. As he spoke, Hobert infused his spirituality into 1-109 to test the travel ability. The space in front of him became very viscous, and the corresponding spirit world was like a rotten swamp. Clearly, the spirit world in the starry sky was different from the spirit world on Earth. Hobert couldn't quite explain how it was different, but he vaguely remembered that the spirit world on Earth seemed to have been destroyed once, which might be the reason for their differences. Perhaps extraordinaries of the door pathway could control such a spirit world, but it might be very dangerous for Hobert to enter such a spirit world using a sealed artifact. Hobert said with some helplessness, "As I suspected, it might be difficult to return from the spirit world, and we currently do not possess the ability to travel through the astral world." Audrey quietly clenched her fists. "What should we do now?" Hobert pointed to the tower over there. "Let's go take a look over there first." He then explained, "The trap that boy set, sending us next to this tower, must have a purpose. What we need to do now is figure out his intention and then see if there's a way to counteract it." Audrey suggested, "I can also try praying to the fool." Hobert, however, shook his head and said, "We don't know the extent of the fool's awakening, and we don't know if he can help us." He actually felt that Klein's control over Source Castle was limited, and being far away on Earth, he might not be able to affect this place. Thinking of this, Hobert said, "We could try praying to the Black Night Goddess. After all, this goddess has authority related to the starry sky." So, the 2 of them prayed to the Black Night Goddess together. "You are the Black Night Goddess, more exalted than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity. After both of them finished their prayers, there was no reaction at all. "We can try again at night." Hobert glanced at the two suns in the sky and said, "If there is a night here." Audrey suggested, "Then shouldn't we pray to the eternal blazing sun? After all, there are two suns here." Hobert shook his head. "The problem is that neither of us are followers of the eternal blazing sun, so even if he hears our prayers, he might not pay attention to us." His spirituality seemed somewhat resistant to praying to the eternal blazing sun. After arriving on this planet, Hobert felt that his spirituality seemed to have a deeper connection with the sky, becoming much more sensitive in many aspects than before. Hobert guessed that this might be related to the planet not having that protective shield, making spirituality closer to the sky, closer to the universe, or rather, closer to the astral world. Since there was no immediate urgent danger, Hobert and Audrey walked towards the tall tower, and as they walked, they discussed the situation. Hobert first asked, "Why did you suddenly come upstairs to find me?" Audrey said, "Serena came down from the second floor and said you were looking for me." Serena must have been influenced by that boy, Hobert analyzed. He somewhat regretted that when he entered the country of disorder, in the Earl's mansion to retrieve the hidden fruit, he didn't glance towards the living room due to time constraints. Suddenly, Hobert realized something was wrong. Even with tight timing, how long would a glance take? Why was there such an obvious oversight at that moment? Immediately after, Hobert thought again. After arriving on this planet, why wasn't my first thought to enter the country of disorder, to find a solution? Hobert suddenly realized that his spirituality seemed to be resisting his entry into the country of disorder. This made him suddenly worried. Could that boy have influenced the country of disorder? That was Hobert's greatest reliance. Audrey noticed Hobert was a bit off. "What's wrong?" I suddenly realized that that boy must have a close relationship with an outer deity, the uncertain mist." Hobert said. Most of his memories of the old days were sealed in the country of disorder. He only knew the general concepts of outer deities and the uncertain mist. Without the concept of the old days, there would be no danger. Hobert continued, "At the beginning of the year, I received a letter of appeal from Serena." He roughly recounted what happened at Bocklung Manor to Audrey, and finally said, "It seems that the pollution at that time was not completely eliminated, or rather, the uncertain mist likely used some method to secretly retain a portion of its power, forming this little boy. He hid in Serena's belly for over 7 months, and perhaps only born after he was confident that he wouldn't be discovered by the deities." Hobert felt that his deductions in this area still had some key points that he hadn't clarified, but he quickly realized that it might be due to his memory being incomplete. As they walked, the two of them arrived at the place with the upward-facing skull statues. Hobert noticed that they seemed to be real skulls, but with many detailed differences from normal human faces, such as 3 eyes, no apparent nose, and a somewhat strange mouth shape, with no visible teeth or structures for chewing up and down. And the trees growing from the eyes of these skulls were similar to but not quite like trees on Earth. For example, the plants in front of them had green, roughly diamond-shaped leaves that looked similar to some trees, but unlike any plant he had seen before. The tree trunks were segmented, somewhat resembling corn stalks. This reminded Hobert of a theory he had seen in the AD era. Some scientists believed that if extraterrestrial civilizations existed, their flora and fauna might be like those in Australia. Somewhat similar to the flora and fauna of other continents, but entirely different organisms. This isn't to say that the appearance and size of all flora and fauna in the universe are similar, but rather that only such body types are likely to stand out in the competition of nature. For example, only by standing upright can brain capacity increase. Of course, if the organs for thought and information processing grew on the feet or buttocks, and there were excellent shock-absorbing structures, that would be another matter. This theory flashed through Hobert's mind. It's also possible that the plants here were brought by extraordinaries from Earth, as the tower itself looked like it had an early 4th epic style. It looked grand and enormous, like a building prepared for giants several meters tall, and it was extremely asymmetrical, with one side having a somewhat Chinese style and the other a Gothic style, making it quite unsettling to look at. Arriving at the foot of the tall tower, Hobert pushed open one of its massive doors. The circular interior of the tower was somewhat dilapidated, with many gems embedded in the floor. He didn't know if this was the local decorating style. Entering the tower, Hobert saw murals on the walls. Upon closer inspection, these murals appeared to be made of ceramic-like materials pieced together. Due to the special materials, the colors still looked very vibrant. Hobert saw that there were a total of 4 murals. One depicted a person with holy light descending from the sky, with many humanoid creatures on the ground crossing their hands over their chests, which seemed to be their highest form of greeting. The person with holy light was clearly human in appearance and physique. He was a middle-aged man with a stern face, eyes that seemed to have layered structures, and wore very classical attire, with a high-collared trench coat as the outermost layer, somewhat resembling the image of a vampire duke from folklore. The people on the ground, however, all had 3 eyes, indeed no noses, and circular mouths, as if they had structures similar to mollusk mouthparts, with several layers of teeth. Hobert thought to himself, this explains why the skulls outside had no lower jaw or other biting structures. It turns out they could entirely use muscles to perform biting motions. Audrey pointed to this strange person. This should be a local, right? They look very much like humans. Perhaps it's precisely because they resemble humans that the person with holy light descended upon this world, Hobert analyzed. This sounded a bit like artificial selection. Audrey nodded, and the two looked at the second mural. The second mural was composed of several smaller murals. Some depicted the human with holy light guiding in the fields, some guiding in workshops, and some guiding on construction sites. The meaning was that he brought civilization to this world. The third mural was a scene of sacrifice, with the local people kneeling before a layered, somewhat illusory door. Hobert had already guessed, and this mural was the best evidence for his previous conjectures. They are sacrificing to Mr. Door. Mr. Door. Audrey suddenly heard the name of an acquaintance. Hobert pointed to the layered door and said, "Do you remember? We said before that Mr. Door, after becoming a wanderer, loved to roam the starry sky. In the previous 2 murals, the person with holy light might have been Mr. Door." Audrey looked at the illusory door. So, Mr. Door brought civilization here. Then she asked, then why did the civilization here disappear? It might also be because of Mr. Door's arrival, Hobert speculated. If this world's application of extraordinary power was very primitive, or if there was no extraordinary power at all, Mr. Door's arrival would make the extraordinary power here sufficiently systematized, and at the same time, it would attract the attention of many mysterious existences. When Mr. Door was sealed, and there was no deity to protect this planet, this civilization quickly perished under some malicious gazes. He pointed outside. Those skeletons and large trees are probably the masterpieces left behind by those mysterious existences. Audrey exclaimed, "How hateful." Well, I don't know if Mr. Door is hateful, or if those malicious gazes are hateful. Hobert smiled. Let's continue looking. The 4th mural described the ground inside this tall tower, like a blueprint, marking the positions of different colored gems. At the same time, there were mysterious symbols and lines and curves on the ground. Hobert pondered over the drawing. This is a magic array. He said, Mr. Door not only brought civilization but also brought Earth's mysticism. These symbols and markings are the same as the ones we use. Then he glanced at the gems on the ground. Perhaps those symbols were covered by dust. Hobert suddenly waved his hand, creating a small gust of wind. Amplify. Immediately after, he amplified the wind, and a strong gust swept through, indeed blowing away a thick layer of dust from the ground, revealing small crystals forming mystical symbols, straight lines, and curves. Audrey curiously asked, "What is the purpose of this magic array?" Hobert pointed to the symbol in the middle. This is the symbol representing door, so it should have a teleportation function. That symbol was composed of 3 arched doors, with abstract symbols representing the spirit world and illusion on the left, right, and bottom, and a 4-pointed star in the center. Hobert had seen the Abraham family crest from furs, and its structure was similar to this symbol. Audrey seemed to see hope. Then can we use this magic array to return to Earth? Hobert shook his head. It's unlikely. This is probably a teleportation array on this planet. He said, I heard that during our third epoch and fourth epoch, there were magic arrays connecting the continents. Audrey thought for a moment. I also seem to have heard similar legends, but why did those magic arrays disappear later? Hobert speculated. It might be related to Mr. Door being sealed, the Abraham family being unable to maintain those magic arrays, and their unwillingness to hand over the operation methods of those magic arrays to other extraordinary organizations. He pondered for a moment and said, regardless, it's worth a try, but I need to study it more. After carefully examining the mural of the magic array, Hobert quickly realized that two gem positions had special markings, indicating that by changing the positions of these two gems, the magic array could operate in two different modes. Hobert said, trying it, although risky, is better than just waiting here. Audrey also suggested, then let's try it. In fact, she was somewhat anxious at this point. Although such an adventurous process was what she had always hoped for, if she returned too late, her family would discover that she had left home secretly at night, and the consequences would be severe. As for why Audrey thought of this first, instead of whether she could return to Earth, it was mainly because she had confidence in Hobert. As long as he was there, she would definitely be able to return, it was just a matter of time. In the current state of the magic array, the blue gem was placed on the left. Hobert took a deep breath and injected spirituality into the starting point of the array's edge. The gems on the array lit up in sequence. Whoosh! A violent wind blew inside the tall tower, and the mystical symbols formed by small crystals also lit up. Finally, the symbol representing door in the center lit up, and illusory doors rose around the magic array. Some uncertain mist flickered within the array. Then, the space on the inner side of the magic array suddenly became viscous, and these viscous spaces rapidly expanded, becoming very vast. Suddenly, the center of the viscous space quickly transformed into a blue, bubble-like membrane, reflecting the scene on the other side of the magic array. Hobert and Audrey saw that there was a tower structure similar to this side, but the tower there had collapsed, full of ruins, and lush vegetation could be seen outside the tower. Suddenly, a huge head emerged from the ruins. Its appearance closely resembled the locals in the murals. Hobert initially thought it was a survivor of this planet, but soon, its body also emerged, and below its head was a body that looked very much like a giant caterpillar. Many monsters seemed to have noticed that the magic array had opened and were peering over. Some had humanoid torsos and limbs but a head that looked similar to a cricket. Others had 6 arthropod legs but a torso that resembled a mammal. In short, they were grotesque, as if the genes of the planet's creatures had all been cross-linked. Hobert realized, perhaps long ago, a malicious gaze caused the people on the other side of the magic array to lose control and turn into monsters. Audrey felt somewhat uneasy, finding it hard to imagine what a terrifying scene it must have been at the time. At this point, the monsters became more and more daring, starting to gather towards this side of the magic array. To prevent them from coming through the magic array, Hobert immediately stopped the supply of spirituality. The tall, illusory giant doors disappeared, the blue water membrane shattered, and the 2 magic arrays disconnected. Finally, the light of the gems gradually faded. Hobert gave a wry smile. It really is a teleportation array on this planet. However, he still swapped the positions of the gems, moving the red one to the left. Injecting spirituality again, the gems and crystals lit up in sequence, forming a cylindrical red membrane on the outside. Finally, the top of the membrane also sealed, forming a confined space. Hobert's spiritual perception indicated that this space was more solid than a secret realm, and it would be difficult to destroy from the outside. Besides serving as a refuge, this mode should also represent a refusal to connect with any teleportation array. Moreover, as long as spirituality is injected once, this confined space can exist on its own until the spirituality in the gems and crystals is depleted. To leave this confined space, one only needs to inject spirituality again. Hobert and Audrey exchanged glances, knowing they had to find another way. After closing the confined space, the two went up to the upper floors of the tall tower to look around. There were only some murals there, depicting the production and daily life of the people on this planet, as if they knew they would perish one day, so they left behind this encyclopedic information. Returning to the bottom floor of the tall tower, Hobert took out his pocket watch and looked at it. The hour hand was between 3 and 4, meaning it was past 3 in the morning on Earth. Just as Audrey was trying to compose herself so as not to appear anxious, their spiritual senses suddenly perceived something, and they both went to the entrance. Just as they were about to look towards the sky, Hobert's spirituality suddenly trembled. He pressed Audrey's head down. "Don't look." As he spoke, he pulled Audrey back quickly. But it was still a step too late. Hobert and Audrey both saw a somewhat wheel-shaped shadow on the ground. Its outer ring was a circle, and in the center of the circle were chaotic but orderly small cylinders. Some of these small cylinders intersected, while others did not intersect with any other cylinders. This shadow gave a sense of solidity and ancientness, as if it had existed for a very, very long time, as if it was full of mystery and the unknown. But with just one glance at the shadow, Hobert felt dizzy, as if someone was stirring his brain with an iron rod. All his strength was drained, and he could no longer stand. As Audrey fell, her eyes turned blood red, and 2 lines of bloody tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. She cried out in fear, Hobert, I can't see, I can't see." Hobert, with his eyes tightly shut, crawled towards Audrey, saying, "Audrey, calm down. Even if you can't see anything, keep your eyes closed." He struggled to roll over and reach Audrey, then fumbled to cover her eyes with his hands, and then used distortion to return inside the tall tower, activating the magic array under the guidance of his spirituality. Although Hobert's eyes were closed, the mental pressure immediately vanished, indicating that the magic array had activated and blocked the gaze of the external entity. Audrey in his arms had already fainted from the immense mental shock. Hobert also felt extremely tired and drifted into unconsciousness. After an unknown period, Hobert woke up. There still seemed to be light shining in from outside the door. Recalling the shadow he had seen earlier, his head still throbbed slightly. That was the uncertain mist. This planet was not like Earth with its protective shield. Although he was far away in space, just seeing his shadow almost caused Hobert and Audrey's minds to collapse. If they had seen his true form, even for a glance, they would have immediately lost control and died. Hobert slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blood red. His eyes were severely bloodshot just now. Then Hobert saw that his fingernails had grown much longer, and some parts of his clothes were torn. Clearly, he had suffered severe pollution earlier, and while unconscious, there were signs of losing control, almost turning into a monster. Perhaps it was because his subconscious was still resisting losing control, but fortunately, he did not become a monster in the end. Audrey in Hobert's arms was in a similar state. Her hair had grown quite a bit, there were 2 lines of bloody tears at the corners of her eyes, and some parts of her skirt were torn. Hobert injected spirituality into the healing fork and used a healing art on Audrey. The healing fork's healing art was quite special. It could also treat not too severe spiritual and mental injuries, making it very suitable for the current situation. Audrey slowly regained consciousness. Hobert then used a healing art on himself, immediately feeling much more relaxed mentally. However, the effect was limited and could not fully heal them. Audrey weakly reached out and stroked Hobert's cheek. Hobert. She was only a sequence 7. If it were another pathway, she might have already suffered a mental breakdown. Hobert held Audrey's hand. Are we going to die here, then? Hobert tried to smile. There's still hope. Don't give up, we can try praying to the fool. When we accidentally fell into the little boy's trap and he teleported us to this planet, he said you were leaving Earth with your beloved woman. Audrey weakly asked, "Am I your beloved woman?" Hobert looked at Audrey's pale face, his vision suddenly becoming a little blurry. Yes, Audrey. I liked you from a very early age, but at that time, we weren't suitable. Later, when I returned to Backland and saw you, I was very clear that I still liked you. But I already had my own marriage, so I could only hide this liking in my heart. Audrey closed her eyes again. Hobert, I regret it so much. Hobert gave a wry smile. I regret it so much too. Hobert, sitting on the ground, used a healing art on Audrey again, and her spirit temporarily improved. Her beauty was still dazzling, but at this moment, her entire body was leaning into Hobert's embrace, allowing Hobert to feel the softness and delicacy of her body. Although the two of them appeared fine on the surface, Hobert knew that both he and Audrey had suffered severe contamination and needed to return to Earth quickly to absorb the contamination with the country of disorder. But how to leave here? He could try entering the country of disorder to absorb the contamination. However, after learning that the menacing presence outside was the uncertain mist, Hobert understood the whole story. The boy born in Serena's house was a part of the uncertain mist's consciousness that had been separated, but because of the Earth's protective shield, the power it could descend with was very limited. So, it could only use the method of influencing Serena to set a trap and send Hobert to this planet. As for why it was this planet, on one hand, it might be because Mr. had left some waypoints in the starry sky before, which the little boy could use. On the other hand, it should be because there was this protective magical array here. The little boy and the uncertain mist had a very close cooperation, giving Hobert enough time to explore here, and then the uncertain mist appeared and kept watching here. Severely contaminated, Hobert and Audrey had no choice but to hide in this magical array and use it to block the uncertain mist's gaze. It wasn't that this magical array was particularly strong, it was merely the uncertain mist's gaze. It was like the dazzling sunlight outside the window, so one drew the curtains to block it. If this action were explained by optics, the direction would be completely wrong, it was merely an act of blocking the sunlight. Hobert knew this was the uncertain mist creating an opportunity for him, giving him time to enter the country of disorder. Theoretically, the country of disorder was on Earth, within the shield, so Hobert had no way to enter the country of disorder. The main body of the uncertain mist certainly couldn't perform any operations, but as long as he made an attempt to enter the country of disorder, the little boy on Earth would definitely be able to find this source material based on the reaction of the country of disorder. After that, the change of ownership of the country of disorder was certain, and Hobert would also die on this strange planet. So if Hobert were alone right now, he would never give the uncertain mist any chance. But now it was different, because Audrey was there. When she felt her life was coming to an end, she confessed her inner feelings. This caused Hobert's inner emotions to completely erupt. In this case, he was very likely to try to enter the country of disorder to save Audrey's life. Hobert also understood why the little boy had stayed in his sister-in-law Serena's womb for more than 7 months. He was observing the people and things around him to develop some humanity. It was precisely because the little boy possessed some humanity that he brought Audrey along, causing Hobert to fall into emotional torment. Hobert knew very well that even if he tried to enter the country of disorder, he wouldn't be able to save Audrey, and they would inevitably die tragically here. But another voice in his heart would say, "How do you know if you don't try? What if you can enter the country of disorder?" Audrey, whose spirit was very weak, said to Hobert again, "Hobert, if I'm about to lose control, kill me immediately. I don't want to become a monster." "No, you won't," Hobert smiled. How could the beautiful Audrey become a monster? Audrey lay weakly in Hobert's arms and smiled. "Hobert, you're lying." She placed a hand on Hobert's chest. "How wonderful it would have been if we had expressed our mutual affection earlier." Hobert sighed. "We were bound by too many rules before." Suddenly, Hobert felt the last bit of the fallen Earl's potion being digested. Just now, Audrey broke the noble decorum she had always upheld, and Hobert betrayed his marriage. These were things they had both been adhering to, the reason they had long harbored feelings for each other and knew the other felt the same, but had been hesitant to express their true thoughts. Now, they had broken the last rules that bound them. The more they had adhered to them before, the more severe the fallen was now. Not only that, Hobert completely let go of his thoughts, already fantasizing about a life with both Furs and Audrey. He found that his love for Furs had not diminished, he simply had an additional love for Audrey. As he thought, Hobert, who had been somewhat despairing, unexpectedly rekindled his fighting spirit. He leaned down and gently kissed Audrey's lips. There will always be a way. We will definitely go back. After we go back, I will immediately go to my father and ask him to propose an engagement to Earl Hall. Ruined noble marriages also have an engagement process. Usually, when both parents deem the marriage suitable, a grand banquet and ball are held to announce the marriage to other nobles. Audrey's originally pale face also showed a hint of blush. I will also tell my father that I want to marry you. Hobert smiled and stroked Audrey's face with his index finger, feeling that his previously somewhat withered spirituality had now become lively again. Let me think, let me think. Since he couldn't use the country of disorder, he could only think of other ways. First, Hobert thought of using the power of the underworld to return, but then he remembered that the underworld was only a part of the spirit world, an area opened up by the ancient death god in the spirit world. It was unknown whether this planet even had an underworld. But he still took out his rapier and made a slash, and sure enough, there was no reaction. So, he had no choice but to ask for outside help. The first external help Hobert thought of was the Fool, so he prayed to the Fool several times. As expected, there was no reaction. And there certainly wouldn't be any reaction. Although Source Castle was powerful, Klein was too weak right now, and could currently only respond to prayers worldwide, not yet universally. Theoretically, if the 7 orthodox deities were in the astral world, they should be able to respond across the universe, but surrounded by the outer deities, they couldn't do that at the moment. However, Hobert still prayed several times, not giving up, reciting the honorific names of several deities except for the eternal blazing sun. Still, he received no response. Hobert wondered whether to pray to the fallen mother goddess or the desire mother tree. These were both genuine old ones. But then he thought, even if they came, at most they would drive away the uncertain mist. They wouldn't be so kind as to send him and Audrey back to Earth. If they were discovered by them, they might die even more tragically. Finally, Hobert sighed. Did he have to wait until Klein became half an old one before there was hope of returning? At this point, Hobert suddenly recalled something. He had once helped the Black Knight goddess retrieve a stable sealed artifact from the demon monarch, Fabuti. This should have been a crucial step in the Black Knight goddess's plan to become a god. At the time, Fabuti said that with that sealed artifact, all creatures in the universe who believed in the starry sky could become the Black Knight goddess's anchors. That would mean that if one prayed to the Black Knight goddess in the universe, she would be able to hear it. But Hobert then thought, he and Audrey had prayed to the Black Knight goddess more than a dozen times, front and back, so why had there never been any response? After a brief thought, Hobert seemed to understand. The Black Knight goddess could only hear prayers, but should not be able to reply. To get a reply from the goddess, one needed to establish a certain connection with the Black Knight goddess. Thinking of this, he reached for the candle he carried with him. But then he thought that even if he built an altar, he might not be able to establish a connection, because the connection between an altar and a deity's kingdom is theoretically a channel connected in the astral world. On Earth, this is easily achievable. However, the astral world of this planet is certainly different from the astral world on Earth, just as the spirit world of the raging sea is different from the spirit world of ruin. At this moment, Hobert thought of the hidden fruit he carried with him. It was originally intended to guard against the Tamara family's angels, but it could be used as a lighthouse to guide the goddess. Just as Hobert was about to use the hidden fruit, the ground suddenly trembled, the entire tall tower became precarious, and the magical array protecting them began to shake violently. Hobert grinned, revealing a smile. The uncertain mist must have sensed that Hobert was about to perform an uncontrolled operation, so it immediately intervened to stop him. He quickly injected spirituality into the hidden fruit. This magical item immediately floated up, its peel receding to reveal a pure black flower inside. The flower quickly bloomed, and a sense of tranquility filled Hobert and Audrey's hearts. Black light instantly covered the tall tower and a large surrounding area, making it seem as if night had suddenly fallen. The moment the hidden world separated from the real world, Hobert saw the tall tower collapse and a huge fissure open in the ground. At this moment, Hobert quickly prayed to the Black Night Goddess. Black Night Goddess, more sublime than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity, you are the Scarlet Dominance, Mother of Secrets, Empress of Calamity and Fear, Lord of Slumber and Silence. Your devout believer implores your gaze. I implore you to bring me and Audrey back to Earth. Both Hobert and Audrey felt a tremendous suction coming from the direction of the sky. Although the surrounding scenery seemed unchanged, Hobert and Audrey could clearly feel that they were rapidly moving away from the ground. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Hobert wasn't sure if it was a voice, but he understood what the other party meant. There are two suns on this planet, there is no hidden place. The hidden fruit, that black flower, shook violently. The hidden space where Hobert and Audrey were also shook with a rumble, as if a tin house was being pounded by immense force. At the same time, the hidden space rapidly shrunk. It was previously about the size of Tony Manor, which occupied 1/5 of Blue Mountain Island, but now it was only as large as a small reception room. Fortunately, the surrounding scenery changed, and specks of stars appeared outside the hidden space. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. This indicated that the Black Night Goddess had allowed this hidden space to break through the uncertain mist's blockade and was returning this space, along with Hobert and Audrey within it, to Earth. Hobert and Audrey exchanged smiles, and Audrey didn't hesitate to praise him. Hobert, you're amazing. We must thank the goddess. Hobert suddenly said with a serious expression, drawing a full moon on his chest, praise the goddess. Audrey also habitually drew a full moon on her chest, praise the goddess. Then she said, Hobert, take me to the Rosted Archipelago. I've only seen the scenery there in magazines, and I really want to go see it. I also want to go to the snowy mountains of Antares, and I want to see the Evernight Plains. I also want to go to the Gargas Archipelago to eat whale meat, and I want to go. As she spoke, Audrey became a little emotional and started crying. There are so many places I want to go with you. Hobert kissed Audrey's eyes. Okay, we'll go slowly. Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. Audrey nestled into Hobert's embrace. Perhaps it was because the surroundings were too quiet, or perhaps because Audrey's spirit was too weak and relaxed after learning she could return to Earth. She actually fell asleep in Hobert's arms. Hobert quietly looked at the starry sky, which had a hypnosis effect, pondering how to deal with that little boy later. After about 7 or 8 minutes, when the black flower began to slowly wither, the surrounding hidden space was dispelled. Hobert found himself in bright sunlight, surrounded by a thicket of bushes, familiar vegetation, and insects. They had returned to Earth, but they didn't know where they were now. The hidden fruit seemed to have exceeded its load. Instead of its petals retracting and turning back into a fruit as before, it withered rapidly, and black petals fell off one by one, turning into small black mists that quickly dissipated into the air. Finally, this magical item was reduced to some powder, which fell to the ground and quickly sprouted several deep sleep flowers. Hobert didn't feel it was a pity. Sacrificing a magical item to get himself and Audrey out of danger was worth it. He first looked around and saw a wonder in the sky not far away. It was clearly daytime, but a serene night sky could be seen there. He speculated that their current location should be in the Ananda Mountains, and that place with a serene night sky even during the day should be the deep dark heaven, the location of the quiet church, the headquarters of the Church of the Night Goddess. Audrey was still in a deep sleep and very weak. The pollution in her body had to be extracted immediately. Taking a deep breath, Hobert made a prayer gesture, then entered the country of disorder. Feeling the pull from above his head, he sat on the iron throne as usual. Hobert observed his surroundings. Nothing unusual had happened. He quickly waved his hand and brought all the Sequence 1 sealed artifacts to his side. Then he picked up the Black Emperor card and merged it into his spirit body. Hobert's appearance changed. He was covered in black armor, with a crown of holy light on his head, and a large, long cape suddenly appeared behind him. Finally, Hobert released Trensused, who was sealed in the pool. Just then, the grand hall he had built began to tremble violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. The bronze gate, facing the Iron Throne and used for sacrifices and bestowals, suddenly opened a crack, and a child's arm reached in. Whoosh! Half of the hall instantly collapsed, revealing the mountains, forests, clouds, sky, and the clock tower outside. But Hobert remained motionless on the Iron Throne. The arms stretched hard into the country of disorder, finally pushing in half of an upper body, revealing the little head with black hair. He, or rather, it, was the child born to Serena's family. "I didn't expect you to be able to come back," the other party said with a childish voice and a smile, "but it's useless, you can't snatch it from me." Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, immediately felt the Iron Throne being pulled towards the Bronze Gate. A consciousness was vying for control of the country of disorder. However, fortunately, Hobert had already merged with the Black Emperor card and was the current owner of the country of disorder. His status was only slightly lower than that of the boy. So the Iron Throne only moved a little towards the Bronze Gate before stopping in place. This was the strategy Hobert had thought of on his way back to Earth. He believed that although the boy was only a part of the uncertain mist, he should possess the status of half an old one in certain aspects, such as the struggle for the country of disorder. Therefore, Hobert had to use the Black Emperor card to raise his status, so that at least he wouldn't be defeated at the first touch when contending for control of the country of disorder. This was also why Hobert didn't let the Black Hound Spirit Beast and other enforcers help, because they might be controlled by the little boy and help him attack Hobert. The little boy was also a little surprised, apparently not expecting Hobert to have such a high status. It tried its best to pull the Iron Throne, which symbolized control of the country of disorder, but it only moved a tiny bit closer to him. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, while contending with the little boy for control, slowly took out the Thief Pathway sealed artifact, 1/101, and gently grabbed towards him, instantly stealing the little boy's next 2 seconds of thoughts. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was now like the creator, with status but not enough extraordinary characteristic to support him. Hobert was too familiar with this state. In some aspects, this little brat was difficult to deal with, but most of the time, a Sequence 1 sealed artifact could completely deal with it. Based on the time of the stolen thoughts, Hobert deduced that this little boy might only have the strength of Sequence 4, but his status was extremely high in many situations. These thoughts flashed through Hobert's mind. He used these 2 seconds to first push the little boy outwards with the power of the country of disorder, but he couldn't move him. So he quickly took out 1/105, the sealed artifact corresponding to the Abyss Pathways Sequence 3 inches Whisperer. A 2-handed greatsword of magma, emitting a sulfurous smell, appeared in Hobert's hand. He threw it at the little boy like a dart, hoping to pin it to the Bronze Gate. The little boy, with blank eyes, had the circular symbol on his head suddenly rotate. The blue flames on this 2-handed greatsword disappeared, then rapidly shrunk, instantly turning into a dagger that fell between Hobert and the little boy. Hobert was stunned. What kind of ability is this? But now was not the time to think about it. While the little boy had not yet recovered his ability to think, he took out 1/110, which he had obtained from the feathered serpent and roughly corresponded to the Death Pathways Sequence 3 inches Ferryman. This was Hobert's strategy. Any attack on the little boy with the power of the country of disorder might create a pull between them. So, it was better to attack the little boy with sealed artifacts, given that the country of disorder's status suppressed these Sequence 1 sealed artifacts, allowing their negative effects to be ignored. With 1/110 in his hand, Hobert's armor was immediately covered with a pale white light, and in his spirit body state, Hobert became much taller and more imposing, exuding a terrifying aura. The moment the little boy's thoughts recovered, Hobert waved his hand at it, and its vitality began to rapidly drain, rushing towards death. This blow immediately made the little boy frown, and he had to retreat slightly outside the door. Hobert seized this opportunity to vigorously contend with the other party for control of the country of disorder, and he tried hard to push the other party out with the power of the country of disorder. The little boy moved out a little more. He really wanted to come back, but he had to distract himself to resist the rapidly disappearing vitality, which put it in the predicament of two-front warfare. Just then, Trentsust, whose seal had been lifted, arrived in the collapsed hall. He looked at Hobert, who was continuously exerting his power on the Iron Throne and couldn't attend to anything else, and then at the little boy, who was struggling to squeeze in. Trentsust walked towards the bronze gate without hesitation and fiercely kicked the little boy. The little boy gritted his teeth and continued to resist, but then Trentsust used one foot to push against the little boy's face, forcing his head out. So the little boy only had one arm left in the country of disorder. Hobert seized this opportunity to quickly close the giant bronze gate. This time his efforts finally worked, and the bronze gate was slowly closing. Just as it was about to close, the little boy quickly retracted his arm. Thump. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, was panting, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. But there was no time to rest yet. He smiled at Trentsust and said, "Thank you for your help, but I'm sorry, you have to go back again." Saying this, Hobert waved his hand, and Trentsust was thrown into the pool at the foot of the mountain, sealed by Hobert once more. Thanks to open black lens bracket Ampere Man close black lens bracket for the reward. Also, I am very sorry that the last 2 chapters may have contained plot points that made everyone uncomfortable. Here, the author would like to sincerely apologize to everyone. The author's foreshadowing was still too little. In the future, if there are similar plot points, the author will definitely handle them carefully. However, the protagonist's character design will indeed undergo some changes later. After Fallen, it will be Madness, which will definitely have some impact on him. It's just that the author will learn from the lesson and try to include more foreshadowing to make it seem more reasonable. Also, the author wants to explain that it's not that the barrier is ineffective, allowing too much power from the outer gods to project onto Earth, but rather that the uncertain mist has been planning for over 1,000 years. It was mentioned before that the pollution of the uncertain mist was obtained from the members of the Trentsust family hiding in St. Yadro City. A spoiler, in the author's setting, this is what polluted Trentsust. From that time, the uncertain mist hoped to be born into this world, but it had always been guarded by the members of the Trentsust family, and now it finally had such an opportunity. Finally, I bow again in apology to everyone *******. Earl Hobert caught his breath slightly, gathered the dense power of order, and condensed it into the shape of black chains and bolts, setting up several seals inside the bronze door. But this could only increase the difficulty for the little boy to enter the country of disorder, not completely prevent his intrusion. Fortunately, the little boy's current strength was not very strong, and he should need a certain opportunity to gain entry into the country of disorder. He had already used up this opportunity, so there was no need to worry about him constantly trying to enter the country of disorder. After setting up the seals, Hobert used his stars to look at the real world. As expected, both he and Audrey were covered in a very dense layer of white mist. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert reached out and grabbed, and the pollution on both of them was rapidly absorbed into the country of disorder, forming a cloud of white mist that lingered and did not disperse. This was pollution from the main body of the uncertain mist, and it seemed exceptionally difficult to clean. Hobert used the power of order to repeatedly intersperse through it several times before dispersing the dense mist and quickly dissolving it into the country of disorder. Looking at himself and Audrey in the real world again, both their spiritual bodies and physical bodies were clean, without any pollution. Back in the real world, Audrey, in Hobert's arms, finally woke up. Because she no longer had to fight against the pollution, her spirits looked much better, but she was still a little weak. Hobert looked at his pocket watch, which had been damaged under the pressure of the uncertain mist. He smiled helplessly. "Now I don't know what time it is, and I don't know how long we've been missing." Audrey was quite calm at this moment. "Anyway, my family has already found out, so there's no rush now." Let me rest a little longer, let me enjoy this beautiful moment a little longer. From here, one could see the wave-like grasslands at the foot of the mountain and the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance. The scenery was quite good. Hobert and Audrey enjoyed this tender moment, but a few seconds later, Hobert suddenly thought, Selina's family's fate is unknown. I'll send you back first, then go to Tingen City to check. Audrey was slightly startled. We'll go to Tingen City together. Hobert thought for a moment before saying, I'll send you to the church in Tingen City. As he spoke, Hobert took off his trench coat and draped it over Audrey, covering her somewhat damaged long dress. Then he used travel to send Audrey to the Black Knight Goddess Church in Tingen City, and then used travel to arrive at Fania Street in the North District. As soon as he emerged from the corner, Hobert saw many people gathered at Selina's doorstep, with several police officers whispering outside. Hobert took out his military intelligence Section 9 identification and asked the police what had happened inside the house. It turned out that a few hours ago, someone had heard screams coming from Selina's house and called the police, but when the police arrived, they couldn't get in. The reason was quite comical. Every police officer who approached the door would fall, and fall very badly. 2 police officers even ended up in the hospital. Hobert seemed to understand something. He walked to the door, and sure enough, a falling technique came from inside. After distorting it, he opened the door and went in. Hobert saw Selina kneeling not far from the doorway in the dim room. Her face was full of terror, and her left hand was raised towards the door. But she had no vital signs left. Her extraordinary characteristic had merged with her bracelet, forming a sealed artifact that could make people within a certain range fall. Hobert sighed silently, closed her eyes, took off the bracelet, and laid her on the ground. Mr. Wood and Mrs. Wood were still sitting on the sofa as they had been last night, their faces still smiling, their expressions still a little tired. They were also dead. Finally, Hobert went to the bedroom on the first floor and found the bodies of Selina's brother and sister-in-law. Without needing to check the second floor, Hobert knew that the boy had fled long ago after killing everyone. He slowly returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, looking at Selina's body expressionlessly. That lively and talkative figure seemed to reappear before his eyes. Death in the extraordinary world was always so sudden. Hobert had originally planned to let Selina go to the Special Operations Department for experience, to temper her character, and to entrust her with important tasks in the future. A few years later, she would also marry and have children, and form a happy family. When she returned with her husband and children, Mr. Wood and Mrs. Wood should also be very happy, running out to greet them from afar. However, this vibrant life was simply gone. Her soul had long since entered the underworld, and even if it were recalled, there would be obvious deficiencies, making it difficult to maintain a stable state after resurrection. After sitting for more than half a minute, Hobert finally composed himself, opened the door, and used his authority and gold pounds to have the police outside gather people to handle the funeral arrangements. In the evening, Selina's family had already been buried in the cemetery. Hobert stood before Selina's grave for a long time. After the priest and workers had all left, Hobert said, "Next time I come, I will bring his head to pay my respects to you." After a final glance at Selina's tombstone, Hobert returned to the Black Knight Goddess Church. The somewhat worried Audrey saw Hobert's expression and knew that the person could not be saved. Hobert asked, "Did you pray to the Black Knight Goddess and express your gratitude?" Audrey nodded, wanting to comfort Hobert a few words, but felt that no words of comfort were appropriate at this time, so she just held Hobert's hand, trying to make Hobert feel the warmth transmitted from her palm. Hobert patted Audrey's hand, indicating that he was fine, then he began to pray to the Black Knight Goddess, quietly recounting the entire incident, and finally hoping that the Black Knight Goddess could provide the boy's location. As soon as he finished his request, the entire church suddenly became even quieter, and the Black Knight holy emblem inside transformed into an boundless starry sky. Hobert, in a semi-conscious state, heard a soft and somewhat ethereal voice. He used some rules to hide himself. "Be careful, he will bring you much darkness." Hobert sincerely thanked the Black Knight goddess, then said, "I will also become his greatest darkness." At this moment, Hobert emerged from that semi-conscious state, and the boundless starry sky reverted to the Black Knight holy emblem. Only Hobert had heard the conversation just now, even Audrey, who was beside him, had not. The two walked out of the church together and came to an deserted corner. Hobert used travel to send Audrey directly back to her bedroom. At this time, her bedroom was empty, but the doors to rooms like the dressing room were open, indicating that the servants must have searched here more than once. Hobert first placed Audrey on the bed and covered her with a blanket, then went to the corridor and shouted, "Please call Earl Hall." The servants, who were fruitlessly searching outside, were startled. They had already searched the bedroom and found no one. Some recognized Hobert, and his appearance at the door of Audrey's bedroom, along with Miss Audrey's disappearance for an entire day, sparked many speculations. At the same time, they immediately went to inform Earl Hall. Susie, seeing Hobert, knew that Audrey was back and ran into the bedroom from outside to check. Audrey, half lying on the bed, smiled. "Susie, were you worried about me?" Susie glanced at Hobert at the door. Woof woof. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the anxious Earl and Countess Hall, accompanied by many guards and servants, rushed over in a hurry. As soon as he reached the end of the corridor, Earl Hall loudly asked, "Hobert, where did Audrey go?" Hobert was guarding the bedroom door at this moment. "Guards and servants, do not come in for now. Go prepare some food and drink, no cold, no spicy, no too greasy." Then he invited Earl and Countess Hall to enter. Seeing Audrey lying on the bed, Earl and Countess Hall finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Audrey sat up. "Father, Mother, I'm sorry to have worried you." Countess Caitlin rushed over, took her daughter's hand, and sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes red, asking, "Where did you go? When did you leave?" Earl Hall stood beside Hobert, looking at him with a serious expression. Hobert said, "I'm sorry, I took Audrey out to play last night and we encountered danger." He had just asked the servants and learned that he and Audrey had been missing for an entire day, which meant today was Sunday. Hobert saw Caitlin's reproachful gaze and Earl Hall's tightly furrowed brow. But he continued, "Audrey is very healthy now, just a little weak and needs a few days of rest. I suggest not letting her participate in any social activities for the next few days." Earl Hall said seriously, "Hobert, I originally thought you were a very steady young man, but I didn't expect you to do something so surprising. Even if your friendship is deep, you cannot enter Audrey's bedroom. This is very impolite and an act that can easily make other nobles laugh at." Audrey quickly said, "Father, it's me." Hobert waved his hand at Audrey. "Uncle Hall's criticism is very correct. This was my oversight, and I will take responsibility for it." Earl Hall's heart skipped a beat, and he had a strong premonition of something bad. "Why is he suddenly calling me uncle?" At this moment, the servants brought in food and drink. Hobert personally inspected it to ensure it met the requirements he had just stated. Fearing to provoke Earl and Countess Hall, he did not feed Audrey himself, but had the servants assist her with her meal. Before eating, Audrey said to the servant, "Earl Hobert has not eaten either. Please bring him a similar meal." Hobert also did not stand on ceremony. "I only need that yogurt, nut, and cereal. Give me a large serving." Earl Hall always felt that something was amiss. The servant brought the cereal, and Hobert stood by Audrey's bed, eating heartily with a spoon. It was then that Earl Hall realized that Hobert's behavior was too casual, as if he had returned to his own home. After finishing a bowl of sweet and sour cereal, Hobert handed the bowl to the servant, then said to Audrey, "Rest well. I'll come see you in a couple of days." Audrey nodded. "Put the matter of revenge aside for now. Let's search for the boy's whereabouts together." "Okay." Hobert then said to Earl Hall, whose expression was somewhat grim, "My father will visit tomorrow. I hope you can agree to my marriage to Audrey." Having said that, Hobert bowed slightly and left quickly. Caitlin only then reacted, "Did I hear wrong just now?" Just now he said marriage. You didn't hear wrong." Earl Hall, seeing Audrey's expression during her conversation with Hobert just now, generally understood their intentions. He did indeed say marriage. At this moment, Audrey, sitting on the bed, said very firmly, "Father, I want to marry Hobert." Caitlin covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh my goodness, Audrey, you. Earl Hall, however, calmly reminded her, "He has been married once before." The look in Audrey's eyes remained very firm. "I don't care." Caitlin was almost fainting, but Earl Hall sighed and said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Hobert did not return to the Earl's mansion but went to Military Intelligence Section 9. Director General Georgina was indeed still in her office. Upon entering, Hobert got straight to the point. "I want to issue a bounty." Georgina, who had been looking at documents, glanced at the suddenly intruding Hobert. Military Intelligence Section 9 is a functional agency, not serving an individual. Hobert sat opposite Georgina and said, "A family has been entirely murdered by the killer." Georgina then said indifferently, "That's a police matter, not within the scope of Military Intelligence Section 9's duties." Hobert thought for a moment. "I'll install electric lights for Military Intelligence Section 9 for free. The bounty in gold pounds will be paid by me. I firmly believe that the killer must be an enemy spy." Georgina said seriously, "Give me a portrait, and I will sign the bounty order right away." Hobert took a pen and paper, and guided by his spirituality, quickly drew a portrait of the little boy, writing, 100,000 gold pounds, below it. Georgina looked at the portrait of the little boy, then glanced at the bounty amount before asking, "Are you serious?" Hobert said seriously, "The bounty orders to the major churches must specify that this is extraordinary of an evil god, at sequence 4, and extremely dangerous." Georgina slowly nodded. "I understand." Hobert, of course, knew that such a bounty order might not be very effective in capturing the little boy, but it could restrict his area of activity. Leaving Military Intelligence Section 9 and returning to the Earl's mansion, Hobert had the little boy's portrait sent to South Coulson and Longtail Island, telling Angus and Helen that if they found the little boy, they should not deal with him themselves, but immediately pray to the Creator. Then Hobert had Elizabeth, Dennis, who had just been promoted to Barbarian, and Freya from Longtail Island called over to announce Serena's death. The three of them were somewhat incredulous, but had no choice but to accept the news. Elizabeth cried, "Mr. Hobert, why did this happen? She was only 18 this year." "Of course I know," Hobert said, burying himself in the sofa, "I also feel sorry for her." Dennis's eyes were red. "We had an agreement to go to the Harvest Festival together." Freya also choked up as she asked, "Has the murderer been caught?" "No," Hobert said, "I'm looking, and I will find him." Or, after some time, he would come to him himself, but that would mean the little boy was confident in killing Hobert, or confident in using Hobert again to try and enter the country of disorder. The four lit candles and simply arranged a memorial service scene, mourning Serena together and reminiscing about her life, before returning to rest late at night. For Elizabeth and the other three, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. Hobert also sat at his desk for a long time, but he wasn't entirely thinking about Serena and the little boy, he was also considering his promotion. Currently, the potion was fully digested, and he had the extraordinary characteristic. As for the auxiliary materials, he had been asking Furs to keep an eye out for them, but so far, only the venom of the white-striped spider had been found. Among the other three auxiliary materials, Hobert had 8-year-old red wine in his cellar, and the scaly crystals of the leaf fish were not rare extraordinary materials. Hobert estimated he could trade for them from Alger or Catalia. The hardest to find was the brain fluid of the six-bearded strange beast. In the past 6 months, Hobert had never heard of this auxiliary material, nor had he heard of the whereabouts of the six-bearded strange beast. Hobert thought for a moment and decided to visit a few extraordinary families the day after tomorrow to see if they had such accumulated resources. The main reason for his insufficient preparation was that Hobert hadn't expected to encounter the opportunity to fully digest the potion so quickly. Hobert sighed, "Just use the time to find auxiliary materials to recover my state." He had suffered severe contamination last night, and his spirit body and mental body might need a few days to fully recover. Next, Hobert went to the country of disorder to check the blockade he had set up. It was still very firm, with no signs of loosening. Hobert could now confirm that although there was a certain connection between the little boy and the country of disorder, he indeed needed a certain opportunity to invade the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert reorganized the sealed artifacts scattered on the floor, then repaired the dilapidated main hall. Only then did he consider the matter of the little boy. He first thought that this should be a long-conceived conspiracy of the uncertain mist. According to Fabut, the uncertain mist had descended its power on Earth 3 times by exploiting some loopholes in the rules. Hobert speculated that these 3 descents of power might have all formed something similar to the bottle of white mist Archibald found. One bottle had once been obtained by Solomon, leading Solomon to begin hunting the jinn. Another bottle had been obtained by Trensust, who was later contaminated by the country of disorder. Hobert guessed that Trensust might have wanted to use that bottle of white mist to search for the country of disorder. As soon as the country of disorder was sighted, he was severely contaminated, leading to the 6 gods taking action and Night Emperor falling. This conjecture could be verified with Trensust, who was sealed in the pond at the foot of the mountain, but Hobert thought about it and finally gave up. He decided to bring up this matter when Trensust could communicate normally, perhaps gaining unexpected insights. This was not a distant matter. Hobert felt that after he was promoted to Sequence 3, the sealed Trensust would be able to communicate with him normally. Hobert then continued to ponder the little boy's problem. His goal was very clear: to come to Earth and seize the country of disorder. This gave Hobert a certain urgency about being promoted to a true god. Only by being promoted to a true god could he have the power to fight against the uncertain mist of the starry sky and completely eliminate the power he projected onto Earth. Finally, Hobert thought of the butterfly effect Adam had previously reminded him of, speculating that this little boy might be the most direct manifestation of the butterfly effect, as he didn't recall the original work mentioning this guy. No matter what, that little boy was currently the biggest enemy. All forces must be mobilized to find him and eliminate him. Even if he couldn't be completely eliminated, he had to be severely crippled. After considering many other miscellaneous things, Hobert returned to the real world, watching the fog outside gradually thicken. He took a deep breath, as if having made some decision, and used travel to go to Longtail Island. In the sky above Longtail Island, a large, bright crimson moon hung, and the waves relentlessly crashed on the beach. The sounds of night insects were everywhere. Compared to the night in Backland, the night here felt more like night. Hobert stood by the bed in the bedroom, looking at the sleeping furs. He watched for over half an hour, and the usually eloquent Hobert still hadn't figured out how to bring up his relationship with Audrey. As he thought, Hobert sat on the edge of the bed and held one of Furz's hands. Furz groggily woke from her sleep. Hobert. Seeing Hobert's expression, she asked again, what's wrong? Hobert smiled helplessly. I'm sorry, Furz, Furz's expression gradually grew serious. I see. Is it Princess Alice? Or Miss Audrey? Hobert could hardly believe his ears. Ever since I started writing, I've enjoyed observing the people and things around me. This helps a lot with the detailed descriptions in my novels, Furz said. At the Earl's mansion party, I already noticed Princess Alice's and Audrey's admiration for you. As well as Hobert's restraint and patience. Hobert opened his mouth, and finally repeated those few words, I'm sorry, Furz. You should apologize for disturbing my good dream, Furz said expressionlessly. Go back, I need to rest properly. Go back, I need to rest properly. Furz finished, lay back down, and turned her face to the other direction. Hobert knew that staying there any longer would be useless and would only make Furz angrier, so after saying good night, he returned to Backland. Furz also suffered from insomnia. She sat up, looked at the moonlit beach outside, and sighed, this day has finally come. The next morning, Hobert, who had been sleepless all night, first went to Military Intelligence Section 9 to urge the bounty's release process, then took a carriage to Duke Christine's mansion. As a member of parliament, Christine no longer had to go to work every day, so Hobert's adoptive parents were both home. The three of them chatted for a few moments before Hobert explained his purpose. "Father, I want to marry Miss Audrey, and I hope you can help me bring this up with Earl Hall." Christine was slightly stunned. "Are you serious?" "I am serious," Hobert said. "Miss Audrey and I have just experienced some things that made us both let go of many self-imposed restrictions and confront this relationship directly." Christine was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Since that's the case, I will go to Earl Hall's place." Then he asked, "Does Furs know about this?" Hobert said, I have told her about this, and I will find time to talk to her properly again." At this moment, Monliza suddenly spoke, "You child, just like your father, you don't make things easy for people." Hobert smiled helplessly, unsure whether his mother was referring to his adoptive father Christine or his biological father Rex. Monliza sighed and added, "I'll go talk to Furs and help you express your apologies." So they split up. Christine took gifts and went to Earl Hall's nearby residence, while Monliza went to Hobert's mansion and used the Traveller's Gate there to go to Longtail Island. Hobert remained at the Duke's mansion, waiting for news. Over 2 hours later, Christine returned first. "My conversation with Earl Hall went very smoothly. We've agreed that I will host a ball in a few days to announce your courtship." Noble marriages in Backland were divided into 2 stages. Selecting a marriage partner, and then engagement and marriage. The most complex part was actually the stage of selecting a marriage partner, which usually involved repeated comparisons and could take 7 or 8 years to make a final decision. After all, noble marriages were called battlefields without smoke, and many nobles used marriage to strengthen their families, and even to annex the territories of other nobles through marriage. However, Hobert and Audrey's situation was special. They skipped the first step and went directly to the second. The first phase of the second step was to announce that the man's father had proposed to the woman's father. If the woman's family did not refuse, it was considered that they were quite satisfied with this potential marriage partner. At this point, both sides still needed to observe each other, and there was a long way to go until the engagement. Therefore, Christine was somewhat surprised that Earl Hall agreed so readily. According to noble procedures, even if Earl Hall was very satisfied with Hobert, such a marriage issue would typically be discussed 2 or 3 times before a result could be reached. After all of Backland knew how beautiful and excellent Audrey was, and Earl Hall had particularly high hopes for her. After listening to Christine's description, Hobert felt that this must be inextricably linked to Audrey's clear expression of her attitude towards marriage. On the other hand, there was a consensus among the entire Backland aristocracy that Hobert would definitely marry again in Backland. Although both father and son had integrated into the aristocratic class through their respective channels, the nobles of Backland still believed that the Christine father and son would definitely enter into another marriage alliance to quickly solidify their interests. Hobert and Audrey had been inseparable on many occasions, so Earl Hall must have had some psychological preparation for this beforehand. Hobert then discussed his plans for promotion with Christine, who was very surprised by Hobert's speed in digesting the potion. He then told Hobert, "I have the brain fluid of a 6-bearded strange beast here, which I collected by chance a few years ago. I originally thought it would take you a year or 2 to digest the potion, so I wasn't in a hurry to tell you." Hobert clapped his hands. He hadn't expected the problem that had been bothering him to be solved so easily. So, if he could trade for the scaly crystals of the Lee fish at the Tarot Club that afternoon, he could attempt the promotion tomorrow if he was in good condition. Hobert then brought up his encounter with Brandon Cheritu during his previous mission to Masick. Christine seemed to have no fondness for this diviner. "That guy is very punchable." Hobert nodded. That was a consensus between the 2 of them. Another half an hour passed, and Monliza returned. As soon as she entered the room, she said, "Furs doesn't seem surprised by this." She sighed. She also said that she had been mentally prepared for this since you left South Colson half a year ago. Hobert fell silent. Christine patted Hobert's shoulder, wanting to say something, but said nothing because Monliza was present. Hobert stood up and said, "I'm going to Longtail Island to see Furs again." He decided to spend more time with Furs recently. Using travel to arrive at Longtail Island, it was lunchtime. However, Hobert did not find Furs in the governor's mansion's dining room, but found her in the living room. Furs was in front of a full-length mirror. She saw Hobert's arrival in the mirror and did not turn around. "Hobert, I am far from Audrey's beauty." Hobert sincerely said, "No, Furs, you know the darkness of this world but still love this world, still love life, that is your most beautiful part." Furs still looked at Hobert in the mirror and said, "Some time ago, Zio already told me that the entire Backland aristocracy believes that you will definitely marry again. As you said, this is what nobility is." Hobert said seriously, "You will always be the mistress of Longtail Island and South Colson. But thinking that someone else will share your love with me, I am still very unhappy." Furs continued, "Hobert, I will never go to Backland again, and please ask Audrey not to come to South Colson and Longtail Island either." Hobert nodded, "No problem. All right, you can go back now." Hobert scratched his head, "We can go to lunch together." "No, you should go back," Furs said, "the mistress of Longtail Island does not welcome you now." "Okay." Hobert also felt that staying now would not be a good choice. Back in Backland, Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Furs was still angry with him and could still negotiate with him, which meant she still cared about him. Then Hobert sighed, feeling that this era had saved him. After all, this was still an era where the aristocratic class was the ruling class, an era where it was normal for a noble man to have several women at the same time. If this matter were in the AD era, it would be a complete, Shira field. Hobert had no idea that the first half of the Shira field had already passed so smoothly. Audrey didn't care, and Furs sent Hobert away. So only the second half remained, finding an opportunity to break the ice with Furs. As long as he handled it carefully in the future, this matter would basically be over. Hobert sighed, lamenting that he had become a scumbag with a clear conscience. After adjusting his mood, Hobert put the brain fluid of the six-bearded strange beast he got from Christine into the safe, then went to South Colson with the Traveler's Gate to retrieve the venom of the white-striped spider from the auction house, and finally went to the wine cellar to find a bottle of 8-year-old wine. It was around 3 o'clock by then, and Hobert returned to his room, preparing to attend the tarot club. Thinking about seeing Audrey and Furs at the same time in a while, he even felt a little excited. At exactly 3 o'clock, a gray fog obscured Hobert's vision, and when he reappeared, he was on one side of the long bronze table in the giant hall above the gray fog. Hobert looked at Magician Furs almost opposite him, but Furs gave him a glare and looked away. "Good afternoon, Fool, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey, who greeted him first, also saw Furs' reaction, so she paused inadvertently in the middle. In fact, since yesterday evening, she had been wondering how to face Furs in the future. After thinking about it, she decided that if she could avoid facing her, she would. Everyone heard the distraction in Miss Justice's greeting this time and was curious, what was on this optimistic and cheerful noble lady's mind. It was precisely because she was distracted by the previous events that she only noticed a new member had joined the tarot club halfway through her greeting. It was a gentleman, sitting to the right of Mr. Moon. While greeting, she observed this new member. Black hair, no coat, a slightly awkward sitting posture, seemingly not fond of such a formal posture, with a somewhat casual demeanor. Immediately, Audrey noticed again, that gentleman was quickly looking around. Such behavior itself was not a problem. Anyone coming to such a strange and secret occasion would instinctively survey the other members. But the problem was that the gentleman's gaze moved too quickly. To Audrey, this was a very clear signal, he was looking for someone. Thinking of this, Audrey's mood brightened considerably. This gentleman knew one of the members present. Who could it be? Audrey continued to observe and found that the gentleman's gaze lingered on Hobert. He knew Hobert. At this moment, Hobert also felt a bit helpless. At first, when he saw Leonard, he was still lamenting that this guy had finally joined the club. But when he saw Leonard's gaze stop on him, He really wanted to remind the other party, "Poet, I am not the person you were looking for." Then he felt that it was not Leonard's fault, because compared to the other members, he did indeed resemble Klein more. The hanged man, Alger, though cautious and even not quite like a member of the Storm Church, had a boldness that could not be concealed from his many years at sea, making him distinctly different from Klein. The son, Derek, was over 2 meters tall and a 16 or 17-year-old youth, more energetic than Klein. And, the moon, Emlyn's slightly raised chin, and his very handsome face, which was discernible even with the gray fog's obstruction, was much better looking than Klein. Although it was not ruled out that he had changed his appearance, his temperament was vastly different from Klein's. Moreover, at such a secret gathering, making one's appearance handsome was a very showy move and easily remembered by other members. With Leonard's understanding of Klein, he would not do that. So only, the world, and Emperor, were left. The world had a somewhat hunched appearance, giving off a gloomy feeling, clearly not much like Klein either. So Leonard finally looked at Emperor, but then he seemed to discover something and shook his head. Although Emperor's appearance was not as handsome as the moon's, it was still much better looking than Klein's. So, after much deliberation, Leonard looked at the world. After all, hunching and gloominess could be faked. "This is the new member, Star." At this moment, the fool, Klein, at the head of the bronze table, said. Leonard, at this moment, thought helplessly, "Star always makes me feel like a lady's designation." Everyone was attracted by the fool's voice, and only then did they notice that Mr. Fool had undergone some subtle changes compared to the last gathering. This great existence seemed more harmonious and unified with this palace's entire space, the entire gray fog. His aura also became more distant, like the sea, and like the sky. Audrey immediately realized, Mr. Fool has further recovered and reclaimed more authority from the divine kingdom. This made her somewhat joyful, and the previous gloom was swept away. She smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Justice." Alger, Derek, and others introduced their codenames one by one. Leonard also took this opportunity to carefully observe the other members. Miss Justice seemed to be a young lady, dressed with great taste. Mr. Hanged Man looked very rugged and should be a relatively straightforward person. After observing all the way, when he came to the world, Leonard summarized in his mind, "Very gloomy, this should be Klein's disguise." Everyone also observed this new member during this process and formed their own opinions about this Mr. Star in their hearts. After the self-introductions, Hermit Catalia said to the Fool, at the head of the bronze table, "Respected Mr. Fool, no Rosal's diary was received this time." Klein nodded lightly. Not receiving it meant that Mysterious Queen had not provided a new diary. He calmly responded, "Let's begin the transaction." Currently, everyone basically had no items they needed. Audrey was about to advance to sequence 6 inches hypnotist, and the main materials and formula for the advancement had long been acquired. Alger was currently troubled by how to digest the ocean songster potion, as his singing was truly too awful. Little son, Derek had just received the Priest of Light, extraordinary characteristic and potion formula from the world, costing a total of 12,000 gold pounds, which Emperor had advanced for him. He now dreamed of earning merits, exchanging materials, and repaying Mr. Emperor's debt as soon as possible. Furs was about to completely digest the astrologer potion. Hobert had already prepared the extraordinary characteristic for her continued advancement, and she had obtained the potion formula from her teacher. She also had several useful magical items herself, so she had no needs. Emlyn was also close to advancing, but Emperor had already promised to provide him with the extraordinary characteristic, and the potion formula could also be obtained from the blood race. Catalia had obtained the blood of a mythical creature and was currently planning to advance to demigod, so she had no new needs either. Klein had just become a demigod and was contemplating how to digest the potion, and the Sequence 3 potion formula and main materials would likely be difficult to trade for at the Tarot Club. Currently, only Hobert and Leonard had needs, but Leonard didn't know how to initiate a trade, so he chose to observe first. So Hobert spoke first, "I need the scale crystals of the Lee fish." Except for Leonard, everyone immediately recalled that the last time Hobert sought extraordinary materials was when he was preparing to advance to Sequence 4. Could it be that he was now preparing to advance to Sequence 3? Furs really wanted to ask Hobert privately, but she ultimately held back, still unwilling to pay attention to that guy. Catalya said, "I know where Lee fish are, and I happen to be not far from their active area right now. Although its value is not very high, it is very difficult to catch, so I will ask for 2,000 gold pounds. The help I owed you last month can be deducted for 1,000 gold pounds. Deal." Hobert agreed. "When can you give it to me?" Catalya said, "Before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, or before 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning." She smiled and explained, "To catch this fish, you have to do it between 5 and 7 a.m. If I don't catch it tomorrow morning, I'll only be able to catch it the day after tomorrow morning." Hobert said, "Oh, if you need help, I can go and assist." Catalya immediately said somewhat guardedly, "Probably not needed." With this transaction concluded, Leonard, seeing that someone had already started, relaxed quite a bit. After deliberating for a few seconds, he actively said, "I need a sealed artifact." "What type?" Audrey responded in a timely manner, to prevent the new member's first request from being met with silence. Leonard subconsciously responded, "I don't know." Everyone looked at Star, with 3 of the gazes from the ladies also containing implicit care. Klein, who was quite familiar with Leonard's casual and easygoing nature, suppressed a smile and slandered in his heart, "This might not be a fool." The Star Leonard, seeing everyone looking at him, immediately added with a bit of embarrassment, "What I mean is, the type isn't limited. As long as it's more geared towards offense, relatively easy to conceal, and has fewer negative side effects, I can consider it." He was preparing for his future advancement to Spirit Warlock. Currently, as a soul soother, although he possessed the powerful control ability to pull targets into a dream, Leonard also had to fall asleep with them. At that time, he could hand the sealed artifact to Pale Zoroaster to use. Once he became a Spirit Warlock, it wouldn't be so troublesome. He could control enemies while having the sealed artifact used by the natural spirits or vengeful spirits sealed in his teeth. The hanged man Alger was the first to ask, "What level are you looking for?" "The stronger kind among Grade 2 sealed artifacts, corresponding to Sequence 6 or Sequence 5 level." Leonard habitually described it in the tone of an official extraordinary, then switched to a more common expression. At this moment, the other members all noticed his description. Even the Moon Emlyn, who was a beat slower, realized, Mr. Star is an official extraordinary, or at least used to be. Usually, at the Tarot Club or other extraordinary gatherings, such sealed artifact transactions would only describe the sealed artifact's abilities and its corresponding sequence, rarely using descriptions like, Grade 10 sealed artifact. Alger hummed and said, "A Sequence 5 level sealed artifact costs at least 9,000 gold pounds. If it meets your requirements, it might normally exceed 12,000 gold pounds." Leonard nodded, "I understand." Hearing his reply, the fool Klein nearly covered his face. Wasn't this revealing his bottom line to the hanged man? "I bet if he has a suitable item, the quoted price will definitely be above 12,000 gold pounds." Just as the other members were about to say they would keep an eye out for Mr. Star, the Emperor Hobert said, "I might have the sealed artifact you need. Do you want a sealed artifact from the warrior pathway? Or a sealed artifact from the hunter pathway?" Hobert hadn't catalogued his Grade 2 sealed artifacts for a long time. When he heard Leonard's request, he quickly tallied them in his mind and found he had over 30 Grade 2 sealed artifacts. Currently, 16 of them are in use by 3 extraordinary teams and cannot be moved. Angus's first team and Elliot's third team have strong frontal combat capabilities, so most of the sealed artifacts equipped for them were seized from the Rose School, sealed artifacts that enhance spirituality. Helen's second team members generally have higher spirituality, so most of the sealed artifacts equipped for them were obtained from the Aurora Order or seized during the hunt for Pirate General, leaning towards offensive capabilities. In addition, there were nearly 20 Grade 2 sealed artifacts in an idle state, not including those Grade 2 sealed artifacts Hobert had previously worn, and those acquired from auctions. It wasn't that Hobert was reluctant to use them, but with the current size of the 3 teams, these sealed artifacts were more than enough. If there were more, their upkeep would consume a considerable amount of manpower. Normally, Hobert had no intention of selling sealed artifacts, but the Tarot Club was an exception. He was more eager for the Tarot Club members to become stronger and advance faster. The other members were all stunned. The Emperor has 2 sealed artifacts for sale. The magician Furs also found it strange. I remember receiving a sealed artifact from the Hunter pathway, but I don't recall receiving one from the Warrior pathway. Klein, however, thought to himself, Hobert is quite extravagant. Well, to be precise, the creator's organization is quite extravagant, actually selling Grade 2 sealed artifacts to outsiders. He didn't know that the auction house in South Colson had auctioned sealed artifacts of this level more than once. Immediately after, Klein thought of his impoverished Sea God Church and repeatedly exclaimed in his mind, "Can't compare, can't compare." But then again, the creator's subordinates dared to confront the Rose School, while the Sea God Church currently doesn't even have a sequence 5. The powerhouses in the church before had all died by Kvechua's side. Leonard also didn't expect his request to be answered immediately. "Can you tell me about their abilities separately?" Hobert was silent for a second or two, not because he forgot, but because he hadn't paid much attention to it at all. When he obtained these 2 sealed artifacts, he had already advanced to a demigod. After sacrificing them to the country of disorder, he simply sealed them and tossed them onto the stone platform where Grade 2 sealed artifacts were kept. Based on his general impression, Hobert said, "The sealed artifact from the Warrior pathway is in the shape of a thick iron bracelet, corresponding to sequence 6 Dawn Knight. It can summon Dawn Light and use Dawn Sword and Dawn Armor. The sealed artifact from the Hunter pathway is in the form of a pendant, corresponding to sequence 5 Reaper. It can use Fire Raven spell and Burning Wall, has the ability of Slaughter, and it also seems to be able to use the ability of Weakness Attack." Leonard immediately said, "How much are you planning to sell that pendant for?" This sealed artifact perfectly suited his needs. Even if it only possessed the ability of Slaughter, it would be worth purchasing. Hobert pondered for a moment. 10,000 gold pounds. Leonard was slightly taken aback. Are its negative side effects very severe? Not severe, or rather, very easy to avoid. With all due respect, Leonard said, "This price sounds like a scam." Hobert smiled and spread his hands, saying, "This is a Tarot Club benefit." In fact, he initially planned to quote 3,000 gold pounds. After all, he had already achieved financial freedom, and gold pounds were just a string of numbers to him. But in that case, Leonard probably wouldn't dare to buy it, and it would be difficult for others to price goods of this level when they sold them later. Hobert added, "Generally, sealed artifacts of this level sell for around 12,000, but I'm not short on money lately, so I'm giving you a discount." Justice Audrey interjected at the opportune moment, "Don't worry, with the Fool's Witness, transactions that occur in the Tarot Club will not involve any deception. At most, the premium might be a bit high." Leonard first noticed that the Emperor's gesture of spreading his hands looked a bit familiar. Then he said, "I want that sealed artifact from the Hunter pathway." At this point, he realized another question: how do we conduct the transaction? Audrey explained, "You can transact by sacrificing to the Fool. The ritual of sacrifice is..." She eagerly summarized the sacrificial ritual. Those who could be brought into the Tarot Club must have undergone numerous trials, and the rituals of sacrifice and bestowal did not need to be kept secret. Leonard was stunned for several seconds before saying, "Thank you." He thought to himself, how extravagant. To actually use sacrifice for transactions, a meeting before God is indeed different. Before this, in Leonard's mind, any mention of sacrifice was always associated with evil gods. Then he grumbled in his heart, The Tarot Club's sacrifices are also related to evil gods, just of a different nature. After completing this transaction, Hobert suddenly said to Hermit Catalia, "I wish to meet Mysterious Queen." Audrey looked at the Emperor. "Hobert wants to meet Mysterious Queen. I heard that Queen is very charming." Furs also looked at Hobert. "Why does he want to meet Mysterious Queen?" Catalia scrutinized Hobert before saying, "Can you tell me why you want to meet the Queen?" Leonard straightened up. The Hermit really knows Mysterious Queen. That's the leader of the Dawn element. A very mysterious big shot in the extraordinary world. Hobert did not hide it, an invitation to form an alliance. Then he smiled and said, "Mysterious Queen must be having a hard time fighting the Moses ascetic order alone, right?" Klein was also a bit surprised. Why does Hobert suddenly want to ally with Mysterious Queen? There was no sign of it before. Alger, however, guessed. Could it be that the Creator is planning another operation at sea, and this time needs an ally? Furs understood. This is a task from the Creator, a work-related contact. Hobert's answer startled Catalia, but she quickly recovered. "I will relay your message, but I cannot guarantee whether the Queen will meet you." "All right," Hobert said. "What compensation do you require?" "To observe a future intelligence exchange and be allowed to ask my own questions." Catalia was not short of gold pounds. "If you can facilitate your meeting, I will observe twice." Hobert smiled and said, "Deal." At this point, Leonard suddenly realized, to be able to propose an alliance with Mysterious Queen, and no one is surprised, the Emperor is also a member of a large organization. The members of the Tarot Club are all extraordinary. Just as everyone was guessing what joint operation the Emperor and Mysterious Queen might have, Hobert then said to the Moon Emlyn, "Help me contact the higher-ups of the Sanguine, and also convey my intention to form an alliance." Everyone looked at each other. They want to ally with the Sanguine too. Audrey simply asked, "Mr. Emperor, does the Creator have any major operations planned recently?" Leonard's previously relaxed posture immediately straightened again. "The Creator. The Emperor is one of the Creator's people. I wonder if he knows Hobert." Speaking of which, his build is a bit like Hobert's. Klein had already concluded that the Creator would definitely have a big move coming up. Is it another war with the Rose School? Yes, Hobert gave a definite answer. At that time, I will also ask the world for help. Klein was slightly taken aback. Thinking back, although I often experience extraordinary battles, I have never participated in an extraordinary war. I wonder what kind of experience that is. Alger opened his mouth. Perhaps the Creator's operation isn't necessarily at sea. I also really want to participate, but I wonder if the Emperor will invite me. In his impression, the world was also a sequence 5, so there was no reason to invite the world but not him. Emlyn paused slightly before saying, "I can, but I also can't guarantee that they will definitely meet you." Then he said, "As for compensation, waive the help promised at the last gathering. If successful, I also get an opportunity to observe an intelligence exchange." Hobert nodded. "Deal." Leonard found it a bit strange why they all mentioned intelligence exchange. At this point, the brief trading segment of this Tarot Club meeting ended, and it moved to the free communication segment. Alger glanced at the lower end of the bronze long table and reminded, "The Storm Church has issued another mission to investigate Gehrman Sparrow." The gazes from both sides of the bronze long table turned to the world. They more or less guessed that the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow must have done something big again. Audrey, who had just given the world a psychological consultation a few days ago, believed that Mr. World's mental state was abnormal, and it was very likely related to what he had done. The reactions of the other members made Leonard instantly realize a fact. Everyone in the Tarot Club knew that the world was Gehrman Sparrow, but none of them knew that Gehrman Sparrow was actually Klein Moretti. The world asked back in a hoarse voice, "What clues does the Storm Church have?" Alger said, "The Church's investigation found that the identity of Gehrman Sparrow is fake, and its origin is in Backland. Klein manipulated the world, don't mind this matter." For him, to find out who Gehrman Sparrow's fake identity was given to the prerequisite was to capture mysterious Queen Bernadette, or get Sharon's information from her, and then get the corresponding information from the bodyguard lady, who always came and went without a trace. Even for a true God's church, this would be a very difficult task. Alger nodded and then said, I recently received intelligence that Archbishop Ince Zangwill, who betrayed the Church of the Night Goddess, was killed in West Bayland. Before that, he had already become a demigod. And the sealed artifact, 008, he stole fell into unknown hands. The only thing certain is that the Church of the Night Goddess handled the battlefield. Leonard exclaimed, the hanged man's information is very well informed. This incident only happened a few days ago, and the church has not made it public, except for reporting some information to the Storm Church and the Church of Steam and Machinery. Then he belatedly thought, could it be that the hanged man is from the Storm Church? Audrey and others heard this news for the first time, but thinking of the information about 008 they had previously obtained from Emperor, they all concluded that this matter was very significant. At this moment, the fool, Klein suddenly reached out and tapped the table. He felt it was necessary to remind the members, in the next few years, the tide of the era will roll in. Amidst the dull tapping sound on the bronze long table, all members straightened their backs, or straightened them even further. Hobert thought to himself, attention. Mr. Fool is about to show off again. Klein in the gray fog smiled and said, the era has changed because of this. Adam is closer to godhood. Hobert slowly nodded. For Klein, who only knew part of the information, being able to make such a conjecture was already very impressive, and his showing off could be completely ignored. The other members all showed surprised expressions. Even Alger, who shared the news, didn't expect Mr. Fool to give such a high evaluation. Leonard, one of the participants in the incident, was also surprised. He knew how terrifying a Grade 0 sealed artifact was, but he never thought that day's events would change the era. After the surprise, Catalia thought, for Mr. Fool to exclaim like this, it means Adam is most likely only one step away from Sequence 0 and could take it at any time. Audrey recalled the information she had traded from Hobert before. Hobert had said at the time that Adam was seeking to advance to a true god. Now that Mr. Fool had confirmed this, it seemed that the Creator and Mr. Fool had long had a consensus on this, and what was happening in the South Continent made this consensus closer to reality. Furs and others were also surprised that Adam was challenging godhood, and at the same time, they were imagining what kind of changes the world situation would undergo if there were one more true god in the current situation. Although Leonard didn't know Adam's identity, he could still understand the meaning of closer to godhood. He immediately thought of the priest who was called Mr. Adam by Hobert and took away 008 after the battle. Amidst everyone's conjectures and surprises, the world glanced at Leonard and simply reminded, Adam is the child of the ancient sun god, and the brother of blasphemer, Amen. Leonard was startled. Although he had no concept of Adam, he had heard Pale's Zoroaster mention Amen many times. The old man seemed to have a very serious psychological shadow regarding this existence. And Adam was actually Amon's brother, possibly on the same terrifying level. The world, continued, 008, fell into Adam's hands. He successfully made up for the shortcomings on the path to godhood. Alger pondered the world's words for a moment and tentatively asked, you seem to have witnessed this. The world said lightly, it was my companion and I who killed Ince Zangwill. Alger wasn't too surprised, he just thought to himself, as expected. Audrey, however, deciphered some certainty and confidence from the world's tone, and so she asked curiously, Mr. World, have you become a demigod? The world did not answer directly, but said, in the future, if there are any matters involving demigods, you can also entrust them to me. Everyone present understood his unspoken meaning. This was the second demigod in the Tarot Club, after the Emperor. Catalia sighed silently. She recalled that the first time she met Gehrman Sparrow, he was only at Sequence 6. Alger, on the other hand, realized that the Creator's actions would most likely not include him, as the Emperor was clearly inviting demigods to participate in the battle. Or the creator's faction was inviting the Fool's faction to participate, and he was neither a demigod nor entirely part of Mr. Fool's faction. At this moment, Leonard suddenly said to the world, then his conversation with Adam. He had originally intended to say, then Hobert, but fortunately, he realized it in time. The world said, you can ask the Emperor. So Leonard looked at the Emperor. He really wanted to ask, are you Hobert? But he still held back in the end. Hobert said, the Creator did take this opportunity to complete a transaction with Adam. You should know the content of the transaction, but the purpose of the transaction, I'm sorry, I cannot disclose. Everyone immediately realized that Star was also present at the time, perhaps he was the companion, the world, just mentioned. Gehrman Sparrow actually had an official extraordinary as a companion. At the same time, everyone also understood that the Creator's subordinates were also present at that time. However, this seemed to be a very normal thing. After all, Mr. Fool's dependents participated in this incident, and as an ally, the Creator could not have been unaware. However, the Emperor did not specify the content of the transaction, and everyone had no way of guessing the Creator's purpose. Klein, however, had some conjectures. He remembered Hobert mentioning that the Creator hoped to obtain the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and a sequence 1. This led him to believe that the Creator was preparing to become an Old One. This also indirectly explained why the Creator had so much information and literature about Rosal, because he was a neighboring pathway to Rosal after he switched to Black Emperor, and may have even been an opponent of Rosal more than 100 years ago. It seemed perfectly normal to learn more about an opponent. But the problem was, Klein remembered Hobert saying in a previous transaction that both the Rune royal family and the Finapot royal family had a sequence 1. How did the Creator become a true god of the Judge pathway? While Klein was making his conjectures, Leonard hesitated several times, wanting to speak. He felt that the Emperor was very likely Hobert, but he couldn't ask for confirmation directly in such a secret gathering. At the same time, Alger speculated, there must be deeper secrets behind the incident in West Bayland, otherwise, Mr. Fool, the Creator, and Adam, these three existences, would not care about the life and death of a demigod. Also, in this incident, Adam obtained 008, and the Creator completed a transaction with Adam. What about Mr. Fool? What benefits did he gain from this matter? Alger then thought. I just noticed that Mr. Fool seemed even more profound and deep, with a feeling of looking down on everything from above. He slowly nodded, realizing, Mr. Fool further recovered his power in this incident. The son, Derek, seeing that everyone was temporarily quiet, spoke up, currently, the six-man council has completed the exploration of the former chief's tomb. More than a month ago, the six-man council began preparing to explore the former chief's tomb, and now they finally had results. Everyone looked at Derek, listening curiously to the information he shared. I gradually learned from a friend I just made that, according to your time, the exploration was completed last Tuesday, Derek continued. That friend's patrol area included the former chief's tomb. When he was on patrol that day, the current chief and the other members of the six-man council were all in front of the tomb. The current chief asked my friend's patrol team to clear the human hair-like plants growing in the cracks of the tomb. Then the chief told them to leave. They saw the chief and several elders enter the tomb from a distance. It is said that those who touched the hair had the same dream at night, dreaming of huge inverted buildings and corpses covered in feathers. The next day when they patrolled, the tomb was resealed with new stones, and no new hair-like plants grew, so I guess the exploration was only completed last Tuesday. As for the result, it has not been publicly announced yet, and no dangerous incidents have occurred in the entire Silver City. Everyone nodded. It seemed that the former chief's problem was solved. Derek then added, but strangely, just 2 days ago, the chief suddenly found me and described a strange scene in the tomb. And told me the result of this exploration. All the members of the Tarot Club were drawn in by Derek's description of exploring the former chief's tomb. He continued, the exploration results showed that the former chief had lost control. His body was covered in feathers stained with light yellow smudges, and behind him, illusory black thin tubes seemed to connect to an infinite distance. After the battle, the current Chief Colin and his team only obtained one sealed artifact and cut off those black thin tubes. Additionally, the chief solemnly told me that at the end of the battle, Elder Luvia released a shadow, and its target seemed to be those black thin tubes. However, the chief used a charm created by praying to the fool, causing that shadow to disappear into the darkness. Those in the know found the son's description very novel and sensed Chief Colin's wariness towards the shepherd elder. The unknowing star Leonard frowned, guessing the son's identity. His attire is very ancient, I've never seen such an outfit. But from his height, he should be a Forsac. But what organization does he belong to? How come I've never heard of any extraordinary organization in the Forsaken Empire having a chief and a six-man council, and they also seem to be dealing with events related to the death pathway. Leonard's judgment was based on feathers stained with light yellow smudges. In the Red Gloves related archives, the appearance of light yellow smudged feathers usually accompanied very dangerous cases of the death pathway. Klein, on the other hand, recalled his experiences when he first arrived on the South Continent. Mr. Azek's copper whistle suddenly acted strangely, and at that time, the spirit world of the raging sea seemed to boil, with even ordinary people noticing the abnormality. It was also with this clue that Klein invited Mr. Azek to explore, and so Klein closed his eyes and witnessed the Black Knight goddess seizing the uniqueness of the death pathway. Later, Klein thought that he might have been marked by the Black Knight goddess. When he encountered the feathered serpent hidden in the huge tomb in the raging sea, the Black Knight goddess would be able to sense it and quickly complete the process of divine descent based on the mark on him. Klein felt that he had led the way successfully, so he tried to pray to the goddess for power and indeed received a very high-level darkness charm. Ince Zangwill remained in a state of darkness until his death. According to the Sun's deduction, the day Mr. Azek's copper whistle acted abnormally was the same day Silver City explored the tomb. Klein wondered, is there any connection between these two? Derek finally said, I guess the chief told me these things hoping I would ask everyone what those black thin tubes are and where they led. He also hopes I will be wary of Elder Luvia. Hobert nodded gently. After Alger's teaching during this period, the Sun has made great progress. He can even guess the chief's intentions now. Catalya was the first to guess. Could those black thin tubes be connected to the underworld? After all, your former chief advanced to ferrymen, and it is said that their duty is to send all deceased beings to the underworld through a tranquil and profound river. I, however, think this is related to the Kastcha family's current artificial death god plan, Hobert suddenly said. Leonard leaned forward. He had heard of the artificial death god plan but didn't know the specific details. Audrey was a bit strange. Artificial death god. The combination of these two words, artificial and death, feels a bit odd. Klein from behind the gray fog. I was thinking the same thing. Hobert saw everyone looking at him and continued, my guess is based on the feathers stained with light yellow smudges. As far as I know, the image of the ancient death god is the undying bird, while the Kastcha family's crest is the image of a feathered serpent. Some even speculate that Emperor Salinger was once a feathered serpent. So after he became a god, did he change the mythological creature state of the death pathway? Therefore, I believe that Silver City's former chief may have been influenced by the artificial death god to undergo this mutation. Otherwise, the extraordinary characteristic he used for advancement came from the God-forsaken land. If there was no external influence, even if he lost control, he should have transformed into a monster tending towards the image of an undying bird. Finally, he spread his hands. Of course, this guess is a bit subjective. Perhaps after Salinger became a god, he could influence all extraordinaries of the same pathway. Even if this extraordinary characteristic was in the God-forsaken land, even if it had been influenced by the ancient death god, it was never influenced by the emperor. Most of the other members did not know about the artificial death god plan, so they could not comment on the emperor's guess. Leonard, however, was a bit surprised. God-forsaken land. The sun comes from the God-forsaken land. That's a legendary continent. Then he realized, it's not impossible. This also explains why I am so unfamiliar with the names like Six-Man Council, mentioned by the sun. Leonard's easygoing personality and the many secrets he had heard from the old man made him somewhat immune to any surprising information. Derek immediately asked, does this have any impact on Silver City? Aren't the black thin tubes all cut off? Hobert said, it shouldn't have caused any impact. He thought for a moment and then said, as for the black shadow released by Elder Lovia, could it be that the true creator wanted to confirm the state of the artificial death god? Or perhaps wanted to influence the state of the artificial death god? Before the other members could even begin to speculate, Derek immediately asked, could this be our way out of the God-forsaken land? After all, those black thin tubes connect to your world. Hobert considered for a second or two before saying, probably not. Since it's the death pathway's advancement and connecting black tubes, I speculate these black tubes connect to Silver City's former chief's tomb through one of two pathways. One is the underworld, and the other is an unknown pathway. The underworld is clearly unlikely. It's part of the spirit world. If the God-forsaken land could be connected through the underworld, then before today, many extraordinaries of the death pathway should have visited Silver City. As for that unknown pathway, like the hermit, I've heard that the domain symbolizing the death pathway, besides the underworld, also has a tranquil and profound river. But the specific situation is not clear. Not only the river of eternal darkness, but Hobert also planned to release information about the source material when the time was right. Hobert continued, if it's connected to Silver City in the God-forsaken land, through this unknown pathway, with Silver City's current strength, there's no way to enter there at all. Even if they entered there, death might be the best outcome. Perhaps all who enter there, their bodies and souls will forever become puppets of death. Derek nodded. Emperor, thank you for your answers. I will pay a certain reward for these two questions. Hobert did not refuse. Although his analysis was a bit obscure, the result was correct. This was also a problem Hobert encountered when doing intelligence transactions. He knew the result but not the process, so the process had to be subjectively guessed. There were some parts he also felt didn't make sense, but he had to guess hard. At this moment, Audrey voiced the thoughts of Emlyn, Furs, and others. Emperor, what is artificial death god? Can death really be created by humans? Hobert smiled. That's a long story. Let me think. This has to start with the Emperor. We've had many intelligence exchanges about the fourth epoch before, but we haven't traded any intelligence related to the Emperor. If you want to hear the whole story, you must make a trade. Audrey immediately nodded. I am willing to join this trade. The other members also expressed their willingness to join, only the newcomer Leonard was somewhat hesitant because he also knew some secrets of the fourth epoch from the old man and was unsure if the Emperor's intelligence overlapped with what he knew. At this time, Hobert said, all right, each member who joins this trade will still owe me a favor in the future. The value of this favor will not exceed 800 gold pounds. The Hermit and the Moon can listen for free this time and can ask questions. Leonard, like he was in a Red Gloves meeting, raised his hand slightly and said, excuse me, I didn't quite understand the reward. What does it mean to owe a favor? Hobert replied, it's similar to a bond. We can conduct the transaction first without paying me any reward for now. But in the future, if I have a need, I will ask for your help to repay the debt. Of course, the process of repaying the debt must be done with your consent. Additionally, to better differentiate the amount of debt, it's simply converted into gold pounds. However, unlike a bond, I won't charge interest. Leonard recalled the Emperor's transaction with the Hermit, and then happily said, in that case, I'll join this transaction too. For Leonard, who liked to live in the moment, he never worried about debt, and besides, a debt of 800 gold pounds was nothing to him. After everyone had no problems, the transaction officially began. To accommodate new members, let's briefly describe the first half of the Four Emperors' War, Hobert said. With the revival of Solomon, the entire north-south continent formed a situation where four emperors carved up the territory. These four emperors were the Black Emperor, the Blood Emperor, the Night Emperor, and the Emperor. The first to fall was Black Emperor Solomon. The two great nobles of the Solomon Second Empire, Cheritu, were killed by Mystrador and Antigonus. Another great noble, Zoroaster. Leonard indeed took the bait. Excuse me, to interrupt you, who did you just say? Hobert repeated. Zoroaster. Although the old man had told Leonard many stories about the fourth epoch, he had never told him which faction he belonged to at the time. So Leonard only learned today that the old man was a great noble of the Solomon Empire. Klein again shook his head in the dark. I don't even want to say anything. The hanged man, Alger looked meaningfully at Star. Is this Mr. Star related to the Zoroaster family? Or is he simply a member of this family? That's right, as a member of the Tarot Club, he must have some background. Audrey also looked at Star, an official extraordinary, and also related to an angel family. Mr. Star's identity is quite complex. Hermit, Catalia also thought to herself. In the future, if there are any questions or needs related to the thief pathway, I can ask this Mr. Star. Hobert continued. Zoroaster, without the Black Emperor's help, could only hide everywhere when facing Amon's pursuit. Leonard felt the other members' gazes at him change, but he didn't take it seriously at all. Can you elaborate on Zoroaster's experiences? For him, his identity in the real world had no connection to the Zoroaster family, and he wasn't afraid of exposing anything. Hobert said, we'll trade separately later. Let me think, this intelligence should be worth 3,000 gold pounds, because it involves a lot of intelligence about the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire. The total value of this intelligence when traded at previous Tarot Club meetings exceeded 10,000 gold pounds. This price is a discount for newcomers. Additionally, I also know some intelligence about the Zoroaster family that has never been revealed at the Tarot Club. 3,000 gold pounds is definitely worth it. Klein almost covered his face. Does the Emperor have to fleece every new member? Leonard asked, is it also 3,000 gold pounds in exchange for future help? Yes. Deal. Seeing Leonard agree so readily, Hobert suddenly had a misconception that this money might not be recovered. Recalling Leonard's usual carefree demeanor, he smiled helplessly, not dwelling on the matter too much, and continued, the second to fall was the Blood Emperor. We discussed this when trading information about the Transmigration Empire. The Blood Emperor was likely defeated by the joint forces of the Underworld Emperor and the Night Emperor. Evidence for this conjecture is that the Underworld Emperor possesses the uniqueness of the Hunter pathway. Leonard was about to raise his hand to ask a question again, but then he remembered he could ask during the individual trade later, so he didn't interrupt the Emperor's narration. At the same time, he realized that his understanding of Fourth Epoch history was very fragmented, while the information provided by the Emperor seemed very comprehensive and systematic. Hobert continued, not long after the Blood Emperor fell, the Night Emperor also fell under the siege of the Six Gods. To better control secular power, the Six Gods seemed to have reached a consensus to temporarily not support rulers at the true god level. So they supported the four great nobles of the Transmigration Empire, who each established 4 countries, essentially forming the current situation of 4 great nations confronting each other on the North Continent. As for the smaller countries between the great nations, most of them split off during the War of Oaths, but that's a story for later. Although they had some prior knowledge, hearing the Emperor's description again still evoked a sense of historical vicissitude in everyone. Leonard, however, felt that even just hearing this information made the 800 gold pounds well spent. At the same time, he couldn't help but frown, because the Emperor's description of the 6 gods seemed to lack any reverence. Hobert paused for a second or two, seemingly organizing his thoughts before continuing. The Underworld Emperor's full name is Salinger Ages. The earliest record I have of him appears in descriptions of the destruction magic wolf. In the second epoch, he was a subordinate god to this ancient god, the god of the undead. Leonard was once again astonished. This was information about the second epoch. Was it just being told to everyone without reservation? No, from everyone's expressions, they already knew this. The emperor was specifically telling him. Then he seriously doubted his previous judgment. Was the emperor really Hobert? If it really was him, where did he get such high-level information? From the creator. The other members already knew this information, and were accustomed to this type of information, so there was no surprise or other emotion. They listened to the emperor's description as if reviewing a previous story. Hobert continued, with the divine war that occurred in the mid-second epoch, the destruction magic wolf fell. As for the conjecture of this ancient god's fall, we have already traded relevant information. At this point, Klein glanced at Leonard. Fortunately, Hobert didn't intend to elaborate, otherwise you would have bristled. Salinger, without the protection of an ancient god, quickly pledged allegiance to the ancient death god, the undying bird ancestor, Hobert said. The image of the undying bird can still be seen on ornaments in the South Continent, so I won't elaborate here. During the battle between the ancient sun god and the ancient gods, the ancient death god Gregare fell. Because I don't know much about this event, I don't know if Salinger made any contributions here, but later two things were very thought-provoking. The first thing is that when Salinger pledged allegiance to Gregare, he was only a sequence to subordinate god. By the third epoch, he was already an angel king of the death pathway. So when Gregare fell, he should have obtained two sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics, or at least one sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic and the uniqueness of that pathway. I don't have the exact time of Salinger's becoming a god here, but when he joined the Rose Redemption, he should not yet have been a true god. I personally believe that he should have become a god in the early 4th epoch, and thus had the corresponding strength to establish the Byron Empire, once warring with the Church of the Night Goddess and the War God Church. Everyone slowly nodded, all agreeing with the Emperor's conjecture. By now, they were even accustomed to such conjectures. They also knew this might not be the truth, but it should be close to the truth. Leonard had already unconsciously sat up straight. Such a detailed description. Even the knowledge appearing in these conjectures is very valuable. Then the questions in his mind began to gush out like a spring. What does Angel King mean? I've heard the old man talk about uniqueness, but what is its specific function? What organization is the Rose Redemption? Why did the Emperor specifically mention that the Underworld Emperor's Byron Empire fought against the Goddess's Church and the War God Church? Finally, by observing the expressions of the other members, he realized, the Emperor often trades this level of information, and the prices are so affordable. Haha, is this the Tarot Club? No wonder Klein's advancement speed is so fast. It turns out this gathering is so special. As it stood, most of the information the Emperor spoke of had been previously disclosed, and even those that hadn't were within the other members' psychological tolerance. Moreover, the Emperor explained everything clearly, so there was basically no confusion in everyone's minds. Hobert continued to narrate the first thought-provoking matter. Salinger obtained these extraordinary characteristics through two paths. First, picking them up from the battlefield, and second, the ancient sun god giving them to him. The first path doesn't rule out Salinger's good luck, but if it was the second path, he must have provided some help to the ancient sun god in defeating the ancient death god. The meeting hall, like a giant's palace, was very quiet. Everyone basically had one thought. In other words, the path by which the Underworld Emperor gained the opportunity to become a god was likely another dark history. Having gone through the relevant trade regarding the Night Country, even Audrey now had a certain immunity to such dark histories and didn't think much further. Leonard frowned. Although he had no sense of identification with the historical figure of the Underworld Emperor, he still felt this seemed a bit blasphemous. The second thought-provoking thing is that Salinger was invited to join the Rose Redemption, Hobert said. We also conducted a relevant trade regarding the death of the ancient sun god, the Dark Angel and the Black Night Goddess. Wait, Leonard couldn't help but interrupt again. Excuse me, is the Rose Redemption related to the Black Night Goddess? This time, Klein actually made the gesture of covering his face, only he was sharing the world's senses at the moment, and used the world to make this gesture. Alger immediately understood after hearing Leonard's question. Star is very likely a extraordinary of the Church of the Night Goddess. Catalya was also a little surprised. Has the Church of the Night Goddess never discovered that Star is a member of the Zoroaster family? Or did this family secretly pledge allegiance to the Black Night Goddess to escape Amon's pursuit? Audrey was even a little shocked. Mr. Star is actually a extraordinary of the Church of the Night Goddess. I wonder if it's in Backland. Even the Moon Emlyn realized, is Star also forced to serve the Church of the Night Goddess, just like me? Furs, meanwhile, was already conceiving the image of a morally ambiguous bishop of the Church of the Night Goddess. The only one who didn't care much about this was the son Derek, but he also mentally summarized, Mr. Star is related to the Black Night Goddess and the Zoroaster family. After asking this question, Leonard realized that he seemed to have exposed something, but compared to the information he exposed, he was more eager to get information about the goddess. Yes, Hobert gave an affirmative answer. Leonard immediately followed up, can you elaborate on the information about the Rose redemption? This information is very valuable, Hobert said. Other members at the time paid 8,000 gold pounds to get this information, and 18,000 gold pounds to get the complete information. Consider it your participation in the crowdfunding at the time, I'll give you a discount, still 3,000 gold pounds. Leonard fell silent. If he added this trade, his debt would amount to 6,800 gold pounds. Even if he didn't plan to pay it back properly, he still had a certain psychological burden. Then he thought that the use of this information was not very urgent, and he could also ask the old man, and write to Klein. So he said, I'll think about it. Hobert nodded and continued the previous topic. The initiators of the Rose Redemption, the Dark Angel and the Black Night Goddess, would not invite deities who harbored hatred for the ancient sun god. I believe that at the time, Salinger's power should have been similar to that of the Church of the Night Goddess, the War God Church, and other forces, belonging to a power that the ancient sun god implicitly allowed to exist within a certain area or develop to a certain extent in the Third Epoch. That's why I said the relationship between the ancient sun god and Salinger is very thought-provoking. Leonard couldn't help but scratch his head. The Emperor's information seems to be different from my concept of Third Epoch history. Finally, Hobert said, I have such a conjecture, but it is purely a conjecture, without any evidentiary support. It's the same old saying, I'll say it, everyone listen, don't let it affect your search for the truth of the relevant information. This was not the first time everyone had heard Hobert say these words. Far from relaxing, they all listened attentively to his upcoming conjecture. Could it be like this? Hobert said, Salinger helped the ancient sun god defeat the ancient death god Gregare, and thus he obtained the uniqueness of that pathway and one sequence one extraordinary characteristic from the ancient sun god. Later, in the early Fourth Epoch, the True Creators faction gave the other two sequence one extraordinary characteristics to Salinger to balance the Black Night Goddess and the War God. Thus, Salinger had the opportunity to become a god, and he did indeed continuously oppose the Black Night Goddess and the War God in the early Fourth Epoch. It wasn't until the True Creators' forces were completely driven to the god-forsaken land that the Underworld Emperor cooperated with the Night Emperor to a certain extent, and their cooperation was also tacitly approved by the six gods. Clearly, the relationship between the two sides had eased considerably by then. Leonard at this moment really wanted to ask Pale's Zoroaster, Old man, the Fourth Epoch history you told me is fake, isn't it? Why did you never say that the True Creators' forces also appeared on the North-South continent in the early Fourth Epoch? Then he understood why the Emperor had specifically mentioned the Underworld Emperor's mutual crusades against the Church of the Night Goddess and the War God Church earlier. Leonard knew the relevant information about adjacent pathways can be interchanged, but as an official extraordinary, he had never considered that the conflicts based on pathway interchange still existed at the level of deities. More precisely, deities in his eyes were more like an abstract symbol, only requiring respect and obedience, with no need to consider anything else. The other members were quite receptive to the emperor's conjecture, as it had a certain logic to it. As the emperor said, until the truth was found, this information could perfectly fill the void in that period of history. They had no other thoughts. Firstly, the situation of the fourth epoch had been analyzed by the emperor before, and this was already a very clear piece of information. Besides Klein once again lamenting, "Prevent fire, prevent theft, prevent fellow gods." The other members now felt that it was abnormal for a deity not to have some dark history. Seeing that everyone accepted his speculation, Hobert continued, "The time came to the fourth epoch. According to the precise information I obtained from the Creator, after Black Emperor Salinger obtained the uniqueness of the hunter pathway, he used certain conditions to forcibly accommodate that uniqueness." The members of the Tarot Club were finally moved. Audrey was the first to ask, "Mr. Emperor, is the Black Emperor preparing to switch to?" "No, even if he switches to the hunter pathway, he would still be a true god." Catalia, however, already had some ideas. "Mr. Emperor means that Salinger forcibly accommodated the uniqueness of the hunter pathway on the basis of death." Then she asked, "What is the purpose of doing this? Is it just to use the corresponding power of the hunter pathway?" Regarding this point, the Creator did give a simple explanation. Hobert said, "The Creator said, although the abilities of each extraordinary pathway are different, there is actually no distinction between strong and weak. The key is how to use one's abilities. So, theoretically, there is no good or bad distinction for each pathway. However, there are a few pathways that seem a bit special, such as the monster pathway, which has no adjacent pathways, and a few other special pathways, the sleepless warrior, corpse collector pathways, and the hunter assassin pathways. Although the former three and the latter two are not adjacent pathways, after advancing to a certain sequence, the pathways of the former three and the latter two can also be interchanged, and the effect of the interchange is similar to that of adjacent pathway interchanges. But such an interchange has hidden dangers. The Creator said that such hidden dangers only become apparent at the true God level." Klein, behind the gray fog, thought, "This reminds me of the 5 pathways possessed by the ancient sun god. These are also 5 pathways. Could it be that one needs to possess the uniqueness of these 5 pathways and a certain amount of extraordinary characteristic to become an old one? If so, the goddess has collected 2/5. Catalia, on the other hand, sighed, "This is clearly higher level information than adjacent pathways. I wonder what merit the Emperor achieved to obtain such high-level information." Leonard's surprise had not stopped. "What? I can still interchange pathways with a witch?" Alger then asked. "In other words, the Black Emperor's forced accommodation was an attempt to become an old one. He indeed had such a goal." Hobert said, "But what I want to tell everyone is that the first 3 and the latter 2 of these 5 pathways, after reaching the true God level, cannot accommodate each other like adjacent pathways." Although Leonard didn't fully understand, he caught the main point. After reaching the true God level, one can accommodate the extraordinary characteristic of other adjacent pathways. This, just thinking about such information feels blasphemous. The key is, even the old man probably wouldn't know such information, right? Hobert continued, "It is said that the Black Emperor was trying to open a new pathway to become an old one. It cannot be said that he succeeded, nor can it be said that he failed, but what is certain is that he basically fell into a state of madness. However, he did indeed become stronger." Klein suddenly remembered the description in Rosel's diary. He, referring to Salinger, went mad, but also became stronger. Then he thought, according to the Black Emperor Salinger's actions, the method to become an old one is to accommodate multiple uniquenesses. Is it really that simple? Alger suddenly smiled. Another fellow who would rather go mad than not become stronger. Although Leonard didn't know what old one meant, theoretically, this should be extremely confidential information. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get this information?" Hobert smiled. "Among the saints loyal to the Creator, one was once a guard of the ancient death god. He has some pathways and knows some things about Salinger. Everyone showed a look of sudden realization. Among them, Klein thought of the saint with the rather strange, spirit-body threads he encountered in Mist Town. The others, meanwhile, sighed. I didn't expect the Creator to also accept such saints. Furs thought to herself, not only a guard of the ancient death god, but I also know that the Creator has just accepted some members of the Gnostic Society who were once loyal to the original witch. The Emperor's answer made Leonard slightly stunned. This once again refreshed my view of the Creator. Hobert continued to describe. Now let's talk about Salinger's ally, the original witch. According to some scattered information, she became a god in the mid-4th epoch, and later, during the Four Emperors' War, chose to support Black Emperor Salinger. Her choices were actually limited. Firstly, as long as she had some sanity, she would not choose to support the Solomon Empire. She was even less likely to support the Blood Emperor, because their pathways are adjacent. The original witch could also choose to support the Trentsust Empire, but this empire already had the support of the 6 gods, so it was unlikely to give her much benefit. Rather than being ostracized by that loose 6 gods alliance, it was better to seek cooperation with Salinger in the South Continent. The other members, except for the Sun, basically knew about the original witch, this evil god. Emlyn asked curiously, during the 4th epoch, was the witch sect also a righteous church? That's right, Hobert said. For a moment, Leonard found this result very strange. The witch sect was also a righteous church. This was simply slandering the term, righteous church. The other members probably guessed. It must be that Salinger and the original witch failed later, so one became a hidden extraordinary family in the South Continent, and the other became an evil hidden organization. During the Four Emperors' War, the god of steam and machinery also ascended to godhood, but at that time he was still called the god of artisans. Hobert said, the god of artisans made a completely different choice from the original witch. He chose to support the Trentsust Empire, and so the 7 gods we are now familiar with were complete. Klein was stunned. Why did I think of Dragon Ball? Hobert continued, after the Night Emperor's fall, the 7 gods had already begun to divide the spoils of victory from the Four Emperors' War. Hobert said, this has been mentioned before, so I'll just give a general overview here. The Black Knight goddess and the Lord of Storms supported the Augustus family in establishing the Ruined Kingdom, and the Earth Mother and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom supported the Kastcha family in establishing the Fenaport Kingdom. The Eternal Blazing Sun and the God of Artisans supported the Sorin family in establishing the Intis Kingdom, and the War God supported the Einhorn family in establishing the Forsake Empire. Here I want to explain that the God of Artisans' situation was pretty much as the original witch predicted. In the process of dividing the spoils of victory, he didn't gain much. It is said that during the Intis Kingdom period, for every 3 new churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church built, only 1 church of the God of Artisans was allowed to be built. I don't know what the situation is now. He paused and continued, so the 7 gods were roughly divided into 4 different factions according to the 4 countries. At the same time, even those 3 pairs of allies had different attitudes towards different deities. For example, facing the Black Knight goddess of the Ruined Kingdom, the War God held a hostile stance, the Eternal Blazing Sun, the Earth Mother, and the God of Artisans held a neutral stance, and the Storm of Lord and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom held an allied stance. And similarly, facing the Storm of Lord of the Ruined Kingdom, the Eternal Blazing Sun and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom held a hostile stance, the Earth Mother, the War God, and the God of Artisans held a neutral stance, and the Black Knight goddess held an allied stance. The other members had to listen carefully to keep up with the Emperor's description, and cited how chaotic the situation among the gods was back then. Klein, on the other hand, thought, in fact, up until now, the attitudes of the gods have hardly changed from that time. The only change might be that in the 5th epoch, the Church of Steam and Machinery could also preach in the Ruined Kingdom. Of course, this is inseparable from Rosel's contribution. Perhaps this indicates that the God of Steam and Machinery is an ally with the Black Knight goddess and the Lord of Storms. Thinking this, he shook his head. it might simply be that the ruined kingdom needs the power of the Church of Steam and Machinery. Leonard was stunned for a second or two before reacting. Am I the only one who thinks this is a blasphemy against deities? They are gods, shouldn't they be high above? How can they be divided into such and such factions? But then he immediately thought of the Church's hostility towards the war god Church, and this idea seemed acceptable. Hobert said, from the perspective of Salinger and the original witch in the South Continent, the seven gods, after dividing the spoils of victory, were full of contradictions, which was a good opportunity to attack the North Continent. Although there are no clear records, according to my hypothesis, the seven gods should have already had some conflicts at that time, and the entire North Continent was filled with the shadow of war, which is why those two in the South Continent had such an idea. Even if the Black Emperor accommodated the hunter uniqueness, who likes to provoke wars, and even if he was mostly in a state of madness, if he made an irrational decision, I believe the original witch would also stop him. So, after determining that there was an opportunity to be seized, the Byron Empire began to fully attack the North Continent. This is the Pale Age in history. The final outcome, I believe everyone knows. After all, the ruler of the North Continent is not death. Now, and there is no witch church among the righteous churches. However, when I first received the relevant information, I thought their attack was quickly defeated, but later I realized that this period of history used the word age, which means that this battle should have lasted for a long time. This was indeed a point he had only thought of recently on Shipyard Island. When I look back at that information, I found the relevant description was, they unleashed the Pale Calamity in the North Continent. In other words, they once successfully invaded the North Continent and caused a huge disaster. At this time, the seven gods, who were in a state of dispute, felt threatened and only then joined forces to thwart their offensive. It was also after this battle that the god of artisans was recognized as a legitimate deity by the other six gods. Hobert said meaningfully, as for why the relevant records in the Bibles of the seven Orthodox churches all deliberately downplay the age aspect of the Pale Age, everyone can consider it themselves. Alger, who had no strong feelings for the Storm Church, was the first to think, what else could it be for? Of course, it was to cover up the inaction of the seven gods during this disaster. Leonard was going crazy. What kind of gathering did I join? Why did they start denouncing the Orthodox churches just by talking? Hermit, Catalya chuckled, this doesn't seem difficult to understand. The fool, Klein realized. It seems that ever since Hobert was promoted to a demigod, his perspective on problems has become increasingly dark. The truth might really be as he said, that the Orthodox churches, or rather the seven Orthodox gods, severely neglected their duties in this disaster. But I remember that when he was sequence 8 and sequence 6, even if he knew such information, he would most likely not spread it. At that time, he preferred to spread things with positive energy. Then he realized, could this be the change brought about by the lawyer pathways potion? I wonder if he himself has noticed. At the same time, Klein decided to pay attention to Hobert's state in the future. If it became severe to a certain extent, he would definitely remind him and help him find a way to counter the changes brought by the extraordinary characteristic. Justice, Audrey sighed helplessly. The truth of history is often so difficult to accept. The other members had no church they were loyal to, so they didn't feel much after hearing this news. Emperor, Hobert continued the previous topic. I heard that before the Pale Era, there was still a connecting passage between the South Continent and the North Continent. It was precisely because of this fierce battle of gods that the passage sank to the bottom of the sea, and the two continents were completely separated by the ocean. Although the underworld emperor was stronger than ordinary gods, he was only slightly stronger and could not stop the siege of the seven gods. Ultimately, the underworld emperor was defeated and fell during his return to the South Continent. The uniqueness of the corpse collector and hunter pathways within him lost control, disrupting the balance between the real world and the spirit world, forming the raging sea. The Tarot Club had traded this information before. As some of the members who joined after that trade, Pirate General Catalya knew about this, and Moon, Derek and Leonard had probably heard some relevant information. So they weren't particularly surprised. Salinger's death was a huge disaster for the Byron Empire. Hobert said. The Rose School, well, the Rose School, at that time was still quite disciplined. Under the leadership of the previous god of spiritual items, who was also the bound god, the Rose School took the opportunity to rise and establish the Highland Kingdom. Until the arrival of the colonial era, the Byron Empire and the Highland Kingdom were still fighting for dominance over the South Continent. The other members didn't know much about the history of the South Continent, because the history of the South Continent was almost submerged in the tide of colonialism. Everyone only knew that most of the Earth Kings and chieftains in the South Continent were nobles of the Byron Empire and the Highland Kingdom. It's just that the Byron Empire and the Highland Kingdom were not recognized by the countries of the North Continent. Although they also had imperial courts and royal courts, those grassroots nobles, those Earth Kings and chieftains, were no longer under their control and had instead submitted to the colonizers of the North Continent. After being sorted out by emperor, like this, they successively discovered that the history of the South Continent, like that of the North Continent, was actually centered around extraordinary wars. The historical materials truly circulated among the people were merely the superficial results of these extraordinary wars. Seeing Hobert pause for a few seconds, seemingly having finished trading all the information, Emlyn then asked, "What does artificial death god mean, as mentioned before? Is a new death god about to be born in the South Continent?" Hobert smiled and replied, "The death pathway is very special. Would it sound strange if we said, the death god died?" Everyone looked at each other. It did sound a bit strange. Would the gods of the undead kingdom also die? This seemed to make one feel as if death itself died. It is precisely because of the special nature of this pathway that many nobles of the Byron Empire, or former clergy of the Death God Church, believe that Salinger did not truly fall. Hobert said. So a considerable number of them have been trying to awaken Salinger, or find a way to resurrect him. Here, I have to mention information related to the Spiritual Teachings Order. We all know that the Spiritual Teachings Order is actually a general term for the extraordinaries of the Byron Empire in the South Continent. Their internal structure is divided into many factions, and the two largest forces are the Royal Faction and the Artificial Death God Faction. The Royal Faction supports Salinger's descendants ascending to the throne. As far as I know, the leader of the Royal Faction calls herself the Pale Empress and still governs in the imperial court of the Byron Empire. In the South Continent, a considerable portion of the populace and land still accept the rule of the imperial court. This was information Hobert learned from his butler, Dophus, back before Dophus was promoted to a demigod. At that time, Dophus spoke in great detail, including the main areas of conflict between the Byron Empire and the Ruin Army, as well as Ruin's economic plunder of the Byron Empire. Hobert only briefly described it at this point. He continued, "As for the Artificial Death God Faction, this is actually an outsider's term for them. They call themselves the Awakening Faction, believing that Salinger merely suffered a very severe injury and thus fell into a deep sleep somewhere in the raging sea. It is said that a long time ago, they used various methods to try and awaken the Death God. I don't know exactly when, but it should have been in the 5th epoch, when they were attempting to sacrifice to the Death God, they received a response from the Death God. So they began to focus on using rituals to awaken the Death God. It is said that after centuries of accumulated results, they can even get intermittent responses from the Death God. This made the other members, except for Klein, feel very surprised. The Hanged Man, Alger's first thought was, did the Underworld Emperor really just fall into a deep sleep? Then he denied this idea himself. Back then, it was the 7 gods besieging the Underworld Emperor and the original witch. If the Underworld Emperor had not fallen, the 7 gods would most likely have pursued him directly to the raging sea, or even directly to the South Continent. Finally, a very terrifying thought appeared in his mind. What exactly did the Artificial Death God Faction awaken? Catalia, on the other hand, thought of the ancient sun god's fall. She noticed, ever since the underworld Emperor Salinger fell, Emperor began to use Death God to refer to the true God of this pathway. Is he implying that Salinger truly fell, and that Death God, now being awakened, might only be a partial consciousness of Salinger? So this is already a completely new Death God. Leonard stroked his chin. I might not have permission to read this information yet. Given the Church's emphasis on the South Continent, such information should also be in the Church's archives. Then he realized a problem. Should he report some of the information obtained at the Tarot Club to the Church? But soon, Leonard shook his head, believing that doing so would very likely incur punishment from Mr. the Fool, and it would also easily expose his secret of participating in the Tarot Club to the Church. Audrey simply asked directly, Mr. Emperor, did Salinger really not completely fall? He fell, Hobert replied. Then Audrey asked the question in the hearts of the other members, then who is responding to the artificial Death God faction? This made members like Furs and Emlyn think of information related to the blood ancestor Lilith, original moon, and Desire Mother Tree, and they guessed whether someone was impersonating the Death God to respond to the artificial Death God faction. Hobert organized his words before saying, it can be understood as a part of Salinger's divinity, or it can be understood as the uniqueness of the Death God pathway. The information that uniqueness could make a certain response had been discussed at the Tarot Club before, so no one was particularly surprised. However, upon hearing such a thing again, they still found it quite miraculous. However, most members only knew that uniqueness could have a certain influence on extraordinaries of its pathway and make some responses similar to a god's level, but they thought this was more like a magical sealed artifact, which had to be used by someone to make a response. Therefore, they basically understood Hobert's answer just now to mean that someone, or rather, some god, had obtained the uniqueness with Salinger's spiritual residue and was responding to the artificial Death God faction. However, Catalia among them didn't think so, because she remembered that the Queen once said that the hidden sage seemed to be a Walsungwa activated uniqueness, but she could never understand why uniqueness would Walsungwa activate. Klein, who had read the relevant diaries and recalled some of Mr. Azek's words, immediately understood and, after glancing at Hermit, asked, can constant sacrifices activate the uniqueness of the Death God pathway and have it respond to the artificial Death God faction by itself? Audrey and the other members then realized that it wasn't that someone had obtained the uniqueness of the Death God pathway, but that the uniqueness had activated. Emlyn also didn't know if he was talking to himself or asking, Emperor, uniqueness can also activate. Theoretically, it's just an abstract authority, but facts prove that it can indeed activate. Hobert said, because such things don't only happen with the uniqueness of the Death God pathway. The specific theory of activation is unknown because uniqueness is too special. Regarding this, I only have a simple conjecture. Extraordinary power, to a certain extent, can be seen as a living organism's application of the entire universe's real or abstract power. The uniqueness represents the authority of power in a certain domain of the universe. The process of this application is very mysterious, but considering the divinity obtained after high sequence, can we draw such a conclusion that the universe is another form of life? Or rather, this universe also has its own consciousness, and it has been using those consciousnesses to maintain the normal operation of the universe. And the universe's consciousness is completely different from the consciousness of us living organisms. It is cold and ruthless, and it believes that its purpose of existence is to maintain the normal operation of the universe. Reflected in extraordinaries, could this be divinity? When extraordinaries become high sequence and integrate more and more divinity, the conflict between cosmic consciousness and living organism consciousness gradually intensifies. This time, everyone, including Klein, was very surprised, and at the same time, they had very contradictory feelings, as if they understood what Emperor meant, and yet understood nothing. Because they usually had not been exposed to similar theories, and had not even done similar thinking, they did not even make relevant associations at this time, or rather, they did not know what direction to associate in. Only Klein, recalling some conjectures from the AD era similar to Hobert's statements, quickly understood Hobert's meaning. No wonder he always said that extraordinary power is a tool. So that's what he meant. Thinking about it this way, an extraordinary characteristic is very much like some kind of modification or mutation made to a living body, allowing it to manipulate powers that it originally couldn't master. Then he thought again, if one doesn't possess such tools, then humans can only use their research into basic physics, their discoveries and understanding of relativity and quantum mechanics, to create tools that can use the power of the universe. That is called science. This idea was a conjecture Hobert had only come up with in the past 2 days. Since completely breaking the rules he had set for himself, Hobert unexpectedly found that his thinking seemed to have broadened considerably. He was now beginning to ponder the very nature of laws, and he eventually found that all laws were abstract manifestations of the universe's operation. It has the backing of real power, and also an abstract and conceptual side. It is both a combination and a contradiction. As for the cosmic life theory, Hobert referenced some memories from the AD era and incorporated the characteristics of this strange world to arrive at this conjecture. This was a byproduct of his thoughts on the essence of laws, but it conveniently served to explain the uniqueness of the uniqueness. Moreover, when Hobert entered the country of disorder, and obtained the memories sealed there, he found that this conjecture was very similar to the description of the first creator. At the same time, Hobert also thought about another question along this line of thought. The objectives of both mysticism and science are actually the same, but the results are completely different. Mysticism allows religion to be deeply rooted, possessing the majesty of gods, but after reaching the high sequence, humanity inevitably becomes influenced by divinity. Science amplifies the power of humanity itself, allowing us to land on the moon and see the depths of the universe, but the process of utilizing cosmic power is too long, and the amount utilized is very limited. The commonality between the two is, first thinking of using them for combat and war, which might be the influence of human nature on divinity. At present, Hobert gave everyone a few seconds to think, then continued, with that said, is it not difficult to understand that the uniqueness can activate, because it is inherently alive? It's just that its form of life is difficult for us to comprehend, and it's closer to what we call divinity. Catalya couldn't help but ask, then, can the activation of the death pathway's uniqueness be seen as a part of the universe coming alive? Hobert spread his hands. My conjecture is not yet fully developed, so I can't answer your question at the moment. Catalya then asked, what about the hidden sage? Is he also the activation of the uniqueness? But I mean, what does my pathway represent? What role does it play in the universe? Hobert said, I've also heard that the hidden sage is the activation of the uniqueness. As for the seer pathway, it is widely recognized as representing knowledge itself. Applying my conjecture from just now, isn't what this pathway represents the conceptual manifestation of the universe's knowledge? Hobert paused slightly and then said, then let me try to explain again why the hidden sage always pursues extraordinaries of the same pathway to instill knowledge. Putting aside extraordinary factors, isn't all the knowledge humanity has gained obtained through observing nature and observing the universe? For example, through observing the great fire formed by nature, we gain the ability to use fire, as well as rudimentary knowledge about fire. Then can it be said that the knowledge in nature is always presented in a state of continuous events, spreading outwards? It's just that the knowledge we humans can receive and see is limited. Isn't it a bit like your situation? It's not that the hidden sage is pursuing you, perhaps because of the special nature of this pathway, you can receive more knowledge that is in a state of emission. Derek and Emlyn had already fallen behind Hobert's train of thought, so they simply gave up halfway through. Leonard also didn't quite understand, and in the end, his heart was only filled with emotion. It's too systematic, this conjecture seems very mature to me. Audrey and Alger understood Hobert's meaning and were somewhat shocked for a moment, because their lives as nobles and at sea had never led them to consider such matters. Furs, who had many science fiction concepts, not only understood Hobert's idea but also quickly accepted it. She was also very surprised by this and originally wanted to praise Hobert, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Klein also quickly accepted Hobert's conjecture. At this moment, he had only one thought. A transmigrator who received a university education, once a keyboard warrior who dominated the internet, actually lost to a native, in this kind of conceptual thinking. If I ever meet Rosal, will he laugh at me? Catalya then asked, is there a way for me to avoid this indoctrination of knowledge? Hobert thought for a moment before saying, I can only give you a directional method, it's impossible to stop the hidden sage. After all, as long as the universe operates normally, new information will be generated, and new knowledge will be disseminated. The hidden sage probably cannot control this. Even without the support of this conjecture, the hidden sage is, after all, a God-level existence. We ordinary people basically cannot have any influence on him. Then it's only left to solve it from your end, such as finding a way to block the channels of knowledge indoctrination. Catalya slowly nodded. The two methods she could think of now were, first, to quickly become a demigod so she could withstand the impact of knowledge. The second method was to pray to the fool for his help. Audrey saw that Hermit and Hobert had finished their discussion, then she said, Emperor, how did you think of all this? She was afraid she hadn't expressed herself clearly, so she explained again, I mean, how did you come up with so many novel ideas? In Audrey's view, Hobert was simply too versatile. At such a young age, he became an earl, creating a political miracle. In just a few months, he founded Earl of Light, creating a business miracle. Where did he find the time for such conceptualization and theorizing? Klein was also very curious about Hobert's thought process, so he stared intently at Hobert. Hobert said, as an extraordinary of the lawyer pathway, I consider rules and laws a bit more than everyone else. One day, I suddenly thought of a question, what is the source of laws and rules? Thus, some ideas emerged, and some conjectures were formed. The other members slowly nodded together. In this way, the thought process seemed very clear and logical. I believe everyone has fully understood the uniqueness and also knows the state of the artificial death god, Hobert said. Let's continue this topic. I heard from the great, the creator, that Salinger left behind arrangements for his resurrection, and these arrangements seem to be related to the uniqueness and his direct descendants. Regarding this point, Klein felt that he was probably the only one in the Tarot Club who knew the inside story. The creator's description was correct, but too vague. He then recalled the conversations he had heard and some later conjectures when exploring that enormous inverted pyramid. Before attacking the North Continent, Salinger had made some preparations, secretly splitting Mr. Azek's spirit into two. Salinger contained one half within himself, and the other half was stitched with a sealed artifact, forming a seemingly complete spirit, which was then returned to Azek's body. Because Azek's spirit had suffered severe trauma, his strength had fallen to the undying level for most of the time, and he would die once every 60 years and then resurrect. The original plan of the Underworld Emperor was that one half of Azek's soul was with the uniqueness of the death pathway, and the other half of his spirit would uncontrollably want to approach the uniqueness, wanting to find it. When the sealed artifact within Azek's body merged with the uniqueness, the Underworld Emperor would be reborn within Azek. But the artificial death god faction, these clever ones, caused some changes in the uniqueness, failing to attract Azek in a short time. Instead, one half of Azek's spirit stayed with the uniqueness for a long time, forming a certain degree of fusion and also a certain consciousness. The reactions obtained from the rituals performed by the artificial death god faction in the early stages were subconscious reactions of the uniqueness. The reason why intermittent responses could be obtained later was due to the role played by that half of Mr. Azek's soul. This is the true face of the artificial death god. Hobert did not choose to elaborate on Salinger's arrangements but continued, before, when I was exploring that primitive island with the world and the hanged man, I once killed a feathered serpent. Later, the creator told me that that feathered serpent was actually used by Adam to observe the artificial death god. Now, the creator can also observe the artificial death god using that extraordinary characteristic. Just a few days ago, the creator suddenly told us that the aura of the artificial death god had disappeared. Klein slowly nodded. Yes, just a few days ago, the goddess had just obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway. When this was mentioned, everyone, although a bit strange, didn't take it too seriously yet. After all, none of the Tarot Club members were extraordinaries of the death pathway, so for them, it was just curiosity and didn't have much of an impact. The creator also told us, Hobert said, that the artificial death god was very likely destroyed by the Black Knight goddess, and currently, the Black Knight goddess should have already obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway. Klein nearly stood up excitedly. You dare to say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being locked up in a small dark room by the goddess? Hobert glanced at the world, who couldn't hide his excitement. My little brother, you probably don't know, but the Black Knight goddess is now eager for the whole world to know that she has obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway and is trying to accommodate this uniqueness. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.